Yes. Waiting for Holly? You're not waiting for me. There we go. All right. Hang on 1 second, guys. Hello? Yeah, this is Elizabeth. Who's this? Really? Yay. Okay. Yes, thank you so much. I'm storing it now. Okay. Bye. All right. Add to contacts, right? Update that one. Save. Done. Hey, Greta, Uncle, Hot Retarded. You guys want to come on the panel? I hope so. Invite. Where's the link? Here. Hey, Sue Fix, how are you? Welcome. If anyone would like to get on the panel with me, here's the link. I'm a mess right now. Look at me. Total mess. Sweat pouring down my face. I got a sling, though. So I'm going to probably sit here for about another hour or two. But if you guys want to come on, I can call you Hot Retarded and put you on speaker. It's pretty loud. Okay, Greta. Tonight I am going to Wildwood, New Jersey for a couple of days. Yeah, I'm not good with the tech stuff either. So I can get the salt air, clear out my sinuses. Uncle, that stinks. So I have to take a shower and then I have to pack. And I gotta, looks like a bomb went off in my apartment. Like, literally. So, ouch. So I'm pretty miserable today. So what's today? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. My friend stopped by, and I was supposed to go to a side job today, and I don't feel good. And I'm vomiting, and I'm in and out of the bathroom, and So I got out of going to my side job. I don't feel good. But I am not allowed to cancel going to Wildwood. I was told I'm not allowed to cancel. Bombs away, Renee. Hey, how are you? I don't have chamomile tea. Sounds good, Deb. So if anybody wants to come on with me, you click that link I'm dropping in the chat. And what will happen is it'll ask you for your... I'm glad you made it too, Renee. What you do is you click on that link and it'll ask you for your email. Then in your email, it'll send you a code. And you take that code, plug it in, and it'll bring you right onto the panel with me. Addie, it's great to see you, sweetheart. I love you. Kenzie. And you know what? I want to cancel Wildwood. I don't want to go. I mean, I want to go, but I don't want to go. But I'm not allowed to cancel. I got to get out of the house. I'm so shaky. So I took 2 Advil, which I usually don't take any kind of medicine whatsoever, but my friend said that the Advil would help the torn muscle that I have in my chest. So I took 2 Advil, and he said I was having panic. He told me to eat. He left me food. He brought me milk and cereal and pistachios, so I have food to eat. I'm not getting sick. I'm having muscle spasms, muscle pain, shooting pains from my hips down my legs. I'm a mess. Just straight up complete mess. Kenzie, how are you, sweetheart?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. I had to turn my volume up. It's great to see you, sweetheart. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you? Well, I already know how you are.
Yeah, pretty miserable. I almost fell down the stairs walking outside. Like I'm like that, shaky. Just so BioFreeze is good stuff. I don't know what that is. So how's life treating you, Kenzie? How's life treating you, sweetheart?
Crazy.
Yeah, I've been going crazy with my altars and stuff.
So have I. I don't know what it is about.
Yeah, I don't.
Right now, but now I need somebody else to join that can talk because I can't.
I'm a terrible hostess because I don't. I'm just kind of quiet all the time.
I'm a terrible communicator.
We'll get Greta on here and Deb. We'll make them talk for us, Kenzie.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Get on the panel with us. Give us something to talk about, chat room.
I think Deb said she was making a cuppa or something. Coffee. And she's coming.
For muscles, it's at any store. Really careful with ibuprofen as it increases bleeding and tendon bone healing. You may need 600 to 800 for extreme pain. You're right, bombs away. But I only took 2. I didn't take 3 or 4 of them. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. Hello? 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 No. No. I'm here, though. Okay. I'll talk to you later. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But I do. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Right. Thank you. All right. Talk to you later. Okay. All right. Bye. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yay, good. Good morning.
Yeah. Okay. I'll talk to you later. Bye. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude.
That's all right.
Sciatica requires 600 milligrams. It feels like my sciatica is acting up, to be honest. If you guys want to come on, you guys are more than welcome to. Thank you, bombs. Away.
No, don't. I need to take
Yeah. Well, I don't have 420, Addie. If I had 420, I'd probably be moving around a lot better than I am right now.
I have CBD, but I can't seem to what to get from New Zealand.
What was that, sweetheart?
I have CBD, but I posted it. You didn't get it on time.
So what works for your pain, Kenzie? I'm sure you suffer with pain.
Yeah, I take turmeric and magnesium. Swear by it.
I think I have turmeric.
Absolutely swear by it. I mean, I used to get like sore knees and muscle aches all the time, and now I don't get any.
I've got nothing but muscle cramps in my legs and stuff.
Yeah, I used to get that as well. But turmeric and magnesium, swear by it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I think you're right, Sue. I think I am low on magnesium. Speaking of which, Kenzie, excuse me for a minute. I just want to grab another shake. Okay.
Oh, I can see the chat now. Good. Potassium is good too.
Sorry.
I love my fruit smoothies. I have banana and mixed berries and flaxseed and I can't remember the other seed that I put in it. I just blend it all up.
Hey, Deb.
Hey, Deb.
Look at this. A bunch of survivors on my panel. I'm honored.
Oh, okay.
With
Oh,
more
wait.
coming soon.
Am I on?
Yes, you're on. You're here.
Oh, God. I am on.
You're here. You're with us.
Oh,
Deb.
yeah. I'm on.
Yeah. You're here. You guys are my favorites. I got to tell you that right now, you survivors.
What?
I love you guys.
What?
What do you mean? Can you hear us all right, Deb?
I can't hear what he's saying.
You can't hear
Turn
anything?
this up. And now I can, yeah. But do I turn Facebook off sound or no? Facebook. Which sound do I turn off and which sound should be on? Stream cam. Oh.
You want StreamYard and everything else muted.
Oh.
You got it figured out, Deb?
That's in a while. But now my coffee is ready.
So how's things going for you, Deb?
What?
How are things going for you?
Things are going
Powder is
so.
You might want to mute that, Deb.
Oh, you have to mute my.
You have to
Oh.
YouTube.
I have to what?
You
Do-
have to
huh?
mute YouTube.
Oh,
Go lay down.
okay.
You have to mute
I
YouTube.
turned off YouTube.
Okay.
I'm lying down.
Am I on now?
You're here. Hi, Renee.
Okay,
Welcome.
I'm on. Yeah.
Hi, Renee.
Now I gotta go get coffee.
Okay.
Be right
Go
back.
get coffee. Sounds good. We'll be here. Welcome, Renee. How are you?
You'll be there? Okay. You want me to bring you some? Oh, I look terrible.
You're fine, Deb. Private chat. I can't hear anyone. Let me try again. Okay, Renee. We'll be here. Everybody's having technical difficulties.
Hello.
Hello, you're back.
Hello.
I'm back.
Oh, look at
Okay.
that. Cat in the hat.
Oh, I need a hat. Holly, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I can see and hear you.
Oh, you can see and hear me. And I'm looking on StreamYard, and your picture is frozen.
Oh, it is. There we go. Hey, Mr. Khan, how are you? Oh,
Holly,
We're all here.
good to see you.
let
Welcome.
me, I have to mute my YouTube here. Let's see. There we go. Okay. I don't want to have anything echoing on my end or yours, so I had to mute my YouTube there. So,
Good to see you.
so how are you ladies doing this morning? Or this afternoon now?
Good.
Depending on what part of the world you're in.
It's
So,
very, very early here. It's 5:30 in the morning.
Oh, Addie, I would love if Wolf came on sometime. So, how are you doing, Mr. Khan? How are you and the missus?
oh, we're good. I mean, we're doing our thing. I just got done dealing with the Gore Pen Brooder box out there with our now 1 rooster and 3 hens instead of 5. We slaughtered 2 of them, I don't know, 3 weeks ago and ate them because they just weren't producing anymore. And then I had to do the quail hideaway after that. We've had a few, I think due to old age, you know, that we had gotten from others, you know, the females have been dying off one by one. So we're doing a new batch in the incubator, we'll hatch a bunch and keep the females, slaughter the male. That way we have our numbers up, you know. But our vehicle's on the fritz. That really stinks.
I'm
So-
sorry to hear that.
Well, you know, Elohim will work it out. Just, you know, what can I say? I'm going to take all of you and carry you out to the porch.
It's beautiful outside.
Is it sunny where you are?
Yeah, the sun's out and everything where I am. It's beautiful, beautiful weather. Welcome, Renee.
I can hear everybody. Hi.
Hi. Welcome, sweetheart.
Thank you so much. It's good to be here. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. How's your day going, Renee?
Very good. We have the sun. It's been a long spring, a long wet one.
Yeah. Yep.
Very strange weather this year, I have to say. We get farmer's snow, and it's our last snow, and this is the first year of my entire life that I've seen 2 farmers snow and then hail.
Wow.
Very, very strange.
Wow.
Where are you from? I'm not trying to ask your address, but where are you from, Renee?
I'm from New Hampshire, so New England, you know, we get the nasty snow.
No, I was born and raised in Minnesota. I know all about it, and I sure don't miss it.
Yeah, I'm just biding my time till I can get out of here. I lived in California for a little while, and it was nice to visit the snow and leave,
Yeah.
not have to contend with snow tires and shoveling and plowing and all that garbage.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't get anything after farmer snow. Never have. And this year we had 2, and that hailstorm twice in one day was very bizarre.
Wow.
It just makes me wonder if I don't know. It's ironic to me that the weather was going along with what's going on right now over the world. You know, that kind of weather, that kind of rainy, dark, nasty, prolonged spring after winter. You know, I'm sure. I mean, you can tell people are getting a little amped up and things like that. I don't think that helped at all. I don't know. I know I have friends in Illinois. I mean, I know out west is probably nice all the time, but even in Illinois, they were having some trouble with the weather.
Yeah. It's all right, Deb. I know your Wi-Fi's. Sorry about that. You can come back on if you'd like. Wow.
So, what is your topic today? Do you have one?
No. Do you have a topic?
No, I was just going to comment that it's interesting being, you said you're all survivors. I thought that was interesting because I've heard some of your stories that were, you know, the one time I was able to listen for several hours, a very touching story you told. And I was just impressed with how you told it.
Wow.
Yeah, just your emotion is still present there, you know, and you're a very sweet woman. I've seen you all over the place, you know, at errands a lot, and you're just always very kind.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm humbled.
It's rare. I appreciate people who are kind because it's very rare, especially people who have had pain in their life. There's a choice you get to make if you're going to become hardened and angry, or if you're going to transmute it into something better. So that's quite a feat in itself, really.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a
So,
question about Australia.
I guess I'm allowed to say it, but yeah, like, I think, well, Deb and I come from Montauk, so she's a survivor. And Kenzie's over in New Zealand. So,
Montauk, New York, are you saying?
yeah, Montauk, New York.
Fascinating. I've done a lot of research on Montauk and Plum Island and things like that.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. When Stranger Things came out, I lived in New York City for a little while. I was a traveling nurse for a bit, so that's why I was all over the place for a little bit. And I researched that actually just within the last year and a half, really watching more YouTube videos. But I'd already known about Montauk and some of the stuff that gone on over there. but it's really, I mean, when Stranger Things came out and I was watching that, I said, my God, it's real TV. People
Right.
don't know how real this is. They're doing MK Ultra right in the beginning, in the the beginning episode.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord. It was watching that girl be treated that way when you understand why he is her protector, her father, and her abuser. It is heartbreaking to see her responses to him and watch him treat her like that. And people probably had no idea what they were looking at.
Yeah.
So Montauk is very interesting.
Yeah. It is. Well, I was trying to find stuff on Montauk to give it to my cousin because my cousin came to me and asked me if maybe by any chance he was at Montauk. And I told my cousin, I'm like, I can't answer that question for you. You have to tell me. But I had such a hard time finding him anything on Montauk because it seems like the internet's being scrubbed of any decent video.
Yeah, and it's hard with the only ones I really know of are the Montauk Monsters as far as the video and just the scientific experiments going on over there. They try to say it's a bloated animal, but you know, sometimes I'd say probably 50% of the time these things are genuine
Mhm.
freaky things and not just some bloated, desecrated kind of like carcass of some sort. So, and
Yeah.
we know the government does this stuff now. Come on.
Right. Right.
They play with viruses. They've been trying to play God for for a long time.
Yeah.
But I found most of my information and research on the internet. I still find that's the better way. And one of the engines I use, by the way, because people use DuckDuckGo, which I tried that and it looks exactly like Google. I
Really.
actually use Dogpile. Yeah, DuckDuckGo is the same results. The only thing maybe they claim to do is not save your information or your searches, but Dogpile looks like a beta test, but I get a lot more like private articles, newspaper things like that are really highly censored with Google.
I'm going to have to try that out.
Yeah,
Thank
I ended up Googling more like less intrusive search engines, more open ones, and they had a handful, and out of them, Dogpile seemed to work the best.
Yeah. I'll definitely check it out. Thank you for telling us.
No problem. Yeah, a lot of people go DuckDuckGo, and I'm like, no, it's the same as Google. The search results, and it's getting worse. I'm noticing when I'm Googling keywords that articles that I know exist should be coming up, but I have to put more descriptive terminology into the search bar to get it, or go to Dogpile. It's frustrating.
Wow.
That's fascinating. So now, were you from a military family, Holly? I don't know a lot of your background.
Sure. My grandfather was in the Navy in World War II on a minesweeper ship, and my grandparents raised me. My grandmother she was basically a military wife. Her first husband, I forget what branch of the military he was in, but even my grandfather was in the Navy. So, yeah, I think it started with my grandfather, and they tracked me from there. I think he was a part of these experiments because he would come home and tell my grandmother how the Navy would give him and the other soldiers LSD and marijuana just to see what it would do. And my grandmother would tease him and be like, oh, that's nonsense. That's nonsense. The Navy's not going to give you drugs just to see what it does. But I think he was a part of the experimentation and he did not realize it. And so just from him, that's how they tracked me.
Yeah, I would guess they would look for people that were appropriate, either in rank or personality.
Yeah. But from my understanding is that they created me in a test tube in deep underground military bases. So there was one of the bloodline families who created me. So gene splicing was used. So I have the same genes as my mother and father, my biological parents, but there were other genes used in it from a bloodline family, if that makes sense. So I was born into these projects.
How did they do that? Did your mom know, or were they doing tests on her, or
Oh, I don't
shouldn't?
think she knew a thing. To be honest, I don't think. I'm sorry, I drew a blank. Forgive me, Renee. I apologize.
No, that's okay. No, I was just wondering if she knew if that had happened. You know, did they? How would they convince? I'm wondering. Do they say we're gonna test you? Is this like an amniotic test? But they're because really, vaccines could technically be messing with our DNA, and for all intents and purposes, the things that they put in them could most definitely screw with our DNA. So
Absolutely.
well, we know we're getting a shot. You wonder, how did they splice those? Was it could have also been an exam, I guess. If she was pregnant and had an exam, they could have done something
Hmm. Yeah.
prior to.
So
Did their families come from a military line? Is it
Mine,
like multi-generational, I guess I'm asking?
my family, I don't think I've shared much of myself, but my dad was in the army at the Korean War. He was doing he was in infantry or something, and he lost his hearing from the I can't think either, the cannonballs. So and from there I don't know too much about where my family was in the military. But somebody was in the Navy. Oh, my stepfather was a Marine. I do know that.
wow.
Yeah. I just found that out actually because I was looking into different people that I remember being in the family. And they kept everything secret, so you don't know. And I looked him up. He was in the Marine, but I forgot where.
That's crazy how they do that. Like I only found out like maybe 2 months ago that my father was in the army. And I
Wow.
never knew.
Who's talking?
That was Kenzie.
Oh, Kenzie. Hi, Kenzie. Okay, sorry.
That's fine. Oh, private chat. Sorry.
That was my wife who just walked by. That's Deborah. So we got two Debs here.
Yeah, hey, Deborah. That's my.
Actually, can't hear Deb. They're saying hi to you. Hi. There you go.
Hi.
Yeah, she's gonna go milk the goat.
Gotcha.
Then plant the onions. Then plant the onions. And we should be totally done with the garden.
Well, I might put some miscellaneous seeds around, but yeah, we're done.
Yeah, well, as long as it's after their time, we're good.
Huh?
As long as it's after their kind, we're good.
Uh-huh.
So,
Wow. I think
I've read a lot about this stuff. I can't personally attest to it. I haven't gone through it. But I find it interesting, because you look back and it's started, England has the Tavistock Institute and things like that. So it's everywhere, really. If you look into the royalty in Europe, Eastern Europe, those people were not very nice either. Very occult involved. I just watched something on the Tsar of Russia there and Rasputin and how he got involved with the family and things like that, and how a lot of them started out in church and very strict church too. Now, who was in England? I was just reading, because Kenzie, are you from England?
No, New Zealand, but
New Zealand. That's right.
I do have memories as a child as spending lots of time in different countries in Europe. so I was moved around a lot.
And was it for the military for your dad or other reasons?
It was for trafficking. I was trafficked.
Okay. And did your parents know? I'm just asking questions. Of course, you don't have to answer anything. I'm just trying to understand. I didn't know did your parents go with you? Did they know?
No, it was another family member, usually.
Oh, yeah.
My father wasn't really around. Like, I don't remember him very much at all. But my mother, I believe she's pretty much gone through the same thing I've been through. She was dumped into a Catholic orphanage when she was 18 months old. And she pretty much stayed there till she was 14. And then she was sent back to my grandmother, who absolutely abused her to no end. So it's been going in my family for a long time.
And that was such a sad time then, because there were so many quote Catholic charities that took in pregnant youngsters and babies, and sometimes the babies were left there and they didn't always have good outcomes. It happened really badly in Ireland.
The thing is, she was one of 4 kids, and they were all dumped by my grandmother into orphanages. 2 girls, her and her sister in one, and 2 boys in another one. And yeah, basically she just didn't want to raise her children. That was her only reason. She just didn't want them.
Wow.
No reason for it. Until they were worth something. Like when my mother was 14, she was old enough to be basically a slave. So she was called for back to my grandmother's, and yeah. I think my mum ended up running away about a year later and has been on her own ever since, but I don't think she really understands what she went through.
Yeah, because at the time, you're in a situation with a lot of other people and it seems normal, but it's not.
Mm.
Mhm.
I mean,
Go
those
ahead,
nuns were brutal. I mean,
Yes.
the little she has told me about her time in the orphanage, those nuns were just brutal.
Wow.
Very horrific things go on at these, private schools, religious schools with nuns and things, and then also military reform schools and or military schools that currently run. Elon School is one as well. Lots of abuse go on at these schools. They're sometimes sent for being troubled teens, and I'm astounded by the level of abuse that has gone on and continues to go on. And nobody knows about it. I've run into a couple videos of defunct. Go ahead.
Well, the question I have is how do you get this information out accurately and make it, significantly effective? Because I was hooked up with a guy until we had a fallout about 2 years ago, and frankly, I think he's given a lot of fake news. But he's gotten way, way viral. It's just people eat it right up, and for some odd reason too, YouTube isn't monitoring him in the sense of deleting his videos or anything, or much less shutting him down. I've seen some things in my days, and if I was to start putting it on my YouTube channel, I tend to think I would get monitored real quick. All I did, even let me think, 2 days ago, I did a live stream, give a teaching with scriptures, and they're not really shutting you down or striking you, but they're deleting. They deleted my video for supposedly violating YouTube rules. So now I did the same teaching again yesterday. It's still up, but what I did is I excluded names, you know, of some of the elite and that. And, I was a little more careful. But if I was to start coming out with some of that stuff, like Holly, I read your stuff. Remember, I told you that you put out a link. I read each and every word of it. I suppose maybe that's another way to do it. But then again, how many people go in there and read it? And like even me, I did. What can I do about it? You know, it's just okay. I read it. That's great information. I'm glad you put your neck out there, took a risk. But I don't know how we would necessarily stop it. Is my point.
I don't think we can stop it. I think that the machine and the monster is just too big, and it's got so much momentum right now that there's no way for us to stop it. That's why Yeshua has to return.
That's right.
Yeah.
No way to stop it.
Yeah.
Too big of a machine.
Well, I hope awareness, though, you know, our awareness, because I was never aware of this. Do you know how disgusted I get watching Hollywood movies? I never really liked them.
Yep.
Really anyway after a certain age, but now watching them, I can't even watch TV shows. It makes me sick because I can see what they're talking about and what they're getting at, and it's becoming more filthy. And I think that awareness, there are people my age who are turning around and not exposing our children to this stuff, but the generations prior to me are in trouble. They're in a lot of trouble. They're very confused, and they're dealing with things they don't understand where they come from, and they're embodying them, and they're innocent. A lot of these kids are hurt. They're, you know, maybe in their 20s now. You can see that they're in pain, very confused. It makes me sad. But I'm hoping that awareness will bring some light to this, because the very fact we're not going to be allowing our children to be exposed to this stuff, it will seem even worse to them as they get older and things change, right? I'm hoping.
We're kind of doing that with our kids. I had to turn in my stepdaughter's Chromebook to the high school the other day, and I did, and I talked to the teacher, or whatever she is. She's an employee, and I asked her, you know, and she liked my shirt that I had on at that time. It had that red shirt has on Psalm 11:5, and so we got to talking, and I told her what I do a little bit, and I asked her, look, are they going to be able to return to school? And she didn't sound real confident, you know, and I'm glad, you know, she didn't want to either. She's hoping by the next school semester that they'll be able to bring him in. And I said, well, we're not allowing our kids to have any of those vaccines. I mean, they're not coming back if that's what it's about. And now she did sound like, you know, they won't be able to get it out in time, you know. But you know, we're doing a homesteading deal, prepping deal. But frankly, right now, if they were to come in and want to remove people from the home, I wouldn't be able to stop it. I just wouldn't be able to do it. I don't have the manpower. I don't have enough of an arsenal, and so on. So I just wanted to know and we're getting on to another subject. But then again, when you start getting stuck into the system, you know, it all kind of blends in together, and that. So, but I was just kind of wondering what you ladies thought. I've seen some stuff myself when I was overseas, and then I was actually just kind of a little guy as a political advisor myself up in Duluth, Minnesota, many years ago, like in '95. We lost the city councilor at large that I helped run for mayor, but man, it's just the stuff I saw there going on, and those people's nasty, filthy, evil habits. Wowee, you know, I mean, this is definitely Hasatan's domain. He's the mighty one, okay, the God of this world, according to 2 Corinthians 4:4. And are you all right there, Holly? No, you gonna make it?
Yeah, I'm sorry for squirming in my chair. The pain just comes in waves, so it'll calm down. I apologize.
That's okay.
A bad hostess, but I have real bad muscle spasms and shooting pain from my hips all the way down my legs. Delana says, welcome, sweetheart. Is it possible you're being hit with EMF weapons? You know what? I didn't even think to put my anti-microwave clothing on.
I wish I had some anti EMF clothes. I really do. I want some.
Well, if they are hitting me with EMF weapons, they're pounding me. They're pounding me.
Don't forget to sit in an Epsom salts bath too. It detoxifies your muscles and helps relax them because your muscles use magnesium, calcium, and potassium to move.
Okay.
I have a nerve disease that goes down my leg, so I understand the pain level. I wish I could help. Understand it's not real helping. I wish I could help you.
They could help you too, possibly, Deb. I just recently, at the grand old age of 40, got my first dose of sciatica that hasn't gone away since my birthday.
Oh,
Yay!
don't you love it? I sweat you.
Isn't it lovely?
Yeah. No, this is. Yeah. I'm sorry you got that thing though. What's her name? Renee.
It's numb now. I don't know if that's better or not, but my leg is now numb. So it doesn't hurt anymore. But that's not good either. But yeah, Holly, you might need 800 of ibuprofen and Epsom salts if you can. And you can rub that on too. If you mix it in a little water, you can just rub it on your leg if you can't take a bath.
Thank you. Thank you.
I did that to my sciatica when I thought my leg was being ripped out of its socket, and it did help. Believe that. And I took 400 of ibuprofen.
Maybe I'll go take some more ibuprofen. I don't mean to be rude. There's a link I dropped in the chat room. I did a video about anti-microwave clothing and where I went. And I think in that video, I left links to 2 different places that I went to for that kind of clothing. So I just wanted to mention that to you guys. I think I went to Amir Borenstein on Facebook. And then a second place I went is called Less EMF Inc. So that's where I got my clothing, if that helps you guys. Hey, Bougie on a Budget, welcome. Hey, how did that get up there? Sorry. All right, guys, I didn't mean to interrupt our conversation.
Well, I only asked that too, but I also think it's possible. You know, you can't really negate scripture. Okay, these things are going to come. I get it, but at the same time, in Jonah with Nineveh, with the 4 chapters, you know, they did repent. They weren't destroyed in 40 days. They lasted another approximate 150 years until they were destroyed, which it reads, you know, basically in Nahum, a few books down, and that. So, I don't know.
Wow. I'm really glad you guys came on the panel to hang out with me. Thank you so much. This is so cool. Very cool.
I'm glad you actually let me in that first time. You didn't really know who I was. I think you and I started going back and forth, friendly dialogue. You were watching Code Searcher. I had him up on my panel the other day.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he didn't say much then because I had to talk to him in private, and we got quite a bit. There's somebody I had to ask him about, and I didn't want to do it in public. But then we got quite a bit hashed out. What made me mad is my whole laptop froze up.
Oh,
But
no.
I don't know if it was StreamYard or what it was, but well, it's probably just my laptop here.
You know,
But yeah, he was on my panel.
Someone reached out to me. I can't say who, or anything like that, but I want to show you something, Levite. Someone reached out to me. They shared their spiritual gifts with me. They are what I would consider to be a code searcher.
Can
And
you type it into the private chat who it is?
I
Or
really,
no?
I can't tell you who, but I can show you. Okay. I can show
Okay.
you. I can show you the work that they gave me. Where is it? Made for me. Is it in there? There it is. Okay. Let me screen share.
Holly, can
Did you
you
put-
drop the link?
Did you put it in the Did you put a link in the regular side chat?
No, I'm going to share my screen with you and show you. Right?
Not in for this panel. Deb's lost it.
Oh, I know who that is. I'm sub to that person, I think.
Right. Okay. Don't say it. If you think
No, I won't.
who it is, don't, please, because they specifically asked me to zip my mouth when it comes to their name, but I am allowed to show their work. So basically, what I'm showing you guys right now, I'm supposed to do a video so the person can really explain to me what all this means. But apparently, in our Holy Bibles, somebody did a code search on Holly Baglio. They put in my name, Holly Baglio, and they did a code search. And across, I think it's Samuel, all of the prophets in the Holy Bible, and Psalm 119, Holly Baglio, my full name, is found encoded in the Bible. And that's what the code searcher does. So this lady was kind enough to show me that. And I just wanted to show you guys because I thought that was so cool. Holly Baglio is written in the Holy Bible. Sorry.
From what I understand, they can find all of our names.
Really?
Don't get me wrong. As much as I know, I'm not a professional code searcher. Okay, to find my name, I would have to have assistance because I haven't really gotten into that much. But that's what they're saying.
Really?
Especially those of us. Both, and I don't want to just keep it to us that are in salvation either. I'm talking anybody. Because if you look at Torah codes on YouTube and on Tubi TV and whatever, Hitler's in the Torah, Adolf Hitler. And
Really?
he wasn't a godly man, duh. But, yeah, that's what they're saying.
Huh. So even if it's bad, all of us are still somehow encoded in the Bible.
Well, you want it in, especially for the future. And I mean, be careful that you don't get into divination. That's what, this guy talks about, like the one I had up on my panel. You got to be careful of that. But when I think about it long before YouTube was around, if you remember, Holly, you're a little younger than me, but you remember in the middle 90s when Isaac, what's his name, the prime minister was shot, Israel, when he was, okay. A few years later on the Torah codes, I think right on YouTube, they showed that when they looked in the codes, approximately 14, 15 months before it happened, what did it read when they got it? We were able to get it out with the computers. Assassinated by assassin or something as to that effect. And they did their best to get to him to warn him in advance. And they got as far as to his main, what we would call political advisor. And, oh, yeah, sure, I'll get this to him. But he didn't. The advisor just laughed it off, more or less. And a little over a year later, we're all watching on the news. The man was assassinated.
Wow.
So some of the stuff you kind of want to take, you think you'd want to pay attention to, but you know how the world is.
Yeah. That's really interesting. I find the Bible codes fascinating. I'm looking forward to this person explaining to me what everything says and means. But I don't know, when they gave me that whole Bible code, I'll tell you, it made my week. I felt like my heavenly Abba was reaching down and touching me and holding me. And it felt like he had remembered me. And it just was like reassuring and encouraging to get this, to know that God loves me because I love God back so much. So this was pretty special to me. It meant a lot that this person did that for me. And I'm humbled and I'm grateful. So
yeah.
I thought it was really, really cool.
It felt good when I was doing that teaching yesterday, and I was still concerned about whether it was going to get deleted or not. But it felt good even when he was in the side chat yet before I got him up there. I was talking about things. He's like, "Yep, it's indicated in the codes that you're correct on this, you're correct on that." So what it comes down to a lot of the time is diligent study and depending on the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, to guide you in that stuff.
Yeah.
He'll give you what you need and what you can handle at the time. So
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to grab 2 more Advil because I only took 2. I think I'm going to take 2 more. That might really help with the pain level. So I'll be right back. I can still hear you.
well, I don't know what to say. It's just with all the stuff that's going on around right now, another theory I have, and I can kind of back it up. Real stats, I cannot. When you look at Matthew 7, verses 13 and 14, let me get it here quick. Hold on a second here. Okay. Rather than paraphrase it. Chapter 7 of Matthew, verses 13 and 14. Enter ye in at the straight gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be which go in thereat. Because straight is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. Which makes sense, because you look at what's going on today. Go to Isaiah 5. Let's see, verse 20. Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Well, that's what's going on today. But and people have been wondering, could we do it? When I talk about doing a Nineveh, possibly. And yes, I think it is theoretically possible because it happened. And who knows, maybe 150, 200 years down from now, it'd be our great, 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 great grandchildren that would screw it up.
Mm-hmm.
Like Nineveh's children did, right? That being said, I bring up the fact that we have approximately 335 million citizens in the United States. Well, believe it or not, almost half, 167 million, claim to be some kind of Christian or Bible believer. Well, now, if that was the case, and they were really in obedience with Elohim, I don't think we'd be in the pickle that we're in. I don't think Elohim would be allowing the elites to do what they're doing and oppress us like this. So as evil as they are, and as much as we need to call them out, we as individuals, also the peasants, need to take we need to examine ourselves and see what we're doing too to help cause this. Is my point. And from what I can tell, I mean, okay, America, party's over now.
Right?
But
It is over.
yeah, it's pretty much done. And either we're going to get our SHIT together,
Right?
and get with it, or we're going to go down.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to take steps to keep my family safe on a tangible level, on a worldly level as well, as well as a spiritual level. Because I can give the truth out, and I think, and I know I do, but I can't make those, I can't make people take heed to it, So
Right. Yeah. This is a nice hangout. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it a lot.
You're welcome. It is a nice hangout.
Yeah.
Nice to hang out with people that we know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't want to go to Wildwood. I mean, I do, but I don't. I don't feel good enough to go.
What is Wildwood?
The Jersey Shore.
Oh, I've been to Jersey Shore, but over at Sandy Hook, the lighthouse. I've been all over the place, Polly.
Nice.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a nice place. And at the time, I loved the lighthouses. So the people I was visiting, had a horse farm in New Jersey, like the top part of New Jersey, near, anyways, they took me all the way over to Jersey Shore.
Yeah.
That's the only way I've seen New York, by the way. I've not been in New York City, but I lived in New York, way up north near Canada.
Wow.
But I've been to the shore. That's pretty cool.
Very cool.
So is Wormwood, is that down south?
Yeah, it's by
Oh.
Cape May, so it's really in southern part of New Jersey.
Oh,
3 hours away.
oh, okay. And I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to figure out your place.
No,
Sure.
it's fine.
Or-
No, it's fine. Don't worry. You're fine, Deb. Don't worry. Yeah.
Come on, I worry about everything.
I don't want to leave my cat alone for 2 days.
You know what? Oh, the cat, 2 days.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd have to take the dog with you.
Yeah, the dog's going to have to come with me. She'll have to come. I can't leave her for 2 days.
No, dogs can't.
Yeah.
I was recently, a couple weeks ago, through a great big ordeal that I really can't go into too much detail about, but my cats were alone for 4 days. 4 days or 5 before, 4 days before anybody was able to get to them. And they didn't have anybody come feed them or anything. I had the keys and I was in the hospital. And so it was really frustrating that my cats were not taken care of. But my neighbor finally came up, grabbed the key, come back. One day she was coming up from work. It was late at night. I said, "Oh, please knock on my window and see if they're both coming and they're alive." So she knocked on my window for me. And they both came. They were alive.
Wow.
Anyways, yeah. One time I had a white cat. I'm having, but one time he got left. It was an accident. It wasn't on purpose. After 5 days, he went and he opened the fridge and he grabbed out the bread and started eating the bread. Both cats opened the fridge.
Your internet is terrible, Deb. Hi, Greta. How are you?
Pretty good. How about you? Trying to figure out how to get back in without their logging out.
My internet is awful. I'm so sorry.
No,
I'm gonna jump out. I got a phone call. No.
okay. Okay, Deb.
No.
Nice to
I'm
meet
gonna...
you, Deb.
Hey,
Catch you later, Dad.
wait. They hung up. But I'll stay silent because my internet stinks, and you probably can't hear anything I say.
I wonder if
Coming
you
through
turn
good
off your
now.
video. If she turns off her video, would that help? Because it will be less drain on her Wi-Fi.
That might work. That's
Yeah.
a great idea. Deb, you know what you can do is put up your icon, and then your Wi-Fi will probably work better.
Oh, right.
Hey, Wendy Clark. It's good to see you. So, yeah, just... Oh, now you fell out.
Whoopsie.
How far, when she comes back on, ask her how far away she is from her router.
Hey, Greta.
That's
the
another
Wi-Fi.
question. Placement is everything.
So, how's your day going, Greta?
It's going same old every day.
Am I lagging or still muted?
Cool. Well, don't everybody all talk at once.
Hello.
I do want to preface, or preface my questions. I love, hearing you guys' stories. I find it very interesting. My dad was in the Navy, but nothing like that ever happened. But I do come from a high military area, and I know the spouses
Okay,
and the
before you
people
start-
that actually have gone through the military, and I've learned a lot from them. The psychological kind of stuff that they've gone through. I overheard some young 20 somethings talking about coming back from Afghanistan, and it broke my heart. And that was 15 years ago. I'll never forget it. You know, my dad doesn't talk much about the Navy, but I can only imagine, because my dad's a quiet guy, that it wasn't a great place to be.
Yeah. Wow.
It's, you know, so it's amazing. And just to be in the military, I have a friend who was in the Marines too, and the psych stuff that they do to you to almost condition you to be tolerant of what's going to happen later and going along with the narrative. And that's really a small piece of what we're all looking at right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Right? I think so.
It's quite interesting. We're living in a very interesting time.
Mm-hmm. We definitely are.
And I just hope people are waking up to, you know, the veils being lifted. I'm hoping.
I'm hoping to. I hope more people wake up, you know.
You know, I work in the medical industry, and over the last 20 years, I've learned a lot about medicine. And that was kind of the beginning for me, was seeing that was false. And then, well, what else is false?
Wow. So you must have been kept very busy with this COVID-19 then, if you're in the medical industry.
Not busy. Busy being the operative word. Here's the thing. If this is such a terrible ordeal and so infectious, why are they laying off nurses? Why are they offering stipends for, we have payroll protection if we don't get work, that they will pay us? Well, in the midst of a pandemic, you would think we would be busy, that they wouldn't be supplementing our income for not working.
Right.
And we've been less busy. We've been busy in that people's schedules, the staff schedules have changed, so they have less time. But our actual patients haven't. There's no more. It's acute. It'd be called acute. They're no more acutely sick than they ever are.
Right.
So, yeah, it's, and people have had respiratory symptoms who have tested negative repeatedly. And then there are also people who are living in a room in a nursing home with their spouse, and the spouse tested positive and passed away, and the other person did not. Tested negative and did not pass away, did not even get it.
Wow.
For such a virulent disease, with anyone with a medical background really needs to be questioning this. And how the biggest thing is how they get the data. If this isn't the biggest thing to break open the CDC's research and who's tied to the research and who's making all the medications and who's invested in the vaccines, if this doesn't wake people up, I don't know what the hell will, because I've known the CDC has lied about how they research, who they give their grants to, who they shut up, who they steal data from, who they shred data for, and why is this happening?
Right.
And now people are starting to see, oh, now we've made a new code for death certificates.
Some are doing it.
They made a new code. And they want it to be the primary code, even if they've died from something else. That is a clear manipulation of the data. Bing! There's no more Bing after that.
Some are doing that. Some are speaking out, but you got to understand. You need to realize those videos are getting deleted very quickly. Like I'm sub to Richie from Boston, for example. He's bringing on medical doctors. And, I mean, some of them are still up. But he's had so many videos removed when he interviews a medical doctor that gives you the truth about this. I used to be in the medical field over 20 years ago, so I'm not exactly naive to this stuff. I was a nursing assistant, home health aide, and a trained medication aide. And I've seen those doctors in action. And they can, you know, the old joke as it goes, what's the difference between God and a doctor? God doesn't think he's a doctor. So, but these doctors now, I guess, to get federal funds for their nursing facility or for a hospital or whatever, if you pass on, and if they write down coronavirus as a cause of death, I get, depending on, I suppose, what part of the country you're in, they get approximately $39,000, like right then and there.
They get money, they get kickbacks for diagnosis in the hospital.
Yeah.
Never mind a death.
So that they
Never
can
mind.
lie
So
about
that
it.
gives a facility incentive to do what they want them to do.
Yeah, I can
Like
put. I
stay
mean,
home and take a
I've
stipend.
even copied a couple of videos, put it on my channel with that one female doctor, for example, is one of them that I did, where she spoke on it, and she's basically calling them out.
And we are aware that some of these videos are scams.
Yeah,
There's a nurse out of New York. You cannot speak about this and give detailed information about who and where you are,
yeah,
and talk the way you do, because if you've ever worked in a hospital, especially a teaching facility, there is a code of silence. I'm sorry. There is a code of silence. You always support the team is the attitude, which means
yeah.
generally what humans at the very best, humans make mistakes and you do your best to fix it and don't freak the patient out. And at the very worst, it's covering up for malpractice.
Well, I don't know. It's going to take a lot more to speak up than what are. But then again, common sense tells me too. A lot of the doctors from down, they've been brainwashed to an extent. Some of them are just that naive and ignorant themselves. And especially when you're looking at the almighty dollar and the medications they hand out and what they get for funds.
Well, and the thing is, doctors have never been asked to be dictated what they write on a death certificate. That was always up to them because it's a very complicated thing. Because you can die. So if you have cancer, all right, if you have bone cancer and you fall and you break your leg and it leads to an ICU hospitalization and you die from that because
Hi,
you're intubated,
Kirsten. Mom.
that is a cancer death. That is
Mhm.
not a death from a fall.
Right.
Because the cancer precipitated the conditions that would lead to the death. Therefore, if that makes sense to you, COVID would not be the cause of death on 90% of those things because it would
Yeah.
be. That's why they're playing down underlying conditions. We've been fighting this for a long time, and every time they've been ramping up their propaganda saying, "Oh, look, I got the flu shot and I'm in the hospital with pneumonia." They were saying that last year, urging people to get their flu shot because I got it and I got pneumonia. Well, you got pneumonia because you got the flu shot. But thank you for trying to convince me that this is what I need to feel better. And
Yeah.
now we're seeing
Well,
probably people with underlying conditions and vaccine history that are the ones that are dying from this COVID thing.
that's what I bring up too in my past experience. If you're in your 80s to 100 years old, you have a weak immune system. You're elderly. You're decrepit. You're tired. And they always recommended us, look, if you are sick yourself, stay home. Because if I got any kind of a flu virus, cold, whatever, what may give you or Holly or whatever, the sniffles back, I mean, it'll kill them in a hurry.
They have definitely, I feel,
Yeah.
altered the flu to where it is more severe. And the people who
Yeah.
are susceptible, which will be elderly people, and if you look at the nursing homes and how much money they have to pay out for these people, especially on hospice, skilled care is a whole different thing. But on hospice, if they decline for years, they can stay. And that means the government's paying for pretty much everything. So if they get the flu shot every year, like they push in the nursing homes, and then they release a little bit of a stronger flu virus, they don't have to pay that out. And then on top of it, if they're on Medicaid, the government takes their assets after, not the family. You give everything to the government. They're stealing everything. They're stealing it while you're alive by making you sick and prescribe their meds. And then they steal it when you're dying because you have no money left and they take it from your family. When I had to watch a woman on disability know that when her parents died, when her father died, his benefits, because he was in the military, would cover the mom. But when he died, her benefits, like the house was going to be gone. They'd have to sell to pay for anything above and beyond. And she was going to be left without anything. No house, no job, no money.
Yep.
And who's going to help her?
Because these people
They're not.
have a lot of these people have a lot to answer to one day down the road.
The
So
way we take care of our elderly is despicable. And now they're dying without their family. They're in nursing homes without their family. Family is so important to patients with dementia. It keeps them grounded. And now they're
that's
stuck
the
in their
problem
rooms.
too.
They can't go outside. They can't go in the common areas. That's what's killing them. It's accelerating their death is what
I used to when I was in, we used to get together, some of us aides in that, even an LPN or two once in a while. We'd pitch in together and buy somebody a brand new set of quality shoes because their family members dropped them off there and doesn't ever come and visit them, doesn't help them in any way, shape, or form. And that did actually aggravate the living snot out of me at times. We were their family. You did have some good people that did come in and visit old ma and pa, or grandpa and grandma. I mean, those people do exist, but they were kind of few and far between. So, yeah, family's extremely important in that case.
And especially for the ones that get family, because some just don't. Yeah, the treatment of the elderly and children. I mean, Holly, you guys and Kenzie, everybody's experience has shown me the massive amounts of abuse that we've endured. We even had our own give up your child thing here in America. It was called the orphan train. They couldn't afford their children. It was during, I want to say around the gold rush. It was early 1800s. The trains would pick up children. You know, they would sell their kids because they couldn't afford to have them all. And, you know, they use these things against us to make us believe in our genociding our own people, right? Doing things like that. So I'm disgusted. I mean, there's just no other word for it. I'm disgusted in how we treat humanity. And that's why I'm trying to make people aware, because at the very least, if you change your day-to-day or your nuclear family, that makes ripple effect to their children and their children and their children. And I'm just hoping people will stand up against this. We're dealing with, I think we are waking up, in that we're becoming very aware of the abuse our children and the elderly have gone through, and people as a whole, abuse from these quote elites in every pocket of society. In New Orleans, there was a woman who used to kill her slaves and torture them upstairs. They're everywhere, and all over the place. And now Bill Gates wants to build a smart city in Arizona. That's an interesting area for him to want to build a smart city.
Thank God I got out of that area. I was in
It
Phoenix
all
for
ties
16
together.
months.
I apologize. I don't mean to change the subject, but it just all ties together. Yeah, Arizona, from what I gather, is not a good place as far
It's
as
not.
human safety.
It's I know, especially Phoenix. I think it's a filthy, nasty city. I'd had enough of it. So, but that's just me.
I'm glad you guys all come on and talk about your experiences and share what you know, because we need it for certain. Just keep it going.
Oh, you're leaving?
Me? No.
Oh, I
I
thought you
was
said I
actually
gotta
going to
get
ask you,
going.
do you have any medical experiences that opened your eyes to what we call allopathic medicine being damaging to your life?
No, here's the thing that I try to explain to people on my YouTube channel, and I'm trying to look for that John Lloyd's channel, because you can't click in anymore. They don't let you do that anymore in the side chat. So if somebody can get me the link to his channel. But answering to what you just said, I even try to explain this in my YouTube channel. Look, yeah, I do have some education. I actually went through it. However, a lot of the information I'm giving you has nothing to do with what I was taught in tech college. I just research it. I'm a researcher. That's what I do. Now, and I probably shouldn't be saying this either, but I really don't have anything to hide there. That's, I'm pretty much an open book with that anyway. What was I going to say? I pretty much tell you how I do things, and you can do it too. Now, as far as what you're asking, I'll have to look into it. What I can tell you from firsthand experience, maybe. I feel great. I still exercise, work out. I'm not bad for an old guy. But
well, I mean, family-wise, even in your family, have you watched anything like that?
Not really. I mean, well, no, maybe I have. I'm trying to make sure to help detoxify from all the shots I had in the military. And I haven't been in since 91. We're talking 29 years now. But my dad, he died of cancer May 16th of 2017. And he was getting senile. He wasn't the bank owner that he used to be, Well, he had been retired for 20 years anyway. But he was doing fine, was normal, and he took, was prescribed a certain amount of medication, and I'd have to ask my mother again what it was, but it made him loopy. He didn't know he was up where he was there for a little while, and he he never made a full comeback. He got a little better, but I mean, I could tell, this man is senile. Because he was doing stupid, loopy things that I've seen in the nursing facilities. But so I guess I've seen. Is that what you're asking, or do I need you to explain that
Well,
more?
well, no, it's just, like, for example, my grandfather died of cancer. He had lung and liver cancer. He looked like himself, but he had a cough. And they
Yeah.
found the lung had mets to the liver. And he went through radiation and it killed him. Like, boom, dead. He could have smoked for another 10 years probably and let the cancer go and, live longer if he changed his diet and did some other things. But he had that radiation and I watched him die before my eyes. And I just was like, this is, and then in the medical profession, you start to look into what do these things actually do. And then you see medical mistakes. My grandfather got insulin, and my aunt, his daughters, my mom and aunts, were very angry that the nurse had fucked up. And I said, listen, it was in a city, I said, it's a busy hospital. I said, as long as he's okay and they pay attention to it and they've told you it's all right, and just trying to calm. But if they didn't have me there, I don't even want to think of how it would have went down. These nurses were stressed, but there were some that helped us. The doctor actually told my grandfather, you're dying. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. This is what it is. The thing was, if I had known better, they said he couldn't go home because he had pneumonia. And that's a bunch of bullshit. If he goes home on hospice, he could have done that, like now I know, but I didn't know then. And it was hard for me to watch people in my mom's best friend had lupus. Another friend, she died. And then, I watched, just friends of my mom, like people around us had health problems. And then I went into the medical profession and then I had health problems and they weren't offering me an answer. I had to cure it myself. And when I cured it myself, because I studied the digestive system and all that sort of stuff outside, it's like they teach us on a need to know basis. The nurses need to know this, the doctors need to know this, LNAs need to know this, surgeons need to know this. Here's the thing, we should all know basically the same stuff because we're all the eyes for each other. So if a surgeon does surgery and they come out, how the hell can I tell unless I know what to look for because of what you did and put that into framework of pathophysiology?
I'm not laughing at you, Renee. I'm just,
Yeah,
but
I
you do
assume.
understand that you've got these higher up people who they're the elite, they're the best of the best of cream, they're eugenicists, they're the cream of the crop, or so they think. And you and I don't have the right to be here. And if we do, we're their pathetic little peasant slaves, the ones that they do.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
so they're not going to let us know anything. But what I do, I think what gives me a little more authority, not that I'm a big channel, I think I might have only around 500 subbers, but what gives me a little more oomph when I talk about something is that I have medical training. Okay, I have an education in it. It's like, that's harder. I mean, people do. They still wail on me, make stupid videos, but again, it's like I tell you people, most of the stuff that I do, the one thing that I've done twice that I can legitimately say that I had in it training in was how to properly wash your hands adequately. In fact, the second time I did it, I went to extremes and rubbed my hands thoroughly in the mulch box, if you know what that is. I had to have my wife, and we recorded the whole thing. It was a pre-recorded video, and I had to have her open the doors and everything. I didn't want to be handling anything, and so that I did. But we're kind of on our own with Elohim here. I don't know what your beliefs are, Renee, but we got each other hopefully to support, like on the panel and the side chat for that matter. And we're to sit there and want to expect these surgeons and who are in, who are really sucked into the system themselves, and that it's pretty much up to us to get the answers here and to look to the Lord, I guess is how I would say.
And I'm not a religious person at all. Actually, I was an altar girl. So I'm from a huge Catholic family and I was an altar girl. And I was only mad about that because I wanted to carry the cross, and only the boys could carry the cross. I'm still mad about that to the day. Like, it was always, oh, you can't carry the cross. The boys only do that. I'm like, ah. But it was interesting to do all that with the priest and things, and get communion ready and things like that. So I was raised that, but it never resonated with me. However, I'm more open to the stuff around it that they weren't telling me at the time. I've never been an atheist. I've always believed there is a God because it just makes sense with all, even my scientific knowledge, right? It just makes sense that there's a God. And I went back, and when I started learning about Pizzagate on YouTube was kind of
Yeah.
the first, is when I was submerged back into religion, and I said, whoa, like I'm spiritual but not really religious, and if they believe this, then other things have got to be true. Doesn't, as far as, maybe we don't have to believe it because they believe it, but it doesn't matter. Is if the whole world is functioning on this particular plane, and the Bible, etc., is going against that, and so I don't associate with the Bible with Christianity per se, but in that book it tells us there's a medical reason for the things that are said in the Bible. Everything we need is on this planet. So as someone who's being
Yeah.
truly objective, and I can see where there is truth in the Bible and the things that go on in the Bible.
Well,
So, and
you're right
I'm
on
saying
that.
I'm not biased. I'm not someone who's like, no, I don't have a religious preference, and I've taken religion classes, but there are some very significant truths in the Bible.
Well,
As
that's
far as our health, right? You know that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
that's where I'm backing you up, and that's what I explain in my videos because I'm Torah observant in the Messiah, Yeshua or Jesus. He was Torah. He was Torah in the living flesh. And what I do is I get into, because you have to modernize things. Okay, I as a husband and a dad and running this homestead, I don't have time to sit outside the camp and get clean for 7 days. So you modernize it. You explain the hand washing, the teeth brushing, the shower, the showering, bathing, blah blah blah. And I try to break it down in my videos when I do that.
But isn't there
Um,
some significance really beyond that? It's honoring your body. It's about, because I
yes,
might not wash my hands for 3 minutes, but I know how to be clean, and that it affects things around me being clean, and vice versa, right? And it's about
right.
honoring your body more than you need to
Well, it
wash your hands
is, but it's
for
also
3.5 minutes.
common sense because if you look into the history of what the Israelites when they were in the wilderness with
Hmm.
Moses, and then too, and with Joshua when they went into Canaan and basically converted it into Israel of that time. Um, there were nations, surrounding nations, that were filthy, nasty, disease ridden. They had germs and diseases all over. They were irrigating themselves out of existence. They didn't seem to have the common sense about much of anything or the knowledge. So
Can I
yeah, I
ask
try
you an
to.
offensive question?
Yeah, sure, sure.
Because you're talking about Judaism to a degree, right? The Torah and things like that. And there's a
No,
huge.
actually, I'm not. But okay.
You're not. Okay, no. Well, elaborate, or my question might be irrelevant.
Well, if you're talking Judaism, you're talking some more specifics. I am a literal scripturalist. I reject most of the rabbinical writings in the Talmuds and stuff. Because
Which ones
Judaism
do you
gets
adhere
into
to,
that.
or that you believe in?
What do you mean? As in Judaism or as in the rabbinical writings?
No,
Because
which writings do you believe in?
well, it
Ascribe
depends.
to.
Okay, like the Babylonian Talmud has 63 tractates. It's a very voluminous read, trust me. But I don't study it either. I can't just sit here and quote because I really can't stand it. Does it have some good advice and commentary here and there? Sure, it does. But for the most part, it's evil and wicked. In my eyes, you also
You could
got, like,
say that
say,
about the Temple of Set. The Temple of Set's principles are pretty cool, and then some of it's
mhm,
pretty evil and wicked.
right. But you've also
Yeah.
got, like, another one would be the voluminous set, although not as voluminous, would be the Shulchan Aruch, which is Jewish code of law. I actually made a video. I'd have to look down in the archives, but it's probably almost 2 years ago, with this silly, stupid rule, that they have about when you're defecating or urinating. I just think it's plain retarded. And don't you have better things to do? It gives good advice in Deuteronomy 23, I think, in verses 13. And let me look. Hold on. It gives you good advice just on how to deal with it, and that's it. You don't need any more. Let's make sure. Yeah, Devarim, as we say in Hebrew, chapter 23, verses 13 and 14, it reads, "And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon, and it shall be when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith, and shalt turn back and cover that which cometh from thee." Okay, cover your poop. And, you think about it today, it's good fertilizer. We use it in our gardens and stuff. Verse 14, "Yet that Elohim walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee and to give up thine enemies before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in thee and turn away from thee." Now, what the Shulchan Aruch gets into with 4:6 is, because I do remember this specifically, is how you're supposed to think while you're actually taking a dump, for crying out loud. It's like, hey, we have more important matters than that. And, like it tells you not to think about anything holy or pray like that, but at the same time, don't think about anything vile. Think about something normal like financial matters. And I'm like, dude, really? I don't think God cares.
That makes sense, though. It makes sense.
Well, okay, but if
not-
I'm sitting on the pot and I'm praying, I think Elohim will honor that. I mean, they're telling you not to do it, but they have no
But it's
back.
not really the place to be praying. I mean, because if you think about it, your natural instinct when you're going to the bathroom is not going to be praying. You're probably thinking about other things. I know guys take forever on the toilet, but it doesn't.
Women
it
take
doesn't-
longer, actually, but okay.
Yeah,
They
well,
do.
guys, women take longer.
That's my experience from what I've seen, because I've done janitorial work and had to clean up women's restrooms, and I've always had to wait longer. I put the do not enter sign, and I'd stand right there, and then, but it's still, I'd have to wait until everybody was out. I've always had an easier time with the men getting out than I have with the women, but that's just me.
Well, it's probably the after, the makeup and all that crap that they're doing. The
Well,
beautification
yeah,
process.
I'm not even going to get into what I've had to clean there, Renee. All I'm saying,
I
though,
can imagine.
look, I don't think it's a matter of your salvation if you're just sitting on the
No,
pot
but is it?
thinking
I mean,
about
you
normal
don't.
things, or
Don't
if you're
you think
praying.
it's kind of insulting if you were thinking about God while you were naturally you wouldn't. I
No,
would think. Yeah, but
I
you
don't.
don't think that?
No.
Why
No,
would
look,
it come into your mind on the toilet?
I'm
though?
being a pragmatist for starters. We have more important things to worry about than what somebody is thinking while they're taking a leak or taking a dump.
I'm not
Frankly,
talking about crossing your mind. I think what they're talking about is almost like
no.
desecrating his
That
image
may
or
be a part of
God
it, but
by
see, again, with my Jewish
focusing
people,
on
you
it.
got to understand my ancestors, especially, they got themselves in big trouble going against the instructions, the Torah, and doing it otherwise. And also, if you've ever heard of this word, I will type it in to the regular side chat. Believe it or not, change. Sure, I don't mistype here. Or negate scriptural. Oops, hold on. I hate doing typos. Yep. Let's change that one.
Well,
So,
it's interesting. That's why I
Right
love
here.
people's perspectives of this because
well, Takano. Do you see it in the side chat?
okay.
Okay, I'll take a look at my most recent video, John Lloyd. I'll sub to you then. Could you sub to me too, please? Takano. It's the authority to change or negate scriptural law, and that's what these rabbis think they have the authority to do. That God gave them the option to where they have authority over Him, and if they make a decision, God's allowed to consult with them. But at the end of the day, he has to do as the rabbis say, and there's no arguing that's ridiculous. So
And
if
Len,
I'm
do you remember if these things are written by men too, and could something have happened where their perspectives were written in these books because of something happening that maybe isn't documented or is documented
that would be
separately?
something you or I, or both of us, or and a lot of other people would have to look more into the history and the ancient manuscripts then, because, do I question the Torah in and of itself? No, I wouldn't dare. Do I question this King James of it? Absolutely.
Of course, yes.
Yeah,
when
I do.
when I
But
took my religious class and they said the Council of Nicaea happened, I said, how can anyone believe the Bible? They just, I mean, and the Vatican is holding how many books and manuscripts and that you can't access? How can you believe this
yeah.
tiny little book? There's so much more. What are they not telling us? And what they're not telling us is what they're putting into practice on everybody right now.
Well, again, you're bringing up some points. It's just, well, that's small. Here, let me show them. That's a mini micro.
It's gonna be a mini
Ceramic egg.
micro.
Here, let's get on StreamYard. Make sure I'm showing them. That is one small ceramic chicken egg.
It's a mini micro, anywhere between 4 to 5 ounces.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the subject at hand.
It's very cute. It makes it for a tiny egg sandwich.
Yeah, but I for starters, you got to understand too, and some of my Jewish counterparts, especially the Orthodox, the Hasidic, the Sephardic,
Watch.
they have this belief that don't start getting smart.
She's not washing them with soap.
They can hear everything. Do it the way you're supposed to do it. This is anyway. What was I just saying, Renee? Oh,
The different
saying
sects
that-
of Judaism.
yeah, they have this one common thing between them. Not with the Karaites, but with the Orthodox, Sephardic, Hasidic, that you cannot have any interpretation without the rabbis. And you know what my comment is? I've been doing this for a very long time. I've studied, I've taken some classes, I know the Hebrew pretty well. So frankly, I'm just as intelligent as most of them, if not more so. So if they can have an opinion, why can't I too? That's just, and I have other things to do than take their instruction on how to take a dump. I'm 51 years old. I don't, my potty training days were over a long time ago, frankly. So
And that's where
not,
the cult thing. Yeah. It makes sense where you're getting at. And I'm exploring the philosophical implications or what they're trying to convey. Because I don't know. These, religious texts seem to be
Well,
some
my
sort of
people-
interpretation.
my people are complicated, and I try to be careful. I'm probably getting, I don't know if I'm getting more than I should, because you don't know who's listening, and I could be throwing my pearls to swine. Somebody who's not even typing in, for all I know, if you look at Matthew 7:6, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's just, the Catholics, the church, well, Constantine was really bad. The church fathers were really bad. The Roman Catholic Church, when it finally got really grounded and established after the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215, were really bad. Don't get me wrong. But who else started this? Well, my people. Look at, who started manipulating things. Now I'm looking for this guy. I don't see him. He said
Yeah,
he did it under my
Constantine, when he
most
combined
recent
with the
video.
Romans, that was all bad news.
Well, I'm just saying though, but we got ourselves, and they were an empire that was to be a light unto the nations. And I'm not going to get into all the screw ups there. But it happened over time, and now it's moved on to the Gentiles, to put it short. But you look at this, how Jeremiah the prophet, Yirmiyahu, we call him, he was confronting this. You look at Jeremiah 8:8. How do we say we are wise? And the instruction or the law, the Torah of Yed-Heh-Vav is with us. Lo, certainly in vain made he it. The pen of the scribe is in vain. I could read most of the verses in Ezekiel chapter 13, how they screwed that up. But Yeshua, Jesus had to confront this. To give you an example, hold on a second, let me get to it. Here we are. Isaiah, Yeshayahu chapter 29, verse 13. Wherefore the master said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouth, and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear toward me is taught by the precept of men. And all you have to do is go into the Gospel of Matthew 15, verses 7 and 8. Yeshua was livid about this stuff right here. Ye hypocrites, well did Isaiah prophesy of you, saying, this people draweth nigh unto me with their mouth, and honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. But in verse 9, but in vain do they worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. He was having to confront this. And I'm still not finding where John Lloyd put his thing under my most recent video. I don't know. I'm trying to find John Lloyd's channel
You're
here.
a wealth of knowledge. So what I was kind of getting to is, you know, there's pockets on here very anti-Semitic, and
Yeah.
you know, we talk about Hitler. I shouldn't say we, they do. They argue about it, and I've heard arguments against and for, and things like that. And what's really, you know, with history, what's real, and the best conclusion I could come to, that I cannot prove, but that, you know, they tried to get rid of the people that were the true disciples of God. Why would
Well, they
they
can't.
want to keep them
That's
around?
Yeah, Hitler failed because that's in scripture. Nobody's going to do it. And what Hitler did is a picnic compared to what's going to happen during the tribulation.
And what do
And
you
if you
think
read
about the
Zechariah
Babylonians
chapter
and
12,
Canaanites? Like, and then your thought with that, with true Semitic people, and how that intersects. That's where I'm struggling still, because, you know, a lot of people want to
well,
label all people this, you know, Canaanite, Babylonian, but from what I've gathered in my readings is that they were forced to choose a religion, and they chose Judaism, and now they're masquerading as the true Jews while exterminating the real Jews, and the people.
well, some of that's true, but some of it's not.
Yeah, and so I'm asking you, what
Some of
is
it's true, but
your
some of it's not.
perception on that?
Well, for starters, if you don't have Yeshua or Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you're a phony baloney anyway. That's just the way it is. I don't care if you have Levitical chronology like I do. It's just that simple to me. You know, an inward Jew, an outward Jew, you go to Romans for that.
And what is the
Where
ultimate
Paul
proof, really
talks
quickly,
about
that
that.
Jesus is our Savior? What would you say? What is the ultimate proof that Jesus is our Savior?
Because he fulfilled Messiah ben Joseph, he fulfilled his ministry and did what Isaiah 53 said he was going to do. What it reads that he was going to do, and he did that. He hasn't come down yet as Messiah ben David, ruling with a scepter of iron, you know, yet. So some of the Messiah ben David, or I'm sorry, the Messiah ben Joseph, the earthly ministry has been fulfilled. And people who try to deny that, like again, my Jewish counterparts, it's ridiculous how they interpret Isaiah 53. It really is. I guess I'm just not finding John Lloyd's channel. And my latest video is how to interpret authority. So
I hope to be able to find you. I'd like to watch some of your stuff. You know, because I've read up on religions, and I'm still undecided. As far as I believe it's the root of a lot of our history, right? I remember drawing Mesopotamia as a fourth grader. Third grader.
Oh,
I
here
think
we
it was.
are. I found John's stuff. I found his stuff because I looked under the bell. Okay.
But we don't
It's
talk
not
about
showing up.
Mesopotamia anymore in the way it should be talked about. We don't, you know, that's where religion classes should have been taught, is not in catechism so much as I want relation to the history of our, where we came from. I was talking to a friend the other day, and he's like, well, we came from primordial soup. And he talked about an impersonal God. And like I said, I'm not religious, and I'm not new age spiritual or anything, but this is like a quantum theory. And my issue with that was when, and I didn't really get an answer for this. These people that have near death experiences that, or meditate and feel near complete peace, if there is an impersonal God, why would there be peace? There should be nothing, because he doesn't care, because he's impersonal, right? So to me,
Right.
that, and that's only my
Well, that
philosophical beliefs. You know, if there's
some
peace,
people
it
are
means
like
he
that. They're
cares. He
some people
cares,
are like
right?
deists. Some people are like that. They believe in being a deist, like George Washington actually was too. So
Oh, the 13 colonies never existed. Now that I've read more into how we became to being, that was a lie. It was all a lie.
wow.
I'm so mad. And so John asked me
Well,
about
if you want,
Nicaragua. I'm not there
okay,
yet, but
I
anything
just
the
subbed.
government tells me, I guess I assume is a lie. And that's where
I
I'm
just
at.
I just subbed to John Lloyd. If you want, though, Renee, hold on a second. Let me get rid of a couple of windows here.
I would have to, if you guys could put links in the channel, because, you know, I can't hit avatar and sub anymore.
I don't have a hat though, or a wrench though, or maybe I can give it to you on the side chat.
Yeah,
It's called
I can get it from there.
Messianic Truth Live, but I'll just type my YouTube name Levite Khan, and it'll still come up for you. Let me get
Perfect.
back on screen here.
I appreciate it because
directly.
Aaron
Here we
talks
are.
about a lot, Jesus a lot, and that's how I met Holly. And I'm, I'm more of a open spiritualist in that I don't believe in quantum or technology. I don't. I think that, and at least exemplifying Jesus's traits, the things that he wanted us to be. As long as we do that, I have no problem standing in front of him and saying, I wasn't the perfect believer, but I followed in your footsteps, Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, no, you're fine. I'm just, hopefully you got, I typed it into our private chat. I could
Thank
do
you.
it
I'll
in
check.
the side chat. All they have to do is type it as Levite Con or Messianic Truth Live. Either way, it'll come up. That's my point.
Perfect.
And the
Thank you.
reason why I want more subbers and I want more views, and not because of me. It has nothing to do with my ego. It has to do with the more people sub and give me and watch and give me thumbs up and down, the more it gets out there. That's my only point.
Exactly. And I share videos on my Facebook to try to red pill, quote unquote, my friends. It's very frustrating for me to be in the medical field and listen to people talking about masks and propaganda.
Oh yeah. See, that's another thing I pointed out to them. We may have learned this. It wasn't a focus when I was even in the classroom with my with our RN instructor, but I don't think we did go over it. But I mean, again, you can just find this out on your own. You wear those ridiculous. I mean, you can get the right mask, but for one thing, it's not going to stop a virus if that's what's going around. You can't stop that unless if you have some kind of a special mask and maybe an O2 tank on your back, then maybe. But you have to take it off sometime too.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work for
but
the
the thing
simple
is,
fact that constricting yourself in that way for that amount of time is unhealthy.
But
Period.
regular masks that those people wear, your carbon dioxide is supposed to come out when you exhale and you breathe in oxygen, but they can't. They can't do it as efficiently, and the carbon dioxide comes back in, and people are getting headaches and they're getting sick over this silliness. It's just stupid, is what it is.
Yeah, and it's dry, hot air. People in hospitals and nursing homes cannot understand what you're saying because they read lips to help them because they're getting deaf, right? They can't. I've had patients tell me, take your mask off, because they don't understand and they can't. They don't understand why we're all wearing it. They can't hear us. It's distressing on so many levels for them. I mean, the government, they know, but people are refusing to acknowledge the damage they're doing emotionally and mentally to these people. It's like Tavistock freaking 10.0 on the entire globe. It makes me sick.
Yeah, I never wear a mask except there was one time I absolutely had to go into the DMV. So I did. I wear it. My wife was filling out paperwork and this and that, and I needed to come in and sign something. Turn that down. I had to come in and sign something, so I had my camouflage mask on for less than 5 minutes, I think. But basically, I never wear a mask. I just look. Either Elohim's going to protect me, and I'm going to get through this, or if he wants to take me home, I will. He'll take me home. I'll get sick and die, I suppose. That's just kind of how I look at it, But
we don't talk about health anymore. We don't talk about promoting health. And listen, I have a book from 1956 that talks about IV vitamin C, and they outlawed that within the last 10 years, at least within the last 5, I want to say. And just recently we're trying it again because it cures the flu. Vitamin C, because the science is your cells use vitamin C at a higher rate when you're, ill. So you have to have your cells full of it ready to go, but you pee it out because it's a water soluble vitamin. Why aren't these things comprehensive and explained? It's always a convoluted mess where everybody has to research everything. And I'm lucky I grew up in a family where they taught me naturopathic methods. And the other thing that I'll say is I've been to a naturopath who prescribed as many supplements as a doctor. So be careful of both. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, it's 2,000 milligrams of granules with a tablespoon. I don't waste any time when I'm swallowing it with water or milk because it doesn't taste very good. But yeah, there's still ways you can do it. And there's people that take more than that.
My friend from France, whose mother was Japanese, said we're crazy. He's like, you Americans are always taking vitamins. He goes, you need to eat the foods to get
Yes.
the minerals and nutrients out of it. So he's like, if you need vitamin C, you need to eat a kiwi and an orange. You guys got to stop taking pills. Your body becomes dependent on them. And he told me this 15 years ago.
Mhm.
And he was a kid. He was younger than me. I mean, he was like 20 years old, and I was 26 when we were having this discussion.
Mhm.
They know. They know. And they're just making it illegal. That's why naturopathic and supplements are restricted so heavily by the FDA, whereas pharmaceuticals are restricted more heavily in Europe, but vitamins and supplements are not. And their
Mhm.
food is grown much more healthier than ours is.
Yeah. Well, we're with our garden out here. We're doing everything natural, organic, and whatever. So, and two, they were doing it because in the future, if they have the so-called the second wave of the pandemic, of this hoax, then from what I'm seeing now in my research too, and farmers are admitting it, they're getting paid, and still they're getting forced, and yet being paid where they're destroying hundreds to thousands of acres of the crops, and throwing and dumping many hundreds of thousands of gallons of milk, and it's like, hey, that'll make the shelves, the grocery store shelves empty real quick. And even
If
when
you
they
look
do
at the
have,
depression, right? Same thing. Food prices went up.
yeah, and then when they do have them on the shelves, it's going to be sky high. It's like, hey, I'm not going to let my family starve if I can help it. Is my
Can
plan.
I say something? One thing I
Sure.
noticed is in the very beginning of all this nightmare, pork producers were having issues. Pork is one of the cheapest meats that a lot of low income families can buy. So when things
Mhm.
like that and turkey, separate turkey breasts get like reduced, and chicken, I mean, you're starting to get into the higher, plus raising the prices because of what they're saying. They can't have as many workers working on the farm because of the COVID. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm so frustrated with people who can't see what they're doing to us. And they're like, it's for safety. And it's not safety. It is a complete ruse,
No.
because at the very least, if it was virulent and lab created, then why are why are they manufacturing the data?
Well, like I said, we have our own chickens and quail. We don't have to buy any eggs out there anymore. We're getting close, but we still have to buy a little milk yet, but we're getting close, especially when we get that next goat I've been making payments on. We can't get her till the middle of June anyway, because she's near a couple of kids she's nursing. So we're trying to get ourselves that way to where we don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. Now, as far as pork, I don't eat pork.
I know,
We
but poor people do. Poor
Yeah,
people
I know.
buy
Well,
that.
we're poor. Oh, Renee,
Yeah.
don't think we're poor too. I just want
But
to
I
make that
mean,
clear.
people on Medicaid, the people who don't know any better, the people who get their vaccines every year and can't afford steaks, but they'll buy pork. It's those people who don't
Hmm.
know any better. It's not the well-informed people, you
Right.
know? Yeah. And that's what I was saying. I was like, it's so funny because pork is the cheapest you can buy. And that's the one thing that was suffering first. And this old guy was on Marcus Conti. He's kind of, he's good. I like him, but you know how people are on here, whatever. But he was talking to a 93-year-old guy who was talking about how whenever the economy dumps because they're fucking up, because they're poor money managers of our
Yeah.
money, that they bring about a war to kill off a bunch of people, and at the same time create revenue for themselves and everybody else. So it seems like we have more money, but it's a double duty, killing off people they don't want and building money, because defense contractors that have already been in the military get the priority for the grants from the military instead of regular people who haven't been in the military.
Hmm.
So they're all supporting each other. It's so scandalous. And one way I wanted to talk about Holly in this is all the people, you guys have experienced this manipulation and subversion privately. I wonder how you guys feel watching it play out publicly to the entire fucking globe right now, or flat earth, whatever.
Well, I'm a
How,
round earther. I just want to let people know that if you want to believe the Earth is flat, I'm fine with it. Just don't try to say it's a matter of my salvation, because it's not. I don't preach to people that if you don't believe round earth, you're not in salvation, because that would be wrong. But I'm not a flat earther is my point only. It's right in our faces, and it's even hit us hard in the sense of reality, you know? I mean, it's hard to accept, it's hard to deal with, it's hard to absorb, but I've seen it coming for a while. Okay.
And that's what I mean. That's why I think we're waking up, because you guys and Holly has lived this secretly. And now it's being played out on the world stage. And actual regular people are starting to see. I saw the change in my Facebook feed from paranoid about the coronavirus to what the fuck is going on here. I was so happy. I was really happy to see that change. And so it's that abuse, that manipulation, the psychological torment they've been doing privately and publicly for so long, but the people in the public didn't get it. And I think this is, you know, every time
Almost
they
don't.
think they're going to take advantage of us, some of us,
Yeah.
hopefully a lot of us, start to see, oh, you're a lying sack of shit.
Well, most
Instead of
don't. Most are
getting
not
better.
going to wake up. You do realize that, right?
I know. Yes, I
Okay.
do know. But yeah.
Okay, look, I've gotten in arguments with and on another chat site too. And there's a lot, you know, in the Christian section, for example, and a lot of here's how stupid one guy got with me in a room. And I don't care. What kind of aggravated me about it is when he was on the mic, I knew he was going to do a hit and run, and, you know, and he did. He signed off. You know, I saw him on that chat site the next day, but it made it clear to him that he has nothing to say that I want to listen to when he pulls a cowardly little stunt like that. But what he compared me to not wearing a mask was, you might as well just get in your car and drive drunk. It's the same thing as not wearing a mask. And I'm like, dude, you've got to be kidding me. Are you really that dense?
That's a straw man fallacy.
Oh, of course it is.
This is,
Of
you
course
know,
it is.
here's the thing. If your vaccines work, then you should be protected from everybody. And if they looked into herd immunity when they cry that excuse, herd immunity is only caused by all of us being in public together. And what that means is we're all
Yeah.
exposed to it. Some of us get sick, some of us doesn't. The
Well,
second
some are
wave
meant.
is because everyone's been isolated. We have cluster infections, and now we're going to have a second
Yeah.
wave because everyone's going in public again.
Some are meant. Look, I hate to say this, but with whether it's influenza, whether it's a car accident, whether it's COVID-19, some are meant to get sick and die. Some are meant to get sick and recover. It's just the way it is. You got the bubonic, the Black Plague. You've got the Spanish flu from 1918. It's just the way that it is. Period.
Well, you got
And
the
I know-
bubonic plague. I've been to Scotland. I went there. I know what happened there. I saw the city that was buried over. They were throwing their excrement into canals in between the houses, and they were very close
Yeah.
together, and their water supply was
Yeah.
near that. Of
Ignorance.
course it spread.
It was
Yeah,
ignorance
and
and spreading the
sanitation was
germs.
huge.
And that's another thing we could get into with this nation. It was this crazy medical doctor that was at a hospital, and he read the old. I mean, he ended up going nuts himself and dying as well. He kind of went cuckoo there, but would be after they fired him out of that hospital. And I'd have to get his information again. I did a video or two on him, and what he did is he read the Old Testament, and he saw the cleaning laws or instructions, and he required his doctors and interns to wash with a simple solution of warm water, soap, and some kind of solution before they went into the maternity ward, for crying out loud. You know, it's like, and he did for a while. They had two wards actually in that hospital. The other one with the midwives, they were actually cleaner anyway. Not that they were that much to brag about, but they were better because the doctor back then would go ahead and mess with a cadaver or mess with a diseased person and then go on to the maternity ward and start checking out a woman's parts and not have washed his hands. I mean, now when he started making them do that, they went down, their infant deaths were about 10% of what they originally were. Hey, girl. Petting one of our dogs here. But they ended up being 10% of the deaths that they were originally having. So it was an immense improvement in that. But why is your
I
caller
was
not on?
talking to a surgeon once, and he had a book on one of the first surgeons ever, and the guy was high on cocaine constantly. He was a hot mess. That was one of the first surgeons ever to be practicing. It was a lot of experimentation on people where they died They did experimentation on people till they found out that fluid resuscitation actually helped. That's why the first thing when you're sick, they will hang an IV bag, because if you don't have enough fluid, it doesn't matter what they do
Yeah.
to you. You know, and this
Mhm.
went through a trial and error period. Think of all the abuse in our past generations, from wars, religious conflicts, cultural conflicts, and then trying to heal each other, and then Rockefeller medicine coming in and messing everything up. It's a dirty, dirty web, and it all connects to the military and everything in Hollywood. It's all connected.
Yeah, it is. Well, again, we have to pray and learn how the Creator wants us to serve and worship Him. And the best way to do that is by reading your Bibles, plain and simple, and not just reading certain parts of it either. Start in Genesis 1:1 and go on down. So, again, we can do a repentance thing like Nineveh. I truly believe that. Will we? Well, that's dubious. So,
And I also feel, I want to say that the Spirit of God is in us, even though I might not read the Bible or ascribe to a religion. There is something deeply divine about your purpose. Instead of becoming blocked off to it, if you divinely realize your purpose and fulfill that, I think that you're protected. I think if you have good intentions, you're protected. I have found that in my own life. Even though I've been threatened or attacked, the fact that I generally I'm a nice person and I don't harm anyone. We're not perfect, right? We all sin and, have not been the best or been
right, if
emotional.
you have
But
Christ
when
or
you
the
when you
Mashiach,
when you do the best
then
you can, I think that harm doesn't necessarily come to you, as long as you're really trying to be fully aware too. You have to be aware of your surroundings. It's complicated, I think, and it takes a lot, but I think if you're coming from a place of good, generally you're protected. That's what I found in my own experience, in my opinion.
well, if you're in the Messiah, Yeshua, Christ, the Mashiach, He's perfect in you, but you still have your imperfect flesh to deal with that. A good scripture to go to would be to read Romans chapter 7 with that to understand it a little better. So,
I will.
and
I
we'll,
mean, I'd like to read more. I started to read the Bible when I was 13 and I stopped for some reason. I dropped out. Like I said, I was an altar girl and I dropped out before I got confirmed because I just didn't agree with it. And I felt very strongly the story they were telling me wasn't true about Jesus and all that. What I would gather personally for myself about Jesus is that he was an enlightened person who was doing the same sort of things that we're doing. And maybe he was able to do it better with some extra help, whether it was from God or whatever, his divine presence. But either way, exemplifying him, I think, is the most important thing we can do. But also, that guilt of religion forgets to tell you to take care of yourself, that you're not to sacrifice yourself for other people, especially because it generally will come at the hands of those that would take advantage of you. Does the Bible talk about that at all? I'm just curious.
say that again.
That it's important to take care of yourself and love yourself.
Well, not in those exact words, but yeah, basically.
Yeah, because that there are people who will take advantage of your good nature.
Well, you got to be wise as a serpent and as harmless as a dove. That might help a little bit to explain it. That's in the scriptures. So, are you hearing me?
Yes, I am.
Hello? Oh, okay. I thought because I'm actually not directly. I am obviously I'm on StreamYard, but I'm actually in my YouTube area here. And YouTube thing I'm a few seconds behind on. So anyway,
I just found a lot of the stuff that was in the Bible valuable when I started looking back into it, being that I walked away from the church. But then when I went back and I saw that they had advice that medically translated to our current events and the things that they say about men and women and how to have a marriage and all the yes, but they don't explain why for the layman, for the kid who gets the Bible shoved in the face.
Look, Renee,
right? They
you've
need
got
someone to explain it, right?
no. You look here. My suggestion to you is rather than depend on any assembly or congregation, or as you call it, a church. The best thing you can do is just get into the Bible yourself.
And that's
That
what I
yeah,
was saying.
yeah.
Is it's shoved in their face without any context. There's a reason why you're not supposed to have sex before marriage. There's a reason, but they don't say it's because you share your spirituality with somebody else and that you have a constant link to that person. It could be detrimental. Plus the risk of pregnancy, and this, communion means something so important and can affect you after the fact, whether you want to or not, spiritually. And if
Mhm.
people knew that and explained that, it would give credence for the advice. But instead, they're just like, they say this one thing, and then the media plays it out like, oh, they're telling women to not exercise their sexual freedom because they're oppressed. No, that's not what it is. They twist it. And that's the manipulation we've been living in for such a long time, I feel.
Well, that's my only suggestion. Do you have a Bible at home now, Renee?
I don't know.
Are you able to go to a store that lets you in, or do they have the stores closed like a Christian bookstore?
Oh no, I could get one, but my issue has been I want an unabridged kind of, not King James Bible, and
Okay, that's fine. You can
yeah.
get one. Can I recommend you to get something?
Yeah, which version?
I don't normally recommend this, but it is actually pretty good. It's a New American Standard Bible or New American Standard Version, depending on whether you want to put the B or the V at the end for the abbreviation. And you can get one of them without any commentary in it. Ask them specifically, I don't want it, or tell them specifically that you don't want any commentary in it.
Well, I read the Bible when I was a kid, doing the altar thing, and there was no commentary. But again, like I said, so much has been cut out. And here's my other issue that I'm really struggling with, Len,
What's been
is
cut
I'm
out?
looking.
I don't get what you mean.
Well, it's the Nicene Council. I don't know about the American Standard, but I mean the King James, like the Bibles have been cut out. And I was trying to find the other books because I heard there were 12 or 13 other books that went along with the Bible that have been.
No, okay, I can explain that.
Yeah.
You're talking the Apocrypha. It's there to read. It's okay if you want to read it, but it's not inspired.
Validated.
In other words, it's not God breathed. Okay, it's just kind of like a historical thing, and some of that is questionable. The 66 books. I do. I've read other books outside the 66 book canon. I have an 81 book Bible called the Sefer Bible. But at the end of the day, this 66 book is fine. You got more than what you need for salvation. I would get a New American Standard Bible if I were you, but that's up to you. So.
No, I mean, I wish I had the time to read all religions' texts, because I don't believe anybody that is interpreting them. And because I've said, even with science and experiments and research, it's manipulated. So I don't trust anything
Well,
written by man. I really
again,
don't.
yeah, you're going to have to. I'd have to ask you to substantiate your assertion. What I'm telling you is, if it's manipulated somewhere, can you show me where and prove it?
If what is manipulated?
Anything in here?
Say that again. I'm sorry. Anything I what?
If anything is manipulated in here, I'd
In
like
that
you to
book?
point it out to me. Yeah.
The American Standard Bible?
Well, the New American, they're out of print. Maybe you can find one at somewhere else, an American Standard Bible from 1901. I would just recommend
Okay,
right
an
now
old one. It's an old one.
the
Okay.
New American Standard Bible. If you could, because too, the Hebraic thinking is a little bit different than what Western-minded Americans are used to. It's totally different. You're looking at a Middle Eastern book, frankly.
I'm interested because I don't know all the texts. So yeah, that's why I look into the
Okay.
other texts and the Apocrypha. Because if you're dealing with man, when I associate man with religious texts, man is fallible, and I don't believe him. And so while I may consider the ideas presented, I will always understand that he's generally probably coming from a bias. And I want to read all of the texts surrounding that idea or that story so that the similarities start to make sense and things like that. just
Well, if you can
because
get
man
you,
is so fallible,
if you
right?
can get yourself a Bible, even if it's not the New American Standard or the King James, if you can get yourself a Bible, and if you have questions, you can feel free to ask me. I'm not omniscient. I don't know everything, but I can probably try to help you with some of that. But you
Yeah,
really
and
need
that's why I'm
to read
very
it.
open that I haven't
Put
read
it this way.
but I need
I'll,
to.
see, I know you're not into apologetics. I get that. Okay, that's fine. But you gotta. I am. Now I don't on a regular basis anyway. I don't manipulate or I don't debate Muslims. But when I do, and I say something is wrong, that they got something that's flawed, I don't prove it from the Bible. I have to prove it with the Quran. So what I'm telling you is, even just a normal conversation we're having now, if you're going to sit there and say, "Hey, this is a manipulated text in the King James or a New International Version, New American Standard," you've got to back it up. As saying, go. I mean, I want you to show me where it is, and then I can look into it for you.
Oh
You get what
no,
I'm
well
saying?
I'm making that assumption in that there are so many texts with similarities, and plus it's been cut out by the Nicene Council, and there's so many texts hidden by the Vatican that
Mhm.
I can't fully put it into context without having all those documents. And you know
You're
how
not
hard
going to
it
get
is to
them.
get into the
You're not
Vatican
going to get them.
library.
There's two places that I'm convinced that there are other texts to make the 66 more accurate, and that for that matter may validate other book scrolls that we call them, Megillah in Hebrew, books that may be valid if we were to get to it. One is the Vatican, and two is that little dome in Israel that even the prime minister can't hardly get permission to get into. Okay, so you're not going to get them anytime tomorrow, but
No,
we do.
that's what I mean. It's infuriating that they don't allow us to have access to all that knowledge.
Well,
Because
again, yeah, but we
that's what
have
they're
more than
using,
enough.
I feel like, to manipulate
Look,
us, is the stuff we
okay, let me
don't
go
know.
into that again. Let me go into that again and help you out, Renee. We have, again, when I read Deuteronomy 23 verses, I believe 13 and 14. That's a smart way to get rid of your urine and your poop. Okay, to keep clean, to keep the ground good. You know that's just common sense. You've got, in the sense, rather than use pesticides and chemicals, you look in the Torah there, where Elohim or God told them, He told the Israelites, you do all this stuff, you plant this stuff, everything after its own kind. You know, you may have different types of corn, which it doesn't read in that, but you know, even if you have 10 different types of corn, you plant corn with corn and so on. And you do this for 6 years. And rather than use the pesticides and start messing up the ground with chemicals, you do it for 6 years. You take the seventh year off. You let the dirt rest. You let the land rest. I mean, this is just, there's more than enough in the 66 books, is what I'm telling you. You know, it's just, so it's not, you know, if these people are hiding something at the Vatican and in Israel and wherever else for that matter, there may be parts of the, what do you call it, the Dead Sea Scrolls that are still not there. They may have found more than the 11 caves and they haven't told us. They have more, may have more information with what they found in the 11 caves and not told us. Well, you know, there's controversy going on about that too. But the fact and truth is, they let more than enough out to the people after the, you know, giving it to Qumran and all that, in the Qumran there, that have validated, especially the 66 books, Isaiah being one of them for those 66 chapters. So I would just go ahead and start with that, because you're not doing yourself any favor if you get the attitude like, okay, they've withheld information from us, therefore I will not read the information that we do have. That makes no sense. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, that's not my opinion. It's that I could read it, but I know that I would, you know, information would be left out from that. So even if I did, I wouldn't have the complete comprehension because they're not exposing me to everything I need to know. Because again, man is infallible or is fallible, and I don't trust his interpretation because so far, you know, I don't believe any of our government people's interpretation. Look at Fauci and Birx and how they're lying to us. I mean, when you go down to the bottom of it, for me, it's perpetuating their bloodline and their lies. And that's not what I'm saying the Bible is. I'm saying that there's a propensity towards that, with especially things that are promoted publicly. And I just, not that I'm not trustworthy, that I trust them, but that I question them. I want to validate that that they're true.
But then there's things I can tell you too. Then you read what we have available to us. Ask, pray that God helps you to understand this, and if He wants you to learn it, to help you through it before you even open the book and start reading. Again, those men that you're talking about that are fallible, they can't stop that. If God wants you to understand something, you're going to understand it whether they want you to or not. So, I don't know what else I could tell you.
Well, like, here's the thing. Like I said, I went from being an altar girl to saying I'm spiritual and I believe in a higher power, but I'm not sure about all this man-made religion stuff. Then I went into medicine and I saw that a lot of the things that were repeated in the Bible made true for medicine that we were completely ignoring or going against, and ignoring nutrition and the things that would make us healthy that are in the Bible. And I'm going, well, if these people hate this book so much, I really need to consider what it's saying. So I'm not coming from a place of doubt. I'm saying what my doubting perspectives are, but that watching what's happened in my life has made me believe, but I want more information because I haven't read the books. And that's why I appreciate reaching out to you guys,
Well,
because you have more insight than I do.
then can you start that again, like I'm asking you though? I mean, you're a full-grown woman. I can't make you do anything. But can you do what I'm asking you? Because I have this odd feeling you have never fully read even the 66 books, have you?
Of
Or have
course
you?
not. No.
You might want to start there then.
I've been studying medical stuff. And like I said, getting opened up to other perspectives has made me re-examine my religion. How bizarre is that? I
Well, you
never
want a medical?
expected to get taken back to Christianity. That's for sure.
Do you want a piece? Do you want a piece of? Do you want some medical information that the Bible validates? Can I give you some?
I have a handful, but if you have another one, I'd love to hear it. Yeah.
I don't know if you have this piece of info or not. Go to Genesis. In fact, you're on the computer. You can look this. You can read it right on the computer for that matter. Go to Genesis chapter 17. That's when Abram, his name was changed to Abraham, right? Abraham. He was ordered to circumcise all the male babies at 8 days old. Now, anybody who's been in medical should be able to tell you that, the vitamin K, that's what clots your blood. Now, probably I was circumcised. Anyway,
I don't agree with circumcision. I'm actually my son is circumcised, but I'm passionately against it. I just want to make that.
I'm not here to argue.
Yeah.
No, I'm not here to argue that, and I'm not going to argue
No, I
King
know.
James onlyism either. Somebody put up a comment; they have the right. I love the King James, but I'm not an onlyist, and I never will be. If they want to be, I'm cool with it. But back to what I was saying: vitamin K clots your blood. Now, circumcision is a bloody process. When they did it to me, I'm guessing within my first probably 24 hours of life. Thank God I don't remember. All I'm telling you is they either one, put a capsule of vitamin K, or two, they injected it into my system before they did the process because I would have bled to death. Abraham didn't have that deal.
Yeah.
They didn't have. So what's the day that vitamin K peaks the best in your life? It's the 8th day of your life. That's medical in Genesis 17. That backs up what the doctors are saying about vitamin K. I don't know if Abraham's understood that or not. Now you can get circumcised when you're older, but those guys go through a lot more of a painful situation too. Anyway, I'm just making the point to you. I was pointing out something I was pointing something medical out to you. That's all I was doing.
No, I missed the last part of your what you said.
I'm pointing out something medical by Genesis 17, and I don't know if Abraham understood this or not. All I know is Abraham was ordered to circumcise all baby males at 8 days old because vitamin K peaks the best in your life only on the 8th day. That's what I'm saying. He didn't have needles back then. He didn't have vitamin K capsules to swallow. You get what I'm saying?
But did they ever talk about? I mean, because there's a lot of historical medical regimens that they used to use. They could have put a paste on the penis. Was there anything like that? What did they do?
I would have to look into that. I'm not.
Well, do you
I'm
you
not
know what the
qualified.
rabbis
I'm
do
not
now,
qualified.
right?
Well, I'm pretty familiar. Which part are you going to tell me?
Well, you know what they do now for dealing with the bleeding.
No. Well, which rabbi? Give me the order of what they do.
Not which rabbi, but most Orthodox rabbis on the 8th day use oral.
No, they don't. I see. I knew you were going to bring that up. No,
No,
they
no,
don't.
they
That,
do. They do. Do
no,
you?
that's
You
one
haven't
group.
read the articles
I
about
haven't.
them
I've seen it
spreading
on.
herpes because of it? It's
No,
true.
I've never. Okay. Most of them don't do that. You're talking one small ridiculous sect.
No,
That's it.
it's the Orthodox. It's
No,
not a
it's
small
a sect.
sect. It's quite a huge sect in
Yes, it is.
Brooklyn,
Okay,
Brooklyn, New
there
York.
are at least seven. Okay, there are at least 7 sects of Orthodox. Plus, you got the Sephardic and the Hasidic, and there's one small sect in one
Hasidics
of the
in Brooklyn,
Orthodox.
New York, widely practice this, and there was a huge outbreak where they
No,
were now using. They were ordered to use pipettes because they were
yeah,
spreading herpes. Now you have to
that
ask
is one
yourself,
small
how were
group that are
adult
doing that.
men spreading herpes to infants? Here's
That's
my.
a
I mean, it's just my
ridiculous
issue
group.
with religion. Pardon?
That is one small ridiculous Orthodox sect only, and the other Orthodox sects are not approving of that at all.
Hasidic
I
is not a
guarantee you.
small Orthodox sect. Have you looked into the
Now,
population of Hasidic Jews in
I
Brooklyn?
have. I have, and most of the Hasidics are telling those people to knock it off. They are. Trust me. YouTube, the multimedia is making them look like they're a lot
It
bigger.
wasn't
That small
YouTube. This
group
was
that's doing that.
articles. This was before I got involved in
Uh,
YouTube. This was research articles. There's a lot of
I
stuff
can,
that
I,
goes on with Hasidic Jews where they oppress women. They will give the male a divorce, the male can remarry, and the women can't. I mean,
I
this
know
is
all
my
that,
issue
and
with
I'm not a Hasidic.
religion. I've
But a
researched a
lot of
lot of
Hasidics
religions.
don't
That's
do
what I
that,
mean.
Renee.
I've
A
researched
lot of Hasidics,
Hasidic and Mormons and
most
Christians.
of the Hasidics are not pulling that stunt, Renee. There's only a small group in the Hasidic
It's not
realm
a
that are
small
doing that.
group. It's the entire. Do you know how many Hasidics are in Brooklyn? I said this already. Brooklyn, New York has a massive group of Hasidics that fall. There's a lot of corruption within that religious sect in Brooklyn, New York. Huge.
There is corruption in there, but how? Okay, give me the numbers then. How many Hasidics are using their mouths to do the circumcision?
You want me to? I'm only having
Yeah.
conversation with you. Listen. So I'm not prepared to give you numbers. If you want me to do a video and look up all the numbers,
Well, that's
I
why I'm
can.
careful. But no, okay, that's why That's why I told you earlier. When I say
Just
something, when you say something, if you're going to make a real strong assertion like that, it
it
needs to be
is, but
substantiated.
you can't. Do you think I can listen? If you ask me numbers of COVID people and numbers of abortions, I might be able to answer that, but I might not have the answers for you on Hasidic Jews that do this particular act. I
I
mean,
can help.
give
I
me
can
a
help.
little
I
bit
can
of a
look
break
to.
as far as what I can remember in
I
my
can look into
brain.
it too. Don't get me wrong. I can look into it and see the
Yeah,
numbers. But I
but
saw a
I'm
lot
saying
of
I do. This
Orthodox.
wasn't something I looked up yesterday. This was information from my researching religion in general. That's all.
I was.
You
All I'm saying
just
too
like
is that there are a lot of
Catholics.
Orthodox. There are a lot of
It's
Orthodox
the
rabbis that are
same thing
saying
as the Catholics putting all these poor pregnant teenagers into these nunneries to be abused. It's the same thing. And to me, it's the religious abuse that is the problem. I am not pointing fingers at any one of them. All of them, in my opinion, have done horrible things to people, and there is value in their scripture, but I want people to get the value out of it and stop the abuse. That's all I'm pointing out is the abuse in all of these religions. I'm not
okay, well, I guess
bigoted to
I can
any
give you another
particular
general.
one.
I can give you another general statement too, because I don't think you know what Karaite Jews are, but I'm personal friends with a Jewish Karaite Hakam, which is a teacher of a sort. Okay, and I asked him about the Hasidics that are doing this, and he says, look, they're a small section. The other Orthodox Jews do not approve of what they're doing. They're a small sect within the sect itself, is what I'm saying.
I hope so now. And when did you ask him that?
Well, Karaite Jew and I, that's his YouTube name, Karaite Judaism, and I probably talked about this months ago. Because I asked him about it. You know, this guy that's
So
going
when I
around.
was researching, it was about 10 years ago that it was prolific. So all I'm saying, I'm trying to get at is maybe it was more prolific and it was addressed because it was becoming such a problem. And now your friend is saying, yeah, no, we've addressed that. Just like pedophiles in Catholicism. But I mean, have we really addressed it? Really?
Well, they're a
I
powerful group. I mean, what they
Yeah,
do, from what I've seen, is they take their priests or their high up archbishops and they move them to another country so they can't get convicted, right? But
exactly. And I don't think that's
I'm not
any different for
substantiating that very
any
well either.
it's not any different for any Abrahamic religion, is what I can see in
Um,
my opinion.
I
All of them
apologize to
have their
everybody.
problems.
I apologize to everybody for my Sarama roosters here. I know they're blaming Holly from what I'm seeing in the chat. I went back into the porch. Yeah, those are. I'm in the porch with our chickens here,
They're
and you're hearing the
screaming
roosters.
MGTOW. I'm just joking.
Well, Sarama roosters, Sarama chickens, hens, and roosters, they're a rare breed, and they're small. They're like a very small version of a chicken.
10 ounces.
10 ounces at most. That's what you got. You're hearing a rooster that is a pretty small one, and whereas we have a barnyard or like a cockfighting rooster outside, about beside him, you'd be hearing him no problem. So,
I think it's awesome.
mhm.
I do appreciate you having this discussion with me because I don't have all the answers. I only have what I can surmise. And I really enjoy having someone who can say, but this is the other side of it. Because you can't
Sure.
make an intelligent decision without having contradictory information and different information. How can you go in an echo chamber and actually said you made an intelligent decision or belief? You can't.
Yeah, well, we've all, look, even researchers like me, the fact and truth is, by myself, I have a limited amount of information. I can't know everything all the time. I'm very limited, like anybody else. I probably am, and I'm not bragging. I think I'm more informed than most people. But still, I have to listen to what others say or the stats they get, whatever. And I'm coming back into the dining area here to the table here. I'm just saying, though, that yeah, I am well aware of that particular Hasidic group that's pulling that silliness with the circumcision, and there are a lot of rabbis that are not liking it, and it makes them look bad. Now, I'm not sticking up for the Orthodox either. They don't have Jesus Christ. They don't. But at the same time, I can understand their point because you'll have some poor Orthodox rabbi of the Lubavitch who does circumcision and he does it correctly, and then he gets laid this ridiculous stunt on him, whether he wants it or not, and I don't blame him. I get a lot of things laid on me from other messianics and the stupid stunts they pull. And I've got to, well, I don't have to, but I mean, I have to, basically, I end up explaining, look, this guy is a messianic or this woman, what they're doing is wrong. And I would never do it that way. You get
Well,
what
it's
I'm
like
saying?
watching Joe Biden say he's innocent when there's C-SPAN footage of him being a predator. So him,
He,
assaulting another woman is not out of context. But if you ask George Bush and Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, did Joe Biden do anything wrong? And Obama, no, he's a great guy. I don't.
well, they're going to
believe
back
him.
up their own, party.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I take that into consideration whenever I'm dealing with the truth.
I mean, so, and there's ways you have to confront it. You can't always just go out in public and just start railing on it. That's not the way we can always deal with it.
No.
But
Compassion goes a long way, right?
well, it's compassion as well, and it's also professionalism and being ethical. I mean, there was a guy that I was talking about when I first got on the panel. I think he gives a lot of fake news on pedophiles and pedivores when I was talking to Holly. But the fact and truth is, I get asked about him because I used to have him on my panel until we had a fallout about 2 years ago. And I still have to take the weight on my shoulders with him sometimes because he's a goofball. Frankly, I think he's mentally ill. But I do, you get what I'm saying, though. You've got these Orthodox Jews, the Karaite Jews, these Reform Jews, and they'll get asked about this small Hasidic sect. And why are you guys doing that? And they'll look at you and say, we're not doing it. Only they are. That's my point.
And for me to understand how that all works, I want to know the history, and it's all hidden. That's what's in the texts, our
No,
hidden
not all of
history.
it. We got a lot
A
more
lot of it,
information
though. Really,
available
I
than
feel
your
like our origins are hidden. I don't want to hear that I'm primordial soup. I wasn't, I mean, I believe in God. Why are we here? What is the point? And it really comes down to that. And then who do you believe about why you're here and what's normal and what are we supposed to be and who are we? And that's what really triggers me to ask so many questions is I can't believe it's an impersonal God. I can't believe with atheists. Because everything around us, at the very least, let's say you don't believe in God, at the very least, everything around you is based in symbols. Are you going to ignore that like it doesn't matter and it hasn't affected you? Have you looked how you grown up, how your parents act, what do do you take vaccines? What do you eat? If you weren't affected by symbols and brainwashing, you would be living off grid with your family in a farmhouse, raising your own cattle and your own produce. That's
well,
it.
as long as you got the circumstances to, yeah. Some people don't yet. We didn't for a
But
while. We've been on
why
this.
don't we have
I,
the circumstances is what I'm saying.
well, I can't speak for every person. All I can speak for is myself. When I was in Phoenix with my family, I worked a job. We had an emergency. We had to leave. And I'm not going to get into about how irritating it was with me, but I can see now because I'll give you a little more information. We
Well,
were
you don't have
homeless
to,
in a
but the point is
U-Haul.
it
No,
seems like you were made to not be able to survive in that way, correct? That's
well,
my
what I'm
point.
saying
They're
is
manipulating
we
us
went
to be
through a whole
dependent on them for a
we went through
reason.
a whole we went through a whole process is my point to you. We spent 8 days, I believe it was, homeless in Tennessee with a U-Haul and our vehicle. Then we were at my wife's mom and stepdad for a month, which was hell in and of itself. Then after that, we were 3 weeks in a 12-man tent. Now it's been 9 months or 10 here. 10. Yeah. Now I can see
Hi,
though,
wife.
a part of me,
Hi.
a part of me can see why we were put here, and here it is that all this BS is going out outside of our homestead, right? I get it, but at the time, I look at the process that we went through to get it. That's all. And other people, not that they have to go through as hard of a time as we did. Hopefully, they don't. But if they pray about it and they're obedient, God will make a way for them to get there, like He did us. Because I can honestly tell you, we're a miracle. We're obedient enough to do this. Anything is possible through Christ. Philippians 4:13. You go to Matthew, hold on, Matthew 19, Mark 10, and Luke 18. Where after Yeshua dealt with a rich ruler, and he used an example about how hard it is for a rich man to get into the kingdom. And they're like, well, how does anybody do it? He basically tells it. With man, it's impossible. With God, anything is possible. That's kind of my example. I just but anyway, if people want to get somewhere bad enough and they follow what the Creator tells them to do, then God will find a way for them to do it. And I'm convinced of that because we're living proof now. And we got a lot of crap. I'll tell you, people were slandering me left and right. I had one guy on his YouTube channel saying how we got to this place and being homeless in a 12-man tent. And he wanted to include imprecatory prayer with it too. Now it's happening to him, frankly. Not that I
What was
wish.
weird for me, Lev, is when I saw The Passion of the Christ, and I was really spiritual and just spiritual but not religious at that point. And I watched that movie, I cried. I felt such pain and it was awful. And I thought, why do I care? And I always get emotionally affected about movies. Don't get me wrong, because I feel a lot. But when I watched that movie, I'm like, why am I crying over something I technically, in quotes, don't believe in? Why do I feel this man's pain? And then I heard the guy who played Christ in that movie say that he was ostracized and attacked for playing that role. And it really hit home his speech to me because that's when I knew that taking the right path was always going to be fraught with attacks and people making you stop. And that's when I got my resolve to never stop. Even if Jesus is real or not to me, that I would carry out that message without faltering because of attacks.
Well, there's
And
again.
you guys don't know my history on YouTube, but I've been attacked voraciously,
Yeah.
and I've
Well,
survived.
join the club.
Yeah,
So,
and that's what
but
I like
but again, as
Christ too.
long as this conversation is going on, hopefully you're willing to get yourself a King James or a New American Standard Bible or something, and or at least read it for free online. It's all available. You can go to
Well, I
Bible
have
Gateway.
to. I have to
Bible,
if I'm
you can go to
starting to
Bible
see
Gateway.
similarities.
You can go to Bible Hub. You can go to eSword. And if you don't want to put the money into it, that's fine.
Univision.
What?
There's a thing on the telephone app called Univision.
Okay. Well.
Bible Vision.
Bible Vision. Okay. Well, my wife gave you another source to go to. I guess I didn't even know about it. But point is, hopefully you'll do that and read that 66 book canon rather than just sit here and either lean on these guys or rail on them and put them down because you don't think they're given the right information on that 66.
I'm in the middle. I want
There's another
more
one called Holy
because I
Bible.
felt a deep spiritual connection to
Find
the
that on
Passion
Google
of the
Play.
Christ. But when I researched it, I had more questions. And it's probably because I didn't read the Bible for myself and interpret it in my own way and then ask questions about it to other people who have read it. Yeah, I need to do that. Definitely.
Well, just to not to Renee here right now, just to make a response to Denise, just Denise. She is correct that a lot. It's now being published by the Roman Catholic Church. I get that, but is evil is what they're doing, and Pope Francis. I also want to stick up for some of them because during the medieval times, we need to give recognition. We need to give credit where it's due, like to Catholic priests such as John Huss, William Tyndale. They were both burned to the stake because they went against the church law at that time and wrote the scriptures in the common language so the peasants could read the Bible on their own. They said, screw your, I'm paraphrasing, but they said, screw your mother church. They have the right to read this too. The common law. In fact, I think it was William Tyndale that said to that archbishop, I think it was, if I have my way, I will let the common plowman know. I think she's waving at you. Holly is.
Oh, hello.
I'm tired. Hi,
Anyway,
Holly.
I would rather that the common plowman know more scripture than you, because that archbishop or whatever he was said, I'd go to the Pope's law or church law before I would the Bible. And not only John Wycliffe, the first English Bible in 1382, he actually died of a stroke. But he had published or written, and that's before the Gutenberg press. He had to do it with feather and ink. And then he died of a stroke when they were going to try him again. And his followers, Lollards, ended up writing it, and a lot of them got caught and died by stake. And what they would do is strap the Bibles onto their chests and burn it with them. And so you got the Waldenses, the Waldenses, and a lot of these people that were in the Catholic realm that were doing the linguistics of it did a great job. I mean, the 1560 Geneva Bible and the 1611 Authorized Version Bible give, depending on what website you read, but basically give William Tyndale 80% of the credit for his, because he knew 8 languages, and he was a priest that was on the run for 12 years and got the word of God out to the common people and would write it for them. He wrote in the Old Testament, Genesis through 2nd Chronicles and the book of Jonah, and he wrote all of the New Testament. So,
Well, I know that this person that I'm going to talk about that got burned at the stake was not one that wrote parts of the Bible, but she was basically a type of person that fought for the right of the truth, which was Joan of Arc.
Joan of Arc.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of good people.
I appreciate you sharing all this with me, by the way.
For God.
Yeah, no problem, Renee. This has been a great conversation. I just
And they burned her at the stake, calling her a witch after all she did.
Yeah.
So
Looks like Denise might be coming on.
Hmm.
Well,
Ju-
she typed in
just Denise.
going to StreamYard.
Oh,
And
But you know,
not to cut you off.
Holly has the best guests. They're the nicest people I've ever met in my life, and I feel
Mm.
very comfortable being here. And I appreciate you guys.
I like your
talking to me
hat
about
there,
this.
Holly.
Thank you. I'm glad that you're here, Renee, hanging out with us, and thank you so much. Like, I'm having a really good time. I really enjoy the conversation we're all having, and helps me learn. But I just wanted to say, as soon as Denise gets in here, I got to take this one out for a walk. But I'm going to leave all of this running. It's just
Yep.
Yeah, we got you, honey. You do.
Well, I
your thing.
appreciate,
You can chat.
I appreciate Holly letting Renee and I do this dialogue as freely as we have.
It's just-
That's been really cool.
Got you, honey. You do
I
your thing.
appreciate,
You can chat.
I appreciate Holly letting Renee and I do this dialogue. I think Denise needs
Just-
to mute her YouTube.
Yeah, Denise, just mute your YouTube.
Yeah. Letting Renee and I do this dialogue.
Okay, so Denise, you'll have to mute YouTube so we don't hear the background noise.
I love
I'm
that
really
song.
glad about the dialogue because I'm learning so much. So I appreciate the dialogue a lot too. But if you don't mind, please excuse me. I got to take the dog out, but I'll be right back. Okay.
Go take care of
Okay.
yourself, darling.
Okay.
We'll be here.
I may or may not be here. I don't know if I'll still be on the panel when you get back because I do have some things I got to do eventually here.
Yeah.
You got that beautiful lady.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Right back, guys.
All
Thank
right.
you for sharing too, your wife or girlfriend. I appreciate it.
Wife, yeah. Mhm. She's my number one wife.
Only wife,
Only number one.
and I'm not this short. I'm on a short chair.
Huh? I'm getting into my dry humor here. There you go.
That's why
So,
you're
well.
together, though. She knows it.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I love about, in relationships. And that's another thing in the Bible people need to get the fuck back to. I know no one's listening that needs to know that information. I should put this over where my channel is, but you guys are beautiful and that, I love that your wife will walk by and kind of contribute and do her own thing. And you're like, yeah, that, and I'll keep talking. I mean, that is a sign just like going back and forth in our conversation, Lev, is, it's a back and forth. The fact that you can integrate things that you hear and not get upset. I mean, I really value the conversations that we're having now because I've had a lot of, like I said, it's been pretty disruptive in YouTube when I've gotten here. And so it's nice to meet people like you. I appreciate it.
Oh, I can give you some stories of panels I've been on. And
I bet
I've been
it
nice
sounds
enough
like
to.
you've been through the gamut too.
Well, I'm nice enough to listen and keep quiet while somebody's talking. And then when I would start to talk, there are these punk kids, and they keep interrupting. So, I'm type A personality and I do outendure and I just keep going at them. I just get louder than them. But really, I don't enjoy having to do that silliness. Nothing gets accomplished.
Bothers me about YouTube is the aggressiveness, and I even see it when I ask questions because I can kind of go like an AK-47 with questions, and it may sound, offensive or to people, but I'm not. But they're so conditioned to being on this platform that people take it as an insult. I do too. I've done it too.
Well, you do realize that people can be their true thoughts and the intents of their hearts come out because you can't just reach through the screen and choke and pass them out with a Monteleone. Okay, I mean most of those people aren't going to talk that way to you face to face. Not usually anyway. And,
No,
you get to
exactly.
you get to see where people are
I've been in private
assholes.
hangouts with these type of people, and they've been exactly the same way. And it just so YouTube in general has been an interesting platform for me because I was on Twitter prior to this, and it was vile, more vile than YouTube. But I didn't realize how vile YouTube. Like I just realized how vile social media was as a whole after getting on YouTube and then on all those platforms, and then seeing how they escalated. I actually did a video last week about people being paid to troll and discredit people that was spreading valid information.
You want us to sub to each other's channels? Yeah, I can check your stuff out. I'll sell to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to check yours
Put it-
too. I mean, I'm not of
put
the
it in,
religious perspective. I'm more of a medical.
Put it in the private side
sociological.
chat so I can look it up on my phone
Sure.
here. And I've already subbed to John Lloyd. I'm hoping he subs you back, but
Can I also ask anybody that wants to see the types of things we do on the farm?
that's the
It's
biblical.
called The Biblical Quail. That's QUAIL, Quail Farm. The Biblical Quail Farm.
Your mother tried to call.
Oh, I better call her then.
Nah.
Yeah.
You guys are so cute.
He
You know,
also
I just
called.
love that. I love that your
know.
family is there and they're
I'll call
calling.
her.
And that's what life
Well,
is.
let me get her channel.
I can do it.
Here,
on
give me
there.
your channel, and I'll sub to you. You there, Renee? I'll go ahead and sub to your channel. If you can give me the name of it, I'll get on the. I'm
Yes,
on my
I am.
phone.
It's
And
right here.
where is it? Huh? Oh, it's on private. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, I put in the private chat. If you
Renee,
look that
Renee,
up, you'll find me.
okay? Renee USA. Okay.
Yeah, that was my first name, and apparently it's stuck. Listen, my experience on YouTube was I was coming to look at videos, and then I started.
Okay.
I made an account to
Does this look
comment.
familiar? Does this look familiar to you? Is that you? Is that you? Can you see it?
It's too red. It should look like my avatar now. I can't see.
That's
it just
her.
Oh
right
wait,
there.
you're right here. You're right here. Okay, I got you.
It should say
Yeah,
bombs away. Yeah.
Yeah, that's your avatar. This is your avatar.
The last two streams I did were very interesting, and my computer's broken, so I'm hoping to get it back next week. And I'm going to be making different videos. Listen, I'm not good at videos. I'm in the medical profession, so please excuse me for my shitty videos, but I'm trying. And I went over how YouTube trolls try to discredit activists and things like that. I'm trying to bring awareness. I'm careful about the medical stuff because, like I said, when you see all these people talking about COVID on the news, I didn't quite get it. But then I was watching all this stuff and I said, oh, what they're saying is anything on the mainstream media is a lie. That's why they always call it a hoax.
Okay,
And it is.
I hit the
They're
notification.
wrong.
I hit the
They're wrong.
notification. I hit the notification bell for you too. So
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Did you drop your link in the private chat
Renee?
or name?
I'll
Yes.
I'll do it again. Hold on.
Yes. Someone's talking to me.
Okay, go call your mother then.
Hey, John.
Yes,
It's called
Renee, I
The
keep wanting
Biblical
to talk to
Quail
you.
Farm.
Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Oh wait, I got it right here. How do I type in? Oh wait, live.
Quail
Oh,
farm.
private
That's
chat.
great.
Yeah. Okay. This is my main channel. In fact, that's what I'm using right now to be on this panel. Again, if you type up Levite, Levite, space it and Con, CAHN, this will come up anyway. But the channel is actually called Levite, or it's called Messianic Truth Live.
I can StreamYards.
Now the other one that I'm going to type into the live or the private chat, I suppose I could type it out in live chat
Might be
too.
a good idea to put in live chat.
I will.
Denise, I want to talk to you. Hold on one sec when he's done.
Okay, the Biblical Quail Farm. Now that's a lot smaller channel. It hasn't been going on that long yet, so why don't you go ahead and talk to Denise? I will mute, and you can talk to her, and I'll get my stuff out into Holly's side chat.
Feed the chickens.
All right. Oh, she's back.
Hey, all.
I'll go ahead and mute, then you can talk to Denise.
I made it, Holly.
You guys are really the best. Nicest people ever.
You're sweet. Too.
Well,
So much, Renee.
when I was listening to begin with, Renee, you have just a beautiful voice.
Yes.
You got one of those radio voices. Mine is weird.
Thank you.
But I was listening to you, and it's like, I got answers. I got answers. Next fall, I will have been born again 40 years. I was like not born again for just a year and 3/4 of adulthood. So my life has been an example of, wow, I made so many mistakes. I don't even want to look at my track record, but I do have answers.
Okay,
have
can I
answers.
ask you this question?
Okay.
So I have
You
gone
can
through
ask
the same
any
thing.
question.
Yeah, and I hope you can frame it. I don't want to distract from what your point you're getting at with me, but what my ultimate question is I have not quote unquote accepted or found Jesus or whatever. It's not that I don't believe in him. I just don't put him in the same respect that a lot of people do. So how does me going through difficult times and finding myself and coming to those conclusions without Christ? But like I've already said, remember, I found a lot of my behaviors were mimicking what he was preaching to people in a pure way that again, it's so hard because I don't agree with the Bible. So how does that relate to, what you found? Because people want to tell me about Jesus and stuff, and I'm kind of waiting. I guess I'm kind of waiting for people to prove that he's something to me,
No.
other than an ideology of how I should be.
Okay, I have all this. For the thing is, this is your story, and everything before it leads to this. Jesus said, seek and you will find. So you're already there. You're already humble. You're asking questions publicly. So I can tell you this may help. Okay, the things that you said about Jesus earlier would make Jesus a liar. Now, C.S. Lewis said, liar, lunatic, or Lord. And it really does kind of shake down to that. I know a lot of people, I'm not being critical, but a lot of people say things in the same order. They'll say, we believe that Jesus was a good man. Jesus was a prophet. Well,
What
that
did
would
I
make
say
him a
that
liar.
made him a liar? I'm just wondering.
No, not you, not you. What did you say?
You said what you said.
I
Made
guess you
Jesus a
equated
liar.
him to prophets. Maybe.
Say
See,
that
I can't
again?
remember. You didn't, you may have said that he was a good guy and that he just followed everything better than we do. Something
Well, I
like
was
that.
having speculations that he was a prophet or he saved our sins or maybe he was good. Like, I'm going over anything you could believe if you wanted to believe in Jesus. And maybe you didn't believe he saved us all from our sins. And maybe you wouldn't believe that he was a prophet, but maybe you believe that he was an idol. Like, not an idol, but like someone to look up to in his behaviors. And I'm just trying to sort the
Well,
difference. Yeah, like, because there are some people that are really saying like Jesus, 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 and I want to know why. Because we're not supposed to have idolatry, and we're not supposed to
I can
worship
do this.
someone below God. And I'm
I can
only
do
asking
this.
these questions from what I've gathered. I'm not speaking on authority at all. Okay, I haven't studied any of the books, but what I'm going on is what I have read about the books, and so I'm trying to make sense of it. And you guys who have more knowledge than me, I'm really asking you, and I just hope that comes
Yes, I
across.
know.
Yeah. Okay, good. I just don't want to offend anybody. I'm used to
Okay,
being around people who are easily offended.
Yeah, and I can tell that I just think you're delightful. That's why I wanted to talk to you.
Thank you so much.
Jesus said, let me just give you some facts, okay? Whenever we fell, the shedding of innocent blood paid for the remission of sins. And, Cain did his own deal, but that's just the way. Adam and Eve, they didn't have blood. The blood is very, very important. Now, Jesus came after centuries and centuries of God's chosen people. They were chosen to show the world his nature. They were, but every dispensation, they would comply with it, and then they would get corrupt, and then all kind of bad things happened. So when they were doing animal sacrifice, Eli the priest had some sons, and then they would take this sacrifice and just, I guess, party with it. I guess it was the equivalent of a kegger. So there was corruption every time. So when Jesus came, it was when there was a long enough record that we could not be good enough. We would always blow it. We needed a savior. We needed God to do what was necessary to break the power of death. Okay. And he said, he was in the temple once, and he said, I came not to not to abolish the law, but to fulfill the law, which at the time didn't really go over really well. He said, before Abraham was, I am. He would say things that blew their minds because he was actually the Son of God. He wasn't a prophet. He wasn't a good guy. He was who he said he was. So what you need to do is go to the Gospels to find out who this Jesus is. And I kind of suggest going to John first, but you can go to any of them and find out what he said to people, but it would fry their minds. And he also, he exposed what he said, and he really loved people, but it would expose their darkness, especially the Pharisees. And he even called them a wicked brood of vipers. You know, Jesus is entirely interesting. So if you pray first and you go, also I want to tell everybody that the estate of Johnny Cash has uploaded his recordings of the New Testament, and every chapter is a video, and each book is its own playlist. So if you have your hands busy, or for people who have fading eyesight, you know, Johnny Cash, he was younger too. His voice was smooth. That's available on YouTube. So you can get Johnny Cash to read you the New Testament. I'm just saying. It's really good. Okay, so Jesus fulfilled the law by being the lamb, the innocent lamb, so that, oh, and when he went, during the 3 days, he went to hell and he made an open display of defeating Satan. He is, he told the disciples, you see the Father, you know the Father through knowing me. What I do, the Father does. What the Father does, I do. So,
You know, and that's so
the Holy Spirit.
beautiful, because who is more loving and comforting than a father?
Right.
You know,
They are. They. Yeah.
when you're trying to discern your moral obligations, the mom is there to support that almost the breakdown, right? Like, I'm having trouble understanding what I'm feeling, where the father is the source of knowledge and calm. That's what it's supposed to be for me. So when I look at religion and I see that the father figures that are being promoted, and whether or not they've historicalized them in some beneficial way, the ones acting now are not being the dads. They're not protecting the children. They're not protecting the women. I'm disgusted by religion at this point. I'm not saying that
We live in a really bad time. Do you know, Jesus made one statement about religion. One. He said, religion, undefiled religion, is taking care of orphans and widows. That is all.
So
religion.
Can I ask you this a little bit? I'm sorry to interrupt, but if he so what you're saying is he basically kind of went around and was like, I have a different approach to these religions. I'm healing people in another way. And they kind of made a religion out of him.
He never really talked about religion. See, we were creating.
You remember did it happen anyway? I'm just asking. Sorry.
He came to fulfill. So the whole point of the law, the whole point of, you know, do this, do that. Oh, and a lot. My daughter once talked about the law and how it talks about, you know, pedophilia or something like that, and she thought that the people were doing it. I don't know. But they took in, the people of God have always allowed people to come in their religion, you know, the whole way. So when you read the law and there's some funky activity they're talking against, they had some pretty, you know, heathenistic people coming in that had some crazy satanic ideas. But anyway, Levite Con, do you know the scripture that says that all things were made through Jesus, through, by, and for Jesus in the New Testament? Do you know that scripture?
Go to John, Gospel of John, chapter 1. Will that help you out? Hold on, I'll
I
open it
cannot
up.
quote any scripture,
That's not the one.
but I can get.
That might be. It might be.
What I do is
But,
get the
the
gist
reason
through
why-
emotion and morality and integrity.
Well, give me
you know,
give me a minute.
that's why I
Remember when you said,
Okay, here we go.
When you said why are we here? Do you remember when you said?
I'll just read it in plain English.
Yeah, go
In the
ahead.
beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. But okay, let's skip it down to, I read the first 4
See,
verses. Let's go down
the
to
Father
verse,
cannot look on sin.
okay, here you go. Verse 14 in the same chapter. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt, which you could say dwelt, you could say tabernacled with us. Yeshua was born on tabernacle, Sukkot, or Feast of Booths, whichever word you want to use. Feast, Sukkot, or tabernacles. The word dwelt or tabernacled with us, and we beheld his glory, and the glory is the only begotten or the unique of the Father, full of favor or full of grace and truth. Does that help you out?
Well, it's all things were made by him and through it's Jesus. See, the Father cannot look on sin, and Jesus made the earth, made us, and everything. And I grew up thinking the
Yeah.
Father made us, but it was
He did.
Jesus because the
No, he did.
Father.
They both did somehow. That in a way we don't understand. There's 3 persons in the God in the
Okay.
Godhood, or 3 everlasting entities would be a little more correct: the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Okay. Okay.
Did
Well,
Renee head out?
huh?
Did Renee head out?
Renee.
She's
No,
not
Renee's
there.
there.
Is she? We got.
Sorry about
She's
Oh,
that.
she's back. Okay.
Back. I'm sorry, Renee.
Oh,
Sorry, guys.
okay.
I
I
was
just
trying
wondering.
to type in the comment section of YouTube, and that's what happens. You know, you get totally booted.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
But yeah,
Renee,
hopefully that helped you out.
Renee, there's a difference between every false religion, and Satan is very involved in religions, and between and the truth, and it may be subtle or it may be overt, but false religions have a form of earning eternal life, and the truth is that what I was saying before, that we needed God, we needed a savior, someone to pay for our sins,
Eternal
because we
life
never be
is
good
correct.
enough.
Well, that's what I kind of am getting at. It's like, I feel like Jesus is an ideology. Jesus is the truth, and that he is the way we live, we survive. So I don't think of him as,
No, he's a person.
well, okay. And that's what I mean.
I grew up not knowing that I could know him and encounter Jesus personally. I had no idea that I could be in the presence of Jesus, that he could make himself real to me. I was surprised and I was delighted. He's perceived spiritually. Jesus can be more real than another human being, because the 5 senses is how we detect each other, right? But he is, and he knows your whole life. So I have an atheist friend. He's a comedian from Oklahoma, and he wants proof. But see, he
Oh, I
does
don't
not
need
want
proof. I
God.
just don't feel it. What I'm saying is to you is like, I get
Yeah, I was just telling you.
I get typical. No, I know, and I appreciate what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, I know people like they reject it for those really overt reasons. But for me, given my history, I don't want to get into all that. Right? It's not what we're about here.
Yeah.
But my history and what I've learned, and listening to other people, and all the stuff I've talked about tonight with books, and what I know I haven't read the books, but what I've gathered from people that know the books, right? And what I've seen in my own life and things. And when I put that together, I understand that what Jesus embodies is the perfection of being a human. And the thing is, he doesn't, to me, this is my opinion, he doesn't need to be real. He is a concept that we need to attain. And so many people that believe in him and put their stuff on him, it's not I don't like how society has externalized our personal responsibility for growth. And then we get into like the spirituality and the whole
I
fucking
found
tarot
the
card
scripture.
thing.
I
So
found the scripture.
I've read tarot cards. I'll say this, and
I
I have
found it.
actually stepped away from it because I feel like anything you need to know is inside of you. And anything that you're taught to externalize, whether it's God, Jesus, or anybody else, God should be within you. And I'm not talking about like that new age spirituality thing. I'm saying we are all connected. That's why you're
Okay.
when they say to you, when you've been around so and so, how do you feel when you walk away? Do you feel stressed out? Do you feel sad, or do you feel happy? And when you start paying attention to all those energies, it's not about science. It's not about quantum. It's not about a non-personal God. To me, it's not about Jesus and all this stuff. There is something there, and I don't have a name for him or it, but I feel like it's
Jesus won't
protecting us.
exclude anything
But
that's
if you're
true.
there and you can see what happens to you, and you do have some control over that, it is there. It's there. So that's why I struggle with a lot of these conversations, because my thought process is very loose. It's like the biggest Afghan with huge holes, right? A very poorly knitted Afghan. And so it's got huge holes, but it's got a
I never
general
understood
conception.
Afghans.
Yeah, and I don't have the
Afghans
answers
have
for all the
really-
intricate things to fill the holes. So everybody's knitting the
Aw.
pouches, and I'm waiting for you to give me your pouches so I can fill in the holes.
I have the answer. I have the answer though. But Renee, do you want to know God? We were created.
But
we were
I
created
do
to
know God. I
have
feel
a
like I know
relationship.
him, and he's not here to do harm and people all these thoughts about him. Here's the thing: I feel like if you are in
No
touch
one
with
can follow
yourself,
Jesus and want to do harm. It's incongruent.
you're. But it doesn't does it? How do we label it? You know,
People
like
have
how,
ideas of what it means to follow Jesus,
Mhm.
and they're pretty much planted in their minds by the deceiver. Satan's real. He's an archangel. He's a loser. And Satan wants to make that sound flaky, but there's a whole spiritual realm. Atheists, I don't know how they live without thinking there's a spiritual realm.
Well, my issue was
I guess
when
they
I
just
thought
feed
that
on the
Satan existed, because I
Well,
saw these people do this shit. That dark energy existed. I think of it as Star Wars. That means if there's
Yeah,
black,
Star Wars
there's
is a
white.
religious premise that's fake.
okay. Also
And I know
That
realize,
would make
also
Satan,
realize
white,
we
they
were,
try to
Satan
destroy
incarnate.
it.
also realize that God created us. Also realize that God created us in His
And
image
that's
as
why,
well.
so when people say we're
Mm-hmm.
inherently bad,
Yeah.
I don't believe it. We are not. We are not.
We're
If
both.
we're
We're created
supported,
by
if we haven't
image
been
in our.
abused for fucking 3,000 years, we are not inherently violent.
We exchange the truth
Yeah,
for a
actually
lie.
we are. I think a lot of people we're pretty much inherently violent. Our human history has
No,
proven
I
that.
don't think so.
Oh yeah.
The heart is deceitful and
Well,
desperately wicked. Who
Why
can
do you
know
think
it?
that?
But
and she's
I was
quoting
just telling you
Jeremiah.
what Scripture says.
Yeah, it's.
Do you know?
she's
I'll
right
tell
on
you this: the
Jeremiah.
definition of sin. Let me tell you, Renee, what sin is. Sin translates as missing the mark. Okay, Jeffrey Dahmer was way off the mark, right? But parents, you know how we love our kids, and sometimes we let them get away with something. We just love them so much.
No.
That
If you
sin
look
is
into that,
missing the
that's
mark.
not what happened. I
Sin
researched
doesn't have to
those
be.
guys. That's
Sin
not what
doesn't have to be
happened to them.
sinister.
There was incest. There was
Sin
adoption. There was rape. There was a lot
Okay.
of fucking things that happened to these people.
Well,
Where did that
Yeah.
come from?
I just wanted to thank Holly for letting me on her panel today. I really do got to
Oh.
get going. This has been really great. I
It
appreciate
was.
it
I
too,
love
Holly.
it.
Whenever
I don't. I get
whenever you've made my
frustrated and getting upset.
whenever you
Levi,
make my whenever you make my side chat, I really do appreciate it, Holly, and that. And I'm more than happy to let you on my panel when I do let people up if you want to do that. And anybody else.
I love
whenever.
these discussions. Thank you guys for
The
engaging.
But
scripture was
I really
Colossians
I've got to
1:16.
help out and I've got to get some things done. So hopefully you'll take my suggestion, get yourself a Bible and read it.
Yeah, it was
I
Colossians
do
1:16.
need to do that. I agree.
Well, thanks
Okay,
for
you
the
all you ladies take care. I think Jesper might be a man. I'm not for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was Colossians
So
1:16.
ladies and one gentleman, take care. Stay safe in Yeshua. Get Yeshua.
Thank you.
And,
You guys are great.
keep the commandments. Endure, stay steadfast. Persevere till the end, as I always usually anyway end my videos. All right, I'm out of here.
Okay. I love you, brother. Have a good day.
Love you too.
Bye. Thanks for coming on.
No problem.
Sweet.
Denise, please, I'd love to hear more. I mean, Holly and I want to
I
thank
found
you
the
for
scripture.
allowing us. I love it. I wanted to learn more with people that could really talk to me about it. So I appreciate this
The reason why
opportunity.
people talk about Jesus so much, which I know what you're talking about, is the more they know him, the more
I
see,
want to
nobody,
know more. Like I can
no
embody
one
his
gets born again.
principles, but like I need to know
People don't.
more. Yeah.
Well, Jesus said to be as little children. So, yeah. The children have faith. They have faith when they're really little, and then we do things and then we justify it, and we just tend to miss the mark, and we like it a lot. But Jesus is a person. You can know Jesus. You can be in the presence of Jesus if you seek. And then once people meet Jesus, there's the side effect of joy unspeakable and the peace that passes all understanding. And it's like a whole, the burden is lifted. We have the burden of every sin we have ever committed, but we don't know it. We just walk around.
I
And
did
when
that through
is gone, when
meditation. And that's why I asked the question, because meditation has been demonized in the Christian culture. And I found
everything's a counterfeit.
Well,
Everything's a counterfeit.
But the thing is, it brought me more peace and awareness to who I am. So a big thing is knowing where you're reacting from, like when you get triggered, right? So I was reading these books and I figured out, like, when I was being bitchy, I realized it was because, and I had to stop because I was reading these books and it said stop and feel your emotions. When you have to
You
stop
sound
and
like
feel your emotions,
I was. Yeah.
yeah, and I was
yeah.
disgusted by myself because it was insecurity that was bothering me. It wasn't the other person, and I had to own that. And that's very uncomfortable to know that whenever you're reacting to somebody, that you have to own that it's something in you that's triggering that response and it's not that person. And you have to take it off them instead of saying they're the bad one. You have to say, well, it's because I feel the certain way because I have a bias that I'm judging this person this way. That sucks. And that's hard to digest, And that's what Jesus is for me personally, is becoming the best person I can. And and that's why I don't like externalizing who he is, because and that's where the science of the, like, quantum and the fucking new age
You think he's a false
spirituality, which
idol, you
annoys
said, right?
me. But I feel connected to Jesus, but I don't think he's my savior. But I get his principles and I try to embody what he was trying to get at.
If he was not who he said he was, we wouldn't remember his name at this point. And you can find Buddha's bones, Muhammad's bones. You can find their bones, but you cannot find his bones. He's real. I mean, he's actually, because we were created for fellowship, for a relationship with God, which got messed up from the fall. Okay, the end of there is a way that seems right. The end of religion is a good person, but the end of following Jesus is knowing God. My adult children were horrible to me one night, particularly two of them. And since I never return evil for evil, and I'm slow to get offended, and I didn't even look at them mean, but I did have the thought, they don't know right from wrong. But, I'm kind of a funny person. So they went off on me, but I know the source of it has someone else, and who it's a long story. But anyway, and so I didn't return evil for evil, and I just looked at them, right? So they left, and then I kind of, I didn't know what was going on, and I collapsed against the bathroom floor under the weight of it. Jesus came into the bathroom from right there, and he came and he held me, and he said, your suffering is precious to me, and that I was sharing in his suffering, because when he was falsely accused, he didn't answer back. Now, he didn't have to do that, but that is the reason why we love him. And he said, the sheep hear the shepherd's voice. When he breaks into your thoughts, and he is there, and he loves you. And when you get born again, he shows you everything that went on in your life, which no other human being can do. And then the Holy Spirit, we get born of the Spirit, and the Holy Spirit lives in us. And in the Gospel of John, there are many functions of what the Holy Spirit does. And then you have abundant life. You have purpose, and you will love him. And he is real. He has done so many things. He has amazingly done things through me.
Well, and that's to me why the Spirit of Jesus matters more. And watching that movie moved me, and I didn't know why. And because what does
He
he look
wants,
like? I mean, it's not him. It's not what he's portrayed as, right? What he looks like. It's that spirit of his pure goodness.
and
You know,
I
just
did not
love for
see him
everything,
come in the bathroom.
despite, right?
I didn't see him come in the bathroom. I knew when you know him, and I am a screw up, okay? I am not like this holy, wonderful person. I mean, nobody really sees himself that way. But I will tell you what, I speak quickly because Mom, I was a latchkey kid. But let me tell you what happened one time. There was a guy came with this young girl. She was 20, around 20, real cute girl. She came to the house. They'd gotten in the car. I was really, really, really antsy. I said something about Jesus, which nobody heard, and then I just left. Well, I came out later, and the guy and my husband were talking, and she was standing there, and out of my mouth, okay, and for some, I felt stupid, but I go, why didn't you finish getting dressed today? Because her midriff she was dressed very sexy. She had boots. Her midriff was showing. Did I plan to say that? No. But she looked at me and she knew, A, I was not going to humiliate her, and B, that I cared. Plus, I'm older, right? I said that to her. She did not get offended. She kind of looked at her clothes. She explained she was from a small town. And I didn't know what I was going to say again. And I took steps to her. The guys were talking, and I said, you look like someone who was violated as a child. With each step, I got to her. I just met her, okay? I had never met her before. And she looked at me, and she froze. And I saw her eye color, and I saw how her eyeliner was put on. And I thought, oh, no, something's going to manifest. Here we go. And she looked at me, and she said, how did you know? She took a step to me. I stepped to her. She put her head on my shoulder, and she cried. That is a relation. That is life after meeting Jesus. I just met her. Do you know it took probably less than 60 seconds for this to happen? And then she kind of put herself together, put her pride back on, and just said something about Jesus, and it was over. What God can quicken that to her later. It happened. You don't plan those things. You cannot.
It happens without Jesus, quote unquote, too. Where I work, I do that on a daily basis, pretty much. Dealing with
that's just maturity.
People.
That's just being in the world. We're all like mothers.
Yeah, but it's also that knowing everything that he can do, we can do. And that's why I think and I mean, he could be a person, but we should aspire to have the qualities that he has.
Then back to what I was saying.
Yeah.
Then you would have, then that appeals to your personal pride, which if you go with that, it'll just be some kind of a high five business relationship with God instead of a love relationship.
No, it's aspiring. It's
life
meaning.
for.
I kind of already explained this. Is like knowing what is good, what is loving to humanity, and not being self-absorbed and selfish. But also
so we can feel like good people.
Love yourself, because there are people who will take advantage of you too. It's a fine balance, and Jesus is knowing the balance of helping while standing up against tyranny, like he did when he was flipping tables and being pissed off about the people that were being destructive and disgusting. He knew it too.
But we all have free will. And you can choose to not know Jesus. You can just choose to want to be a good person. And we all have gifts, so we can use our gifts or misuse our gifts, and we can get the glory, or we can just enjoy God here, enjoy knowing him. He's just amazing. He's just amazing.
Well, it is when you actually accept it. It doesn't need to be somebody out of yourself. It's amazing for
He
me
is
to
somebody.
know.
I can't help it. It's not my
Well,
idea.
and that's
But
your
I'm the
belief. I'm
created.
saying even people that don't want to believe it's a person, that there is something out there that is wonderful that you
But when
can
they
tap
die, they're not
into
going to have
to make
a
yourself
connection.
amazing. To be in what we can fully be, right? Reaching your potential is what I'm getting at. Like that love for reaching your potential of being somebody who contributes to humanity and helps its evolution. That's amazing instead of being a negative, nasty, destructive person.
Okay. You can know him if you want. If you don't,
Well, no,
you
I'm
know.
saying either way, there are people doing the same thing without believing in him. And that's
But they
where,
have pride and they don't know him. They can't enjoy him if they're denying him.
but they can enjoy the qualities and that, because that itself, when you are doing good and you're supporting people and being positive, there's no bigger reward than that, really. And
Well,
then
no,
to see someone really benefit from it is the ultimate reward.
knowing Jesus is better than that.
I
It's better.
That's where we probably differ, is that I don't know if he's a person, and I can't label him. To me, Jesus is undefinable, as is probably God.
So
So
then,
that's why I ask all these questions, like, what do you believe and why do you believe it? What makes you believe this? Because I don't have that knowledge, but I'm interested in knowing what you guys think.
Lynn loves him. Yeah, the scriptures, Colossians 1:16. I found that one. All things, for in him all things were created, things in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or powers or rulers or authorities, all things have been created through him and for him. So this existence is about God. It's about Jesus. He loves us, but he's done all he can for us. He's done everything on the cross and afterwards, and he's worth every effort to get to know and then to know better, because we do have our limits.
We're imperfect, of course we do.
If you ask Jesus if he's real, you seek him, he will make himself real to you. But you're not, it's all free will, so you don't have to. You can reject him and just limit him to being a concept. But the way you just explained him doesn't seem to apply to any other human being. I was going to ask, now I can't remember what you just said. You said whatever you said about Jesus, it still would kind of separate him from every other human being, I think. But you should read the Gospels. There's a lot of mic drop, without sarcasm, a lot of mic drop moments. And the Pharisees, he was just disgusted because they weren't loving. Oh, my husband was raised in the Catholic Church in Pittsburgh, and so he got born again, and he got kind of mad at the priest, And I go, honey, he might not have been born again, himself. So, and now he calls it the biggest cult in America. But there's a lot of things they do that are contrary to both testaments. But I think the Catholic people are beautiful people, but they kind of abdicate, responsibility of their relationship with God to other people, to the priest and stuff. So I was given both empathy and, just the difference. But like I said, the difference between false religion is people earning it, and then lest any man should boast. So, but Jesus is, no one gets born again and goes, wow, that was a big, huge mistake. Now I got the Holy Spirit leading me in all truth, and he's the comforter, and I'm not alone, and I have all these beautiful assets of knowing Jesus and amazing things that happen. I also prayed for a girl, and she had met her before. She was very, very, very nervous. And I said, you want to pray? She lived in the house with her brother that her father committed suicide in, and she was nervous all the time. So it was 8 months afterwards, right? And she got born again. I prayed with her, and Jesus showed up. And she put her hands on either side of her face, and she said, I'm smiling. I haven't smiled since my dad took his life. Okay, that is the abundant life. Those moments are worth everything. Another one, May 18th, 2018, a girl I knew since she was 3 years old. She's a young woman in her 30s, and she began writing things down because her illegal alien husband, who was cheating on her, had proposed to her for the first time, and she has 4 kids with him, and she just was so confused. So we prayed. She got born again, and he showed up. He is real. He is just real. He is real. I know Holly knows he's real. He's knowable.
And I'm not saying he's not real at all. I'm just saying we can perceive him in different ways, and ultimately there is a truth behind where he came from. And I just like to explore all that unemotionally, you know what I mean? And I appreciate, listen, your guys' passion for Jesus, listen, you are the sweetest people I know all day long. And if you guys have found him the right way, which I feel like you have, we need more of you. And it's only more incentive to believe you because your behavior is, indicative of your beliefs. And so we look at people who might say different things about Jesus or have other ideas, and how do they act? And then there's you guys.
I feel there's a bunch of
beautiful.
rumors about Christians. I think there's a bunch of rumors about Christians. I do. Like, particularly in the political, they'll say, how can you be a Christian and do da 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 da? And there are things we would never, ever, ever do. We wouldn't. But there are a bunch of people who think they're Christians because they're Americans, and they think it's interchangeable because we're Christian nations. I'm American. It's all about being born again. And we're born of water. Jesus was talking to Nicodemus, one of the Pharisees who came to see him by night, meaning he didn't want the other Pharisees to give him a hard time. And I'm telling you, Jesus is sinless, because I would have been sarcastic because Jesus said you must be born again. And then Nicodemus goes, should I, an old man, enter again into my mother's womb? Now, I would have popped off, okay? I would have said something sarcastic and at least rolled my eyes. But Jesus said, you were born of the water, when the physical birth, but you must be born of the Spirit. See? I mean, he's not going
I
to go.
agree. I think you're beautiful. I mean, your soul is beautiful, and I can tell. And all I do is search objectively for where the beliefs came from and things like that. And I'm not doubting what you believe, because like I've said to Holly earlier, you guys are the most beautiful people I've ever met. And I can't discount that in regards to your beliefs. What made you that way? Where did you come from? Because there's so many foul, vile people in society and on the internet especially, that how do you guys come along and keep your amazing peace and your great message?
They're mean to us too.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I mean. And here you are being beautiful. You're answering my questions. You're being very polite, and I appreciate that so much. I go on other streams. I stream myself, and there's a lot of disrespect and filthy behavior, especially from Christians. And I'm not basing my belief on Christians about
maybe
them.
they're not Christians. Maybe they're not really Christians.
Exactly, right?
See,
and so that's what I mean. You guys are an epitome of what I think Christians should be. You're trying to educate me. You're sharing your knowledge, and I appreciate that.
After almost 40 years, if someone's negative to me, I take it as a prayer request that Satan is harassing them in some way, and I do not get offended. Because it's not about me, and they have all of my compassion. There is a verse that says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities, and it goes on to talk about, so people, that's friendly fire.
Yes, I resonate with that.
Each person is extremely important. Every person's important. The people we're learning about, the pedophiles, I pray for pedophiles. I pray that's the quickest way to free children, and then they can repent and witness to the other pedophiles. But Jesus died for them, so his blood is good enough, and we have no right to judge anyone. And you know what? I would never give up the freedom from judging. I enjoy not
Why
judging.
are people born into certain situations and others aren't? Like
Well, it's not
Holly.
God's fault. It's
Yeah,
it's
no, it's not.
we have
God's
our
fault,
free
but, like,
will.
what are we? Why, like, kids with leukemia? And we listen. We know that maybe their parents aren't aware of the sins they've committed in the past that they haven't rectified. Okay, like, people aren't really insightful. I know that for a fact. Where their problems could come from, because I've interrogated myself more than a detective ever could, and I found
call
out
this
where all my shit has come from. And my thing is, you know, if you think about being born again or whatever, and like the punishment, are those children being punished by being subject to these conditions? And it doesn't matter because they weren't born knowing that they were deserving that. And it really bothers me. And there's no explanation, you know.
I call this place Rebel Planet for a reason. Now I call it Rebel Planet /plane because of flat Earth theories. Okay, but maybe cancer came from the occult. Babylon is when all of that occult.
Well, if you look into
started.
the science of cancer, yes, you are pretty much right. I mean, I
Yeah,
can't exclusively say it, but what I've researched, yes, it is not normal.
And the Bible's been watered down. Did you ever hear? And my parents a little bit when I was a kid in Sunday school, and we learned about this guy that built this tower to go talk to God. And I thought, why did God get mad? He just wanted to hang out. And then the Tower of Babel had these troughs where blood would flow because they were sacrificing people. It was the birthplace of the occult.
How are people? That's what I mean. That's when I got turned back onto religion, because I said, if these people are doing all the things that these other people are doing, why is it different? Because it's now they've made it mainstream and acceptable.
They believed the archangel Lucifer lied about who God is, and he lied about
the greatest trick the devil ever played was pretending he didn't exist.
Yeah, Lucifer means a light bearer.
I didn't think he existed. And once I figured out he existed, I knew the other side existed. And that's why I asked so many questions. I hope you're not, thank you for sharing.
Yeah,
that's what opened my eyes, is if he existed, then the other must exist. And I need to know more. That's why I'm asking questions and what I've heard and what I've researched. And is that true from people who've studied the Bible? I'm really respectful in my questions, because
do you know what gospel means?
Disgusting thing exists, then I know the rest of it exists. No,
do you know what gospel means?
Mm-mm.
It means good news. So somebody asked me what the gospel meant, and I explained it. He's a lawyer. He asked me for the third time. I started feeling sorry for him. But then I realized that he just didn't want to know. But it's the good news. The good news is that we all deserve hell. I know you may have a problem with it, but we have all, God shows he knows the hearts. We can't look at each other's hearts. But God,
my issue with that is, why are we suffering still if he's paid for our sins?
We have to accept the gift. There you go. We have to accept the gift, and people reject the gift.
Well, it's not a gift. And this is what I think they hide from us, is that he may have died for our sins, but he may have died for us to learn from our sins instead of being closed-minded, right? The people who won't wake up, the people who you tell over and over the facts, who are just like, no, I believe it.
Your mic is
I think he died.
Your mic is breaking up. Can you tell her, Ollie?
Can you repeat that?
Her microphone.
Myself, being that
I think it's her connection.
Renee, I don't know what's happening, but everything you said just came out all blurred together. We couldn't understand anything.
Maybe she should go out and come back in, or crunchy.
Yeah, crunchy. Renee, do you want to go out and come back in? Your mic is all messed up. Here, I'll drop the link in the chat room. Anybody who wants to get on the panel is welcome.
I'm glad she's bringing these things up.
Right.
While we're here, they're coming to her. In fact, I just asked God to show her the things that she's wanting answers to.
Right. I hope she comes back in. So I put the link in the chat room again.
She wants more. She
Yeah.
wants more than she has.
And that's great news. It's so great
Yeah.
to see somebody start talking to Jesus. That's like,
She's a seeker. Yeah.
you know,
Wait till she learns that every single angel rejoices when one comes to him. Every angel stops what they're doing and they rejoice when somebody gets born again because they know it's kind of a road.
yeah.
Especially this time, it's so deceptive. There's deception everywhere, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
And I appreciate you explaining it, really, Denise, because like I said, I was an altar girl and I went to being spiritual and almost new age and reading tarot cards. And I went away from that because I felt like everything I needed to know was inside of me. And then watching how the Bible basically, their tenets were being reversed in society today was really disturbing.
Well, Satan is involved in religion more than politics. He is, you know, in
It's
Catholic
all
Church,
over. Yep.
it's been infiltrated. You know, the Pope is pretty corrupt. He's Jesuit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you're a seeker. That's it. That's it. You know, you got to just keep going for more because you're not quite satisfied.
I'm not, and that's why I like to talk to people that know the Bible. I want them to tell me what they think because while I believe in the embodiment of his characteristics, you know, I want to know more. But at the
Wait till you
very
learn how.
least, I want to be a good person, you know?
Wait till you learn how he sees you. You are precious to him.
And I
He's
know
just-
that, you know, I know that. And it's the guilt. I hate the Catholic Church for that, the guilt.
Oh, let me tell you the difference.
Mhm.
Guilt. Okay. Guilt, Satan, guilt, labels, despair. Holy Spirit convicts us and shows us our sin, but there's hope with it and love, and there's no funky heaviness. And as the Holy Spirit, you seek, the Holy Spirit will reveal your sin to you, your mistakes. Like I said, sin isn't necessarily sinister. You can have good motivations and miss the mark, make mistakes. So sin, you know, it's a neutral thing, and it's just cast as really, really bad. But when the Holy Spirit shows you, you want to just say sorry. And there's just a beauty to being convicted by the Holy Spirit, and Satan is just, he sucks the life out of you.
And don't you feel like it's an uphill battle ever since you decided to accept Jesus' principles? You get attacked constantly.
Oh man, it is amazing. When I would witness, and I was in my 20s, and I witnessed to somebody, and I went home, and I had this feeling overcome me of this social awkwardness, and that it was real creepy. And I went, wait a minute, that went great. She listened to me. That was not, and I realized that it was whoever was assigned to me, giving me a feeling. Another asset of following Jesus is having appropriate emotions. It's amazing. Like, instead of our emotions being all over the place. But yeah, yes, but the persecution, it freed me up because, yeah, I just love following Jesus. Wish I hadn't been a clod for so many years, but you know, it's the way it is. But yeah, yeah, it's been hard.
I'm glad that I could go from knowing spiritual new age to knowing that that's wrong, even though you think you're, even if you're not, you know, overtly on one side or the other, that you can tell the difference, that tarot cards and that stuff isn't good, and you need to be with yourself, and you need to be with the higher power. And
have you looked up
be
testimonies
good.
on YouTube?
Hmm?
Have you looked up testimonies on YouTube?
As
I'll put
far
like
as what?
testimonies of Jesus, and there's a lot from the New Age, and there's a lot from, you know, different backgrounds.
No, I haven't, because
They're
I have a
really,
hard time believing them. You know, for me, I would rather talk to people who have had their own experiences, because I have too, and I can explain them in a certain way. And
well, that's
you
what
know,
their testimonies. They're just you people on YouTube saying how they met Jesus and what their background was. I mean, it's not organized. I should do a video of my testimony, but as a backslider, I'm always like, oh, which one? Such a big clod. But you know, I'm a funny person. I'm on
No,
the
I
funny
know.
side.
I know. Absolutely. And I
Right.
appreciate you sharing your information with me because I want to know. I want to know what
Yeah.
makes you passionate about it. And I only ask, I just really hope I don't come across, because I can be dry, that I'm not interrogating and I'm not believing you, because it's like digging. You know, I got a
I
shovel and
thought
I'm
you
pretty serious
I
with
thought
my
you did
shovel.
you did very well. When you were talking to the guy before me, I thought, ooh, I wish he'd be more gentle, you know, a little bit, like just lighten up about that small sect or whatever. I thought he was going to maybe offend you, and I was like, ee.
No, never, because I just want to know what people think and
And you're
where
not
they came from and why they believe it. Because am I not what?
you're not easily offended. I liked that.
No, I love people's I love what makes you passionate. I love hearing you talk about Jesus like you love
Yeah.
him, like he's your father. It's a beautiful feeling to me because I can feel it. I mean, I've had empathic experiences. And so this is another thing that this is where I get confused, is when they talk about religion and they say that's witch stuff and devil worship or whatever. And it's like, no, I'm pretty I can feel other people's feelings and I'm pretty uncomfortable about it, but how can you blame me for a gift you gave me?
I can mention there was a testimony that got taken down, but the great granddaughter of Ulysses S. Grant did her testimony here, and she was sensitive to spiritual things, sensitive to spirits, and she even got a job as a psychic. I want to said it that way, but anyway, and she. Okay, George Washington was a Freemason. Ulysses S. Grant, almost all of them have been Freemasons, but she was really mad at all the Satanists and the baby killing and all. And she was taking a shower, and Jesus came. She got the revelation that she was not innocent. And I don't want to talk about a controversial subject. And Holly, I always feel bad for a woman who has an abortion because they were lied to, but she just started breaking down and crying. And Jesus said to her, "You are like my little baby." He didn't condemn her. He was interested in loving her, and she needed to be forgiven and set free from that, because she didn't realize how it impacted her. But she knew that the sins of the fathers passed to the third and fourth generation, and that the sensitivity to spirits was a consequence of the Freemasonry that is incremental Satanism, by the way. And she just loves Jesus, and she's not sad she met Jesus and he came to her and spoke to her. So I'm just
And he
saying,
should, that love. I love that. Oh, sorry, finish and I'll
yeah.
talk. Go ahead. You said that love.
I bumped my laptop. That's all that happened.
No, I love, and I feel that love when you talk about it, because it really is when our parents have failed us, when they failed our parents and their parents.
Every parent fails. I mean,
Yeah, and
we're
the
just not
thing is, when
equipped
they
to
were
have
manipulated, by propaganda. We've been manipulated by propaganda for a very, very long time.
I
The
know,
truth has
right?
been hidden, and people react on that because they don't think they have a choice. And my issue with that is, in God's eyes, when someone is like, I did something and I am so sorry, but God would understand, Jesus would understand that you were in a certain situation.
Right. He came
Exactly.
not to condemn the world, but to forgive, to give us eternal life. Yeah, he's not.
But to intentionally take pleasure in harming, murdering, killing other people, that is different.
But what happened to them in childhood? See, his blood is good enough. He will restore anybody. I know.
I don't think those people come from us. I don't don't know the connection. I mean, I can see a
Yeah.
little bit, I guess, but I feel like there's something different about them that makes them. I remember saying to a boyfriend I had, I literally would go, "Are you an alien? Are you an alien?" Because I literally didn't think that he had human feelings. And
Right.
it was a little bit
Sociopath.
narcissism, but it was a
Mhm.
totally it was totally in touch with perpetuating money and wealth and status and
Mhm.
but he came from being poor, and it was just this indoctrination. It was bizarre to me, and there was nothing that got through, and I
Yeah.
don't know what that means. Is that the 100,000 that get woke because they get it, and then those everybody, like, they can't, you can beat them on the head with sledgehammer facts and they're still not going to get it.
I just am content as far as murders and stuff that I don't understand how they think. I am cool with that.
It's all
But I don't judge.
It's corruption. If you talk to the police departments, FBI, and everything else, you will see that everybody's connected, and it depends on what. Whether their friend got out of line, whether there's a trafficking operation going on, or a drug thing that they have to kill someone for. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons why they do it, and they all protect each other. And this is permeating government, prison, medical, everything. I mean, I don't, am I preaching to the choir? I'm sorry. It pisses me off. I'm going to mute.
I can offer something. Let me tell you guys something. Okay? Just let me speak because I've typed it out in comments. If it's okay to talk about what's happening in America and across the world, the first of the Trump prophecies came in 2007. And this doesn't mean Trump prophesied. It's about him. And it was Kim Clement. He was a man from South Africa. And he was told a couple of key things, didn't know it was Trump. In 2011, at least three men were told that Donald Trump would be our next president. Okay, and then I have heard that, well, Kim Clement, you can look up the Trump prophecies, but he said that Jesus was going to use Donald Trump to dismantle, to address, to expose and deal with the corruption in high places, people who would never, ever be prosecuted before because of the Satanists in the White House, Bush's, Clintons, and, Obama. They're all Freemasons and, whatever, but they're really sinister. They've been working together since Mena, Arkansas. I don't know if you guys know that, when he was the governor, cocaine, black neighborhoods, blah, 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 right? But the Trump prophecy said that the corruption would be addressed in the highest place. Now, when the Dems got Congress, no one could have done a better job than having the Dems in leadership to expose the corruption, because they did nothing else but just try to impeach Trump. Trump is hated because he is an outsider. He's not a Freemason. He's free to do whatever. If he was corrupt, the swamp media would never, ever cover him that way. But so that's the highest. The Congress, the people in the White House, the intelligence, they're all exposed for their corruption. Then it would go down lower. Okay, so you got the coronavirus, and we see 50 governors. Are they corrupt, or are they power grabbing freaks? The mayors, the judges, the sheriffs, the police, they're all being exposed because they're being corrupt, out
Can
loud.
I ask you a question? And have you looked at this? And I'm sorry if I'm saying something out of turn on your channel,
Next to the
Holly.
pastors.
But have
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
seen? Have you seen that a lot of the health ministers involved in this are transgender?
Transgender. There were some in Obama's thing that were transgender. I feel
Canada,
sorry for all.
Illinois. There's multiple different. I'm just wondering if there's.
That is a sacrifice thing they do. That's a thing to worship Satan, unless they.
Why are they doing that?
Then we have a distorted view of what is male. The Bible says he created them male and female. So Satan will come against that. There's a power in it. There's an occult kind of a thing to it. And I guess the parents do it.
Nurse, so I'm going to add to that. And this is a thing I want to kind of discover is I was reading an article when I was getting to the science of my profession. And it said, it was basically laying the groundwork for gender is fluid and there's naturally gay occurring people and all this stuff, which I kind of believe. And it said it was because of population control. It was like a inherent population control. And there have been gay men actually more publicized than women for a very long time back in the early movie times. But then again, you look at the history of the movies, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, Hollywood's
So
always
it's
been
like, you know,
false,
it's all,
always.
that's what I mean. You can't prove anything because it's so convoluted. Like, well, did the movies make them gay? They were like giving them a platform, or were they already gay, or guys gay? But what I've seen, you know, and then
Babylon.
vaccines actually have male DNA in them and female, I learned too, but they're saying that the vaccines are making males more or females more male. So I don't know. That's what I'm hearing. I don't have proof for that. I haven't researched what exactly is in the vaccines that is making everyone go transgender or not. But I'm just curious, especially because it relates to their religious beliefs over there, right? And it just makes you
And
ask
in
questions.
Egypt and the Greeks and the Romans.
Yes,
Oh,
from
yeah.
the beginning of time, actually. So what's the
Fallen angels.
Yeah.
Fallen angels. My daughter once
So-
said, the people in Egypt who worship cats, didn't they see them when they were kittens, you know, because kittens are so dumb? But, you know, that's fallen angel thing, fallen angel deception. But it'll come with a flattering tongue. Deception comes with a flattering tongue.
Well, and like people have said, yes, money is the root of all evil. I know
The
what
love
they're
of money.
talking about now. I
Yes,
get it.
it's the love
I
of
get why
money.
you shouldn't watch media, right? And that's why, you know, I appreciate your views on Jesus because I get what he's saying. Everything. Go back to nature. Off-grid living, absolutely. Get away from the government. Have your own communities and families and fuck all this shit. But like you said, who can do it? Oh yeah, you know, we all just know how to, and that's what they did. They did it on purpose, slowly over hundreds of years. They took away the knowledge for us to know how to treat childhood illnesses at home, how to grow food at home, how to have irrigation systems and gardens. They took it all away and said, you can't handle it. You're too stupid. We have specialists to do this. Can't people see how this all worked out? They took everything away from us. And that,
You know,
to me, having that in us is Denise, is Jesus. Being self-reliant, communities, close families. It takes a village, all that love and, you know,
but we're
community
created in
stuff.
God's image, so people do that
Yeah.
without knowing Jesus, though.
And
Right.
protecting our children.
Jesus died for the bloodline people, for the Luciferians. He died for the creepiest of the creeps. But I think their hearts are hardened. But we wrestle not against them in the name of Jesus. That's another thing, the name of
Our
Jesus.
beliefs. Do you know what a Mormon said to me once? And I know Mormons have a bad history, but he said this to me once because he left Mormonism, was in a band doing all the band shit, and then he left and went back to Idaho. The family reconverted him. He goes to me. He said, what you put in your brain, you think of. That stuck with me and has stuck with me for almost 20 years. What you see, what you absorb, what you expose yourself to gets in your brain and changes how you think. Why do you think they show kids this shit on TV? Why do you think they have all these drag guys and girls? And everything anti-Christian.
Yeah. Yep. And it was Clinton did the 1996 Telecommunications Act and limited the quote unquote news to 6 corporations. And that is why they're the swamp media. Yeah. But
and what were you you were on a tangent. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. About
yeah, I was going to tell you 2 things. John Lennon has this quote, and he said, "The people who rule the world are insane." So they, you know, they always have to control things, and it's.
And did anyone see the album cover with them having broken baby dolls all over them? Hello.
Yeah, and then you got Led Zeppelin with the Houses of the Holy and these children climbing up steps.
And
Yes.
the whole thing growing up was, oh, you listened to fucking Pink Floyd when you were tripping on acid. Why is that? Why was that pushed in your brain? I was way after Led Zeppelin and acid.
Yeah.
That was in the 70s and late 60s. And they're pushing it on the 90s. You know, like, you just, if you look at, that's why I can't watch media. I don't let my kids watch this stuff because it rots your brain. I'll never
The
forget what
cultists are behind it. Hey,
it affects you. It's
you're
true.
you talked about transgender. Have you seen the documentary on Michelle Obama? I just think you might like it. It's 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 on Mr. Purple Tie. That's the channel, and they live in Colorado, which is the what do they call it? The gender surgeries, gender assignment surgeries. They are the capital of the world, and one of them is a doctor, and they say the differences between male and female, and they do, Michael Robinson is who he was. They also do Justin Bieber, and when I watch that one, the main thing is the agreement between teen magazines and television, and they're all coordinated. It's amazing that's
Yeah,
they're so
I grew up in the 80s, and in the grocery store when we were checking out, Teen Beat, Teen Bop was all there sexualizing young teenagers, all of
and
us,
guess what? Every
girls
time
and boys.
every time they did a Justin Bieber on one of those, the background was pink. So they could feel smug that they put the truth out there. That was born a female, and he didn't decide. The Satanists also went forth and multiplied. That's what we have here. Yeah, actors and musicians. I even think that children from satanic parents have an edge over the others when they're going for a movie role because they were already molested in their childhood. So I think that they're competing with each other for their kids to become.
They're either born into it and they have connections, or their mothers, their fucking mothers, and I'm sorry to swear, but their mothers leave them with these people, and I'm disgusted by that.
Ben Affleck and Matt Damon's mothers had connections to the CIA. They didn't work for the CIA, but they knew people in the CIA.
The SS in the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. Look into it. Hell yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio. Look into this stuff. They're all CIA. Yes. Why do you think they're promoting global warming, resistance while flying on their massive jets?
Yeah,
really.
That's not science. That is a plot to establish world regulations, which those are going to have to be enforced, and then world law. And one of the most wonderful things is that our president went to meet with the Pope for the first time and directly left him and took us out of the Paris Accord. Oh, he was mad. The Pope was so mad because I heard him talking about Trump after that. He completely ignored what he had to say. And then he came over here to visit, and he's like, climate control is the number one problem. It's like, nah, sin is, and it always has been. I know, I'm funny. I just spit this stuff out,
You're awesome, Denise. Thank you.
Climate control. Well, I enjoy you too. I've never done this before, except for when I heard you. I was like, I want to talk to her. She's great, and I knew the answers. Because
I appreciate it. I like people teaching me what they believe in their experiences because it helps me put it in perspective. And that's what matters,
Yeah, we're here to have a relationship, an intimate relationship, and God wants you. He wants you to know him, and he wants that relationship with you, and he wants to do for you.
Well, I can't help to think otherwise. How did I get into medicine? I literally looked at my astrological chart, and I didn't have a choice. I didn't learn that until about 6 months ago, that I was destined to be what I'm doing. And I was also stubborn enough to be not, conforming to what medicine wanted me to say and spreading the truth. And honestly, I have to step out of the career to get my message across. I will, because I promised to do no harm. Shit. I mean, we all did.
Yeah. Well, is there any other question? Any other question you have, or you want to talk to somebody else?
No, I don't. I want to come on. I haven't been on. Where's Jasper? What are you doing there? You've been sitting there muted. Do you want to say hi? I've enjoyed it. I have to run, but I'd like to see if Jasper has anything to say.
Sure,
Okay.
I'd like to say hi. That's why I'm here, actually, just to say hi.
Hi, Jennifer.
What are
Hey,
your
yo.
thoughts? Do you have any thoughts on all this crazy we've been talking about?
It's really late where I'm at. So my thoughts are not to be shared right now, really. I just wanted to, check in, say hi.
I'm glad you did. It's good to see you, Jasper. It's
Well,
been,
It's
hello.
good to see you. It's been a while,
yeah.
but it's really nice that you're doing these panels again.
Yes, I think it's a great idea.
It,
Someone inspired me to start running videos every day, and I was like, I used to do that, and I really enjoyed it. So here I am.
it's good. It's good because I've enjoyed them
I enjoy them.
in the past, and it's. I think you expressed this yesterday. How we are very connected, but we are also very lonely, and this is it works. It's like it's a way to get together without really getting together because we're apart in geography. So
And that sucks. I hate being so far away from you guys because I don't really have a lot of contact with other humans, and it would be nice to have face contact with people. I'd love for you guys to be here face to face with me, or have that a possibility. So I'm grateful for the technology that brings us together. But yeah, being alone and lonely sucks. Especially for a holiday.
I can data dump again if you want.
Okay.
All right. We see all these videos about the celebrities, the celebrated ones, who sold their soul. And within the last year and a half, I think Madonna tweeted, "When you sell your soul to the devil, you can't ask for it back." Okay.
Right.
Well, guess what? I've got good news. And you know what, guys? When she was doing those typewriter videos, I actually went to the YouTube video channel generating them. I don't know if it's Madonna or somebody else, but I got great news. Everybody has their soul. Nobody sold their soul. Why? Jesus said that the devil means liar. Satan, that means adversary. Lucifer means the light bearer. And Jesus said that he's the father of lies, and in him there is no truth. So he doesn't.
What happened to you?
what happened to you?
Where'd Denise go?
But while Denise is gone, actually, it's funny. She was talking about Madonna, and I just remember that I had a very close call to the Illuminati way back when I was maybe, I think, 24. And the backstory is that I was in a band, and we were sort of moving from the countryside of Denmark to a larger city, and we met this DJ here in Aarhus, where I live now, and he was.
Oh yeah, I got kicked off.
Go on. Sorry.
Yeah, all right. And he got hired by Sony Music Denmark, or a sub-branch of Sony Music Denmark, that wanted to like do electronica music and sort of pretend to be a independent label, but it was really Sony Music. And this DJ, he was hired to be an R&R man for this company, so he was sent out to find talent to release there, and he contacted us and said, "Hey, I want you guys to, I want, to make a deal with you and release your stuff on this record label that I'm hired to find talent to." And that meant we would initially be hired by a sub-branch of Sony Music in Denmark, and we would be released in Europe. And if that went well, we would then go on to be released in the US on Maverick Record, which is Madonna's record company. And in my teens, I was sort of a fan of Madonna. So had this happened, and I had went to the US and made contact with Madonna, and she had introduced me to this world of celebrity and mystique and whatnot, I would have been all in. And I could have ended up in a very different place if that had happened. And I thank God that it didn't, that I didn't become famous and end up in bed with Madonna, because now I have a very different relationship with Madonna than I did back then.
Wow. Wow. Beautifully worded, Jesper.
Thank you.
Hey, Michael, it's great to see you. Welcome.
My mic was muted.
I'm sorry.
Anyway. No, because I had to come back in. So, no, I muted it. I got kicked out. But yeah, I got a minor in music. I really liked art, and I'm glad I didn't go into music. But I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just surprised. But I was babbling about Madonna. Yes, she has emotion. She cried on stage about her son. So if they only knew, celebrities need to know, everybody got their soul. Satan's just a big stupid liar. So they can give their soul to Jesus as long as they're breathing. That's all. I just wanted to finish it because I got kicked out. I thought it made me sound crazy.
No,
not this crazy, but you know. Okay, well, you were talking to Michael.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Michael took one of my interviews. He's got a really cool channel. He talks about Jesus and Bigfoot and all that stuff. I'm really sorry for my cell phone going off. This is why I threw it out. No, I kid you not. First, it got shut off for a few days, and then I turned it back on. And then I was like, you know what? This cell phone has to go. So I dropped it, got rid of it for a couple of days. And I'm thinking, well, maybe I need to have it turned on because, you know, I'm a single female living by myself. And my neighbor just won't stop texting me. And it's starting to tick me off because he knows I'm doing a live stream. So why would you keep texting me like that? And if I turn off my cell phone, then I'll miss other people's calls. But I wish he'd knock it off. Like, good. He's going to go lay down and take a nap. Good. I won't hear from him. Thank you. Could you have done that sooner? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just teasing. But I needed a break from the cell phone. But plus, I got really, really triggered. And my anger came out. I made bad decisions and choices. I snapped, totally snapped. And now here I am. That's probably another reason why I have like such a bad physical pain level today, is because I snapped and like I lost it. I was losing time. I lost my nuts on someone, so to speak. I lost my marbles and yelled at someone that I didn't mean to yell at. And I haven't gone back to apologize to him. I'd like to, but I don't think that door will be open for me to apologize. But I've just been so triggered lately, and a lot's been happening. And I guess I just basically dropped the ball and stumbled and fell flat on my face yet again. And I saw it coming in my dreams. Abba warns me this was coming in my dreams. And now that it's here and it's happening, it just really sucks. I feel like I'm going through it over and over again because I dream of something bad happening. I wake up from the dream. I know it's going to happen. And then I got to wait for real life for it to manifest in real life so I can live through it a third time. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, a third time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you snapped at me in a little bit of a way, and I just thought it was adorable. I did not get offended. He'll get over it.
Well, Denise, thank you. You and I have a relationship, and you know that I snap, that I have anger issues, but it's never meant at you, even though I've taken it from you. But then again, I know I can trust you, Denise. I know I got your shoulder. And when I'm snapping like that, who else am I going to go to? A stranger? No, I'm going to go straight to you, Denise.
Yeah,
you're my old friend. You're my sister. We're close.
I've learned to take it really well. Like they can snap at me, and that means we're good friends.
Well,
you know,
I feel bad. You know, I still feel bad, Denise.
No, but I did like hearing your laugh the first time I heard it. After you got a little. The whole thing was I figured out the last name, and I was so proud of myself. Instead, before I just used the last initial and then went, "Oh, that's it." So I didn't mean to give information. I was just like, "Oh, look, I remembered," but I knew you didn't know that, and it would have looked creepy that I just like made it more specific, you know. But I was just me being a clod. But it did happen, and I should become a member and just. You know, that's what I should do. And then I'll check it out. It's been a motivator.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was great. I did hear the intro and everything, and I was all proud. Yeah, I made this happen.
Yes, thank you for setting that interview up with the confessionals, but we can do like a private video call and watch it together. They gave me, Tony was kind enough to give me an invite, like a membership, so I could watch the video. But he said that he was going to just keep it up for his members and that he'd like to do a series. But
yeah, I knew it would be more than one.
Yeah.
I knew that. Mm-hmm.
So I'm really pleased about that. I look forward to what the future holds and doing more interviews. So thank you for putting us in contact with each other, because it turns out that Tony and I actually have known each other for years. So when he got my email, he was like on it, and I didn't put two and two together. And I was so grateful to him. And he just does such beautiful work. And I'm really glad he gave me the opportunity. Him and his wife are really great people. And the fact that they're bringing awareness to MK Ultra and will even give me their platform, it really floors me. I'm truly humbled. So thank you again for connecting Tony and I. But it turns out that we've known each other for years online.
Cool.
Yeah. And just, I'm bad with names, so I really don't remember, you know, but I think the interview came out really, really well. And I'm sure he did a fantastic job, but he's a hard worker. He was telling me how busy he gets, and he just doesn't have time to eat and sleep, basically, you know?
And are they expecting their second one? They've had one and they're expecting the second one?
I think so. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. But other than that, much love to you, WP Jim Layton. I love you, brother. I hope you have a nice day. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I hope to eventually get in the shower. And it'd be really nice. I'd probably feel a lot better. But I don't know. So what have you got going on for Memorial Day weekend, Denise? Anything?
You said holiday 2 different times. I'm like, what holiday is it? But I'm in Texas, and you know, all this lockdown and all that stuff. I have noticed nothing So I feel like it affected me none, zip zero, because we're the land of the free down here. And we
Yeah.
had a good governor, and the lieutenant governor is cool. And there's no big power trips. But like I was talking about the Trump prophecies on the state and local level, now they're being exposed. And Renee interrupted what I was saying. But next, Mark Taylor said, then it's going to go to the pastors as far as the corruption being exposed. Yay. And then the people, which I don't know what that's about. I guess I'll just lay low because we all have a corrupt heart. In places. But yeah, the Trump prophecies continue to unfold with accuracy. How many times have I tapped that? And in the early 2013, Kim Clement prophesied about impeachment. Impeach, they will say, but it will not happen. And then they will say he has hot blood. Well, he's a New Yorker. I mean, Donald Trump is the first president we've had that has that cares about the people kind of qualities. He's not a Freemason. They hate him so bad because it's just their corruption's exposed. It's just so funny. It's just so entertaining too. Plus, he's a master troll. 4 decades in the public eye, in the media. I first saw him like maybe Phil Donahue in the 70s or something. Anyway. So I don't know if everybody got the memo on Trump. I don't want anybody to get mad, but it is because he is not corrupt that he's being treated that way. He was corrupt. They just roll with that one.
Yep.
Okay.
I like, I think Trey Smith is the ministry that,
I love Trump. Yeah.
that turned me on to Clement.
It was his video put out before the election, and I watched it. And so the Holy Spirit through that video confirmed everything about it. Yeah, the Cyrus, right? And the way my mom says, they're just nothing's going to be done about Hillary. It's like, wait, she's opposing God. Also, the lying media, when you oppose truth for a living, for your career, professionally, you oppose God. And the ratings plunge. I don't know. It's just delicious. But if they irritate me, I've prayed for Hillary a bunch of times, because, had to after what I thought about her.
Yeah.
That's what I do. I just pray for them in the moment. My feelings don't have to have anything to do with it. But yeah. Okay.
Wow. Yeah. That's making me think it's like, I need to pray for Hillary and Barry and all these other people that I really don't like, that I recall from the Dumbs, or that hurt another child in the Dumbs. But
because it was paid for on the cross, so his blood is good enough, it's pure enough, and plus then you get to forget about them. You just forget by faith. You just declare it. That's the part I was going to tell Renee, that she wants to know about disease and everything. And she responded. But the thing is, God must honor our free will. And that's the answer to a whole bunch of things that are wrong in the world. It's because of the human beings involved in their will. So he is all powerful, but yet he can't violate our free will. Or, you know what I mean?
Yes.
But she was kind of getting it anyway, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's good to hang out and talk with you, Denise, because I know we text message a lot through Facebook, but it's nice to sit here and converse with you and hear your voice.
Yeah, you too. And I write long messages.
Yes, you do. And I
try to be funny. I got the need to entertain and crack people up. See?
You do. You are very entertaining, and I appreciate it. You get me laughing because I think it's you. I have another sister very similar to you. So sometimes I get both of you mixed up, but I think it was you, where in one of your letters, you're telling me something, and then all of a sudden in the middle of the paragraph, you're like, you didn't stop and read this, did you? I was thinking to myself, oh my goodness. Yeah. You're right. No, I went back and read everything, but I'm like, she's trying to catch me to see if I'm actually reading this. And I am.
Well, now you can put my pace and my timing with it. See, I got that gift from my dad. And then, we misuse it till we get born again, then we use it. And it's pretty disarming for people I'm witnessing to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm dreading having to take my dog outside again. I hope she stays sleeping for another couple more hours.
Do the other people want to talk?
Oh, yeah. Josh, Jessica, Kenzie. No, I think they're fine just listening to us.
I'm good. I'm good.
Sorry, I had to get the other screen. I figured out I could put on YouTube, turn the volume off on the video, then be on StreamYard so I could watch the live comments, because I can't figure out how to comment on StreamYard. But that's what I was doing, and I would turn my camera on, but I'm wearing like red, white, and black. I noticed, so I didn't want to trigger anybody.
Okay. No worries.
Yeah.
I'm triggering everybody because I'm sitting here smoking cigarettes, and I know better than to do that, but I'm not perfect. I'm definitely a sinner.
It's okay, Holly. You just make me vape more.
Hey, so Denise, what part of Texas do you live in?
Well, I live where Aleister Crowley's daughter is buried with their child that died, and then the one of the presidents is here. And it's between Austin, Dallas, and Houston, and Aggies grow here.
Oh, okay, so you're in College Station?
Brian,
Brian,
College
okay.
Station is named after a train station that went to the college. That's an icky name. We're named after a person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm in Terrell. Terrell is east of Dallas by about 20 minutes.
Oh, how was the lockdown up there? Were y'all kind of free? Was there any kind of Bill of Rights violations up there, or were y'all?
Well, Dallas is very, very big, but Terrell in Kaufman County is a much smaller population. And people around here, we were kind of like, this is going to be really slow to get to us, and it was. And,
Yeah.
Huh?
Huh?
Yeah. A lot of people here do wear masks, some don't. Nobody gives them any grief about it. The only thing that happened that was kind of big news was that lady in, I think, Frisco is where she is. Her name is Shelley Luther, and she had a salon, and she went against reopened it. Yeah, and they ruled in her favor and let her out of jail finally.
And
so that was a victory on that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so then the corruption was exposed. They just can't act right. They just can't not do it. I thought it was hilarious to see the open letter to the president by the corrupt governor of Michigan, I think. And then she had a hissy fit and was interviewed on CNN by Wolf Blitzer. And she called him a petulant child, our president. And as she was saying it, she was being like a petulant child. It was crazy. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I talk a lot. But
okay.
Okay, well, listen, in the press conference, this journalist called Kristen, she kept going to go, by what authority can the president overrule a governor? Well, it's the Bill of Rights and our right to assemble and stuff like that. But, Kelly McEnany, she didn't say that. And then the other guy, he was wrong too. And I don't know, he said we. He said, what we're asking is like, what do you mean? Y'all work for different outlets. Are you talking about the 6 corporations have a hive mind against the president or something? What do you mean we? So anyway. You're so mad.
Yeah. People don't, here's the problem. It seems like, not enough people really paid attention in history class when they were learning about the Constitution.
Yeah.
you know? And so they can say things, we all know if we paid attention, it's like, that didn't say that. Like, you can't do that. I mean, the whole states' rights versus the federal rights thing is very clearly laid out in the Constitution. I'm pretty sure that, you know, if the president needs to overrule someone under an Emergency Powers Act, that he has the right to do that. I think that under emergency powers, you are allowed to do that. And it's not for anyone.
And he said more than once, "We aren't babies," because they're asking us persnickety questions. It's like, well, we know how to act. We know our rights. Sorry, you were brainwashed in your gender studies in college, your liberal arts college. I don't know why I'm echoing. It's annoying.
Oh, you echoing?
I am. Can you guys hear echoing? Because I can ignore it.
I don't hear it.
I can tell you guys something I learned from Brenton Sawin. Brenton Sawin has had his Sasquatch channel. He passed away, but he went to journalism. He went to one of the top journalism schools, and he says they teach their freshmen, and I guess all throughout, they teach them this: you're more informed than your audience. You're more savvy than your audience. They actually literally prepare them to be elitist, liars, to control their audience. It's in their teaching in journalism school, or one of the top schools. Yeah, so Chris Cuomo learned very well if he even went. I don't know. I think Chris Cuomo's banking on a chiseled chin or something. Okay,
You order some yourself. Have you seen the commercials for that stuff? Where it's like, rub this like lotion on, it supposedly gets rid of your turkey waddle in like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm like, I'm not gonna put anything in my face that fast, ridiculous. Yeah, no, I took an RTF class at UT, and it was actually about international television. We studied a lot about the types of shows that are shown in South America, Middle East, a lot of telenovelas and soap operas, basically, and how and that was a very interesting class because it was just straight, this is who owns this is who's producing it, this is how many people watch this. It wasn't about telling people how to be, because I ended up not majoring in journalism. I switched to English, but I see that because it changed from when we got the 24-hour news cycle, when cable brought that about through CNN. They didn't have enough content, so everything became an opinion piece, passing for the news. It's all this commentary constantly, which is not what journalists are really supposed to do unless it's very clear that they're doing that. And I think that goes back to the Project Mockingbird, where they've got IAA all over the place.
And Ted Turner, his history? Well, he said, I didn't need Jesus to die for my sins. I mean, he's not a real anti-God. Well, I guess he just loves Satan. But anyway, and he got him put in all the airports and stuff. It was always going to be propaganda because he's so cool. They were so cool. They just got to control everything.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Maybe he was born a baby girl. I'm just kidding.
Well, a lot of people that are, I would say, are kind of bad in this as far as major corporations. One would be Scottish Media Group. Another would be Viacom. Those are groups that some of my handlers were liaisons to, and you're talking about how do people get chosen. Well, they go to people like me, have me write songs for people like you two, let them go out and have credit for it, and they decide, those people, like I know that they were also trafficked in Ireland, but they were chosen to get to go be famous and become icons, whereas somebody like me was said, well, no, we're not going to let you into the industry. You're just going to continue to be a Manchurian candidate, basically. And, I don't know what the criteria is for deciding that. I guess it depends on if they are okay with letting the person go down a certain path, But you're right about Hollywood. They look at Britney Spears. Could anybody be more monarch than Britney Spears?
I know. Maybe you sound young, but maybe what you're saying has to do with whether certain people acted so insecure at We Are the World when they were singing We Are the World. They couldn't read music and do stuff, and they just kind of didn't have you there. So they looked all insecure, some of them.
Well, some of them don't. I mean, some of them have talent, and some of them really don't.
Yeah.
I'm
They're like,
so at 45, I was mostly 80s music, but some stuff from the 90s as well. It's weird to me how so much of this stuff is they call a person a cash cow if that's what they do for them, and a lot of it is sat on the same way that they sit on technology. Like they filmed one of the Jurassic Park movies back in like 1990. I actually walked through the set, and then when it came out a couple of years ago, I started having all these memories flood back to me about that particular programming instance. I was like, oh my god, I was on this movie set, man. And that movie is like, at that time is like 23 years old. They already had that super high definition ability to film back then.
Yeah. They're light years ahead.
Very much so.
I'm just going to say this. It may mean something, it may not, but as far as the music industry, KJ Osborne, he has a channel, The Scariest Movie Ever, because they took his other one away. But he was behind the scenes on some Big Brother sets and Bachelorette and stuff. And then Alex Jones woke him up, and now he's a Christian and everything. But he said that he knew a band there in LA, and he'd see them sometimes. And they got signed by a label, and he already knew them. He was congratulating them, and they said, but we have to do one song in praise of Satan or to his honor, whatever, one song for Satan. And then they started razzing one of the members, and he said, shut up. And they said, well, the guy kind of had a crush on him, and he said, shut up. So that was part of the sign. I get, you know what I mean? It's just, they're so.
Well, some type of ritual. Like a lot of the people that I worked with were not bad people per se, but they were come upon by my handlers who had the ability to if they didn't do what they wanted them to do, as far as being like a sexual perpetrator against a child, that they were going to die a very slow, painful death. And this is something perfected by Yuri Andropov, actually. It's the control file. The Russians really invented the control file because and so they're doing it all over the place. They're making everyone in any position of power have to commit something against a child, even if they're not a pedophile, and then they monarch that person so they don't remember that they did it. But if they
record it.
They record it, yes. They take pictures and videos of it, yes.
That's why, to his credit, that's why Putin stopped all adoptions of Russian orphans to the West. He stopped it. He knew they were being adopted by those, by the bloodlines, by the Satanists.
Which is interesting. That was purely a power move on his part because he is a pedophile. I know that for a fact. Bad pedophile. Yeah, Putin's a pedophile for sure.
Aww.
I know. People don't like to hear that. But he is. That one, like I'm saying, that power move, he's like, well, I know this is how the spying is going on. Because remember, he was KGB before he became, and he made a lot of his money trafficking heroin up through Venezuela. Just like George Bush Sr. was involved with Pablo Escobar and was getting like cocaine slurry imported on trains into the United States.
Mena, Arkansas, too. Yeah.
So there's so much drug money behind this. I feel like part of what we're seeing is that the world has been taken over by the mafia, basically. And the mafia does practice. Some of them do practice Satanism, even if just for the fear factor in their victims. To be as scary seeming as possible. And some of them for real. I mean, I remember waking up one night and seeing. They had made my parents go outside with like goat heads and like start dancing around in the moonlight. I had they released a guy from Arizona who was a Satanist out of prison finally, and he came into our house, injected me with epinephrine, and actually took adrenochrome from me out of my aorta. Like he apparently had nurse skills. He actually stuck that needle.
Oh.
Yes. And I mean, they just do it in broad daylight. That's the thing. I mean, we were in this neighborhood where nobody would even call the police, even when there was something going on in the front yard. And so to me, that's really the scary part of it, is that there's almost, at that time, you could say there wasn't enough surveillance. Now there's too much, but none of these people are getting caught. And regardless of how advanced we become, they're always like 10 steps ahead and nobody's catching them. And, I really feel like somebody's got to start a campaign that's like a subtle deprogramming of people in power. For them to have an awakening, you need to realize maybe they are, an abuse victim. Because a lot of that is where they tie, if they're passing on information, I mean, a lot of it's associated with that. That's why they did MK Ultra that way, is you can't remember that was classified,
And then they break down around
Right.
and then they reprogram them. I noticed Kanye West said a bunch of crazy stuff, but when he started taunting Hillary Clinton and Obama, that's when they put in one of his friends missing shock treatments, and he came out with blonde hair. And he went to see Trump right away.
Really?
Yeah, I went to see Trump, and because Trump, he's not that way. He's not.
Right. That's what they told me, is he doesn't drink blood, basically. They're not ever going to force him to.
He's not corrupt either. He was Jesuit trained, but his deal is, free will trumps bloodline. He is related to Hillary. Obama's related to Bush, but he is not corrupt. He's not corrupt. And that is why they hate him. If he was, they just go, sorry, Hillary, we got another one. This is all of the prophecies are coming true.
That's amazing. That explains that picture that's out there where you see like a younger Trump and Hillary and Bill are like hanging out together. They're smiling, they're all patting each other on the shoulder. Trump and
they went to his marriage with Melania. I know that. Or maybe it was the one before. He got married 3 times. But one of them might have been a wedding. But yeah, I mean, he would give up money to Republicans and Democrats, and he did it for the good of his company. Like he was, a businessman. And he, one time he flew with Epstein from Florida to New York, and he is the only person who would talk to law enforcement about Jeffrey Epstein. He threw Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago because Epstein was making advances to some employee's underage daughter, and he kicked him out. So they say but he hadn't gone to Epstein's island. He just got to ride once in a plane.
Right.
This is the era to gain strength. Like remember the Alamo, the Book of Revelation. The Antichrist will rise. There will be one world government, one world religion, but not today and not tomorrow. And I used to just second to being born again is when he got elected. When I knew, and then the burden was lifted off of me. Very similar to getting born again, because I had just thought, this is it. We're just going to, Antichrist. Oh, great. I'll be on death row making up. I'm already working on jokes. And I'm going to make fun of the Antichrist clothes. I will. I'll do it. But, death row. I'll go on death row. I'm not going to take a mark. Not me. We're so prepared for that, Christians. For 40 years I've been like willing, and I think God gets a certain grace for persecution like that. Well, I'm glad that you are better, Josh. I know that you and Holly have been through a lot.
Thank you.
Do you guys know about the cloning centers? Is that real? Cloning centers?
They're real. You can answer that, Josh, but they're real. The only thing that I can really tell you about clones is that I know that I was told that there were clones made of me, but I don't remember the actual cloning centers themselves. My memories are very fragmented, but Josh might know.
Well, it's weird. I got told by Bush that, I mean, at least what he was doing and some people were doing is they were just finding body doubles, similar to if you hire like an Elvis impersonator.
Mhm.
So I never felt like I've ever been in a cloning center or seen one, but I do know that they exist, at least for people's pets now. You can clone your pet's DNA and get a new copy of that same dog or cat. As far as what they're doing with it, that kind of scares me. And I wonder what is like lurking out there if they're really breaking those ethical boundaries. But it's one of those things that I try not to dwell on too much because I find it very disturbing.
Okay, there is a survivor that was interviewed in a couple of videos by a channel that I've been on a couple of times. His name is Rob, and he talks about it. So I don't know if that would be something you want to avoid or want to listen to, but he named like Jack Black and Michael documentary. What is the big guy. But he talks about it too. And he knows about the cloning centers, the arenas, and stuff like that. His name's Rob. And Mike, his last name starts with an M. What's his name? Michael.
And Michael Moore?
There you go. Yes,
Okay.
yes. They're violent. They're both violent and horrible.
Deb says that she remembers the cloning centers.
And they do they do you know about soul jumping, spirit jumping, or something?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Gosh, go ahead.
No, but at the same time, when you ask that, it makes me question what all it's connected to, because I know for a fact that they have the ability, and have had for a while, to bring people who've just died back from the dead, even a couple of days later, depending on how they died. And that is actually how my brother faked his way out of our situation, is that he committed suicide. And they actually literally brought him back to life. And he had warned me this was going to happen, but of course I got dissociated and forgot. So when they found him dead, I thought, something is wrong, right? And I was, by like 15, 16, when a new programming thing was happening, I went to this motel and bam, there's my actual brother, not a fake, like my actual brother is right there. And he says, they brought me back to life. He's like, I'm mostly okay, but I'm still not really 100%. Like there's still stuff wrong with my brain, and then he kind of whistle blew to me about who was sort of responsible for our situation, which would be my mom's side of the family. Got us involved with the Gambino Mafia. And then also he became the handler, I believe, of Johnny Gosh. I don't know if you remember, Johnny Gosh was the paper boy that was the first kid on the milk carton, missing kid on the milk carton.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, they were living on Indian reservations and stuff. But the soul jumping part makes me wonder. It's like, theoretically, what do you think happens if you die by suicide or murder or something else, and then somebody like brings you back to life? Like, where is your spirit while that process is happening?
I know. Is there some kind of way to keep the silver cord connected, but nobody was trying? Maybe he was trying to do that. I don't know. The silver cord is in the Bible somewhere. You've heard people who do astral projection, and there's a silver cord, and if that breaks, not good. So I don't know. But the last time, does anybody? Oh, that's something else I know about. I've never seen it before. Let me just say, does anybody else? There's videos, and they say mostly Christians get the they call it sleep paralysis, where you're aware and you can't move. Does anybody have that problem?
Yeah.
Oh, somebody. There is a group of muscles that you can move. I mean, it's hard to call on the name of Jesus when you can move, right? You just inhale and exhale as violently as possible. Then your face wakes up, and then you can do it. But I'd come out of it and be saying the name of Jesus. But I don't get many visions, and it was just a snapshot. But there were 5 entities trying to pull me out of my body, I guess. And you say Jesus enough times, they kind of don't want to come back. Kind of trying to wiggle out of that assignment. But yeah, but we can control our inhale, exhale. So if anybody jams up about that, that's what I suggest. And I've never seen anybody else say it. Because, we breathe without thinking about it. So it's that set of, let's just, Okay.
What do you have? I feel like my situations a lot of times are it's that I'll be in a dream that's turned into kind of a nightmare or whatever, and I want to wake up, and then I'll think that I have woken up for real, but I'm actually still asleep. You know what I mean? It just goes on and on and on and repeats on itself.
Yes. Well, try to do that. Somebody asked about not soul jumping, soul cooking, like spirit cooking. And so I'll explain about the soul jumping. This guy, Rob, said that in their sleep that they have, I don't want to trigger anybody, arenas where they have fights and you can feel the pain in your clone. But if the clone dies, they just jump you back or something. So it's not the same spirit cooking. The spirit cooking, I don't know, Marina Abramovich. Wow. Oh, there are some resumes I am really glad I'm not going to have when I die, Abramovich. They say Abramovich was in Australia when the dingoes ate your baby happened. Her and her boyfriend were down in there. Marina been bad a long time. Oh, she's scary. Yeah. I just thought Jay-Z.
I gotta go to the restroom, y'all.
Well, okay.
Here. We'll wait for you to come back. Deb is back.
I'm here.
Hey.
Where am I? Yay.
Thank you guys for coming on the panel. Now Deb just left.
Calvin's channel, I just came in hearing Sell Your Soul to the Devil for 10. Nobody sells their soul to the devil. He's the father of lies, and in him there is no truth, and he cannot enter into any kind of contract or agreement. He's a liar. Everybody keeps their soul. Your soul is your mind, will, and emotions. We all have our emotions. We have our mind. We have our will. He's just a big fat liar. So people think the soul, like poor Bob Dylan, and I'm keeping up my end. I made a deal with it. Well, walk away. He's a liar. Non-binding. He just gives them wealth and power. It benefits him. And then they think, people look up, oh, Madonna, so I wish I were. Well, no one. Everybody has their soul.
Right.
I just say let's just give him more trouble. I like giving Satan a hard time. That's what it's all about to me. It's not the hokey pokey at all. That was disinformation.
I did the hokey pokey, but then I turned myself around. So,
and it wasn't what it's all about, is it?
it was not what it was
That's
all
what
about.
Satan lies. Right.
That's right. I'm ugly, so off mic I go. I mean, off video I go.
Yeah, I got my camera covered.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm on.
Well, I'm not on my computer because my phone has better reception than my computer does on the Wi-Fi. Is computer.
Yeah.
My Wi-Fi is like the worst ever.
Mine is too. I got to reboot too much.
And I'm like, so I use my phone for videos.
I didn't know I could.
Well, I didn't know either till today on stream. I hope I sound, I hope I sound solid and not fading in.
Crunchy?
Yeah, crunchy. Yeah, crunchy. Don't tell me I'm crunchy, because
Another funny person. We're on the funny bone of the body of Christ, and I am quite comfortable there.
hey, it's the humorous bone.
Is it? Oh, yeah. Is that over there?
The humorous bone is where the funny bone is. When you hit it, it's not very funny. You know, that's the humorous
Yeah.
bone. No, for real, serious. It is.
Is that where we get humor from?
Look it up. I don't know, but that my humor is definitely not on the humorous bone.
See, Jesus said, "Be as little children." So I'm like, okay, no. So that's the way.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just
Don't
be
tell
funny
me to
and-
be a little child. I might become one. You might get more than what you bargained for.
yeah, I think.
Right, Holly?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. My mom's still alive. I'm like, you cannot die. I cannot be the matriarch. I cannot be the wise matriarch. No way. Think about it, Mom. Be reasonable.
Don't die, Mom.
Sometimes she goes out and I'm like, still alive. And I go, she said, and I said, Mom, you didn't drink, you didn't smoke. You should have planned ahead. Could have been out of here. Don't lie to me. But I know why she's still here. She's not born again yet. She's not born again. That's why. Because God's good. I'm trying to shove her in heaven, but Jesus said I'm gonna show her with love. It's like, but I so want to use logic, Lord. It's easier. But yeah. Johnny Cash, maybe you weren't here. Did everybody hear that the estate of Johnny Cash a couple of years ago they uploaded him reading the New Testament and they broke it down into chapters of video? Yeah, and each book, and he had a smooth voice, and it's like he did it from a mom. But yeah, he did it. That was really nice of him. I highly suggest if people go there and push like and leave comments because he needs to get more.
That Buzz. I know what that is.
More views, because the Word of God is the Word of God. It's powerful. We all need more of it. It's pretty quotable too. Hey, reptilians. Holly has seen a reptilian.
Yes.
That was the last thing I was coming to wrap my mind around. So let me ask. I believe the Anunnakis, they did better PR, okay? They're more well-known. They did it right? But the Anunnaki I think are the ones that greeted, I confused Byrd and Perry. Admiral Byrd, was that it? Yeah. Have we all seen Admiral Byrd talk on YouTube that then Eisenhower gave him a gag order, and when he died, his nephew published his diary, and when he was up there in Antarctica and he went to meet the other race, they came with a flattering tongue. Oh, we have heard of you, that you are a great blah 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 blah. And yeah, so is that the Anunnaki up there
on Nibiru? Yeah.
In Antarctica, yeah.
And Antarctic. That'd be the fallen angels, right?
Yeah.
Fallen angels.
Yeah, it always is, isn't it? Except for the demons, because they got in trouble ahead of time. Oh, they were bad, really bad. They left the first estate. Daughters' men were fair, and then they had sex. Sasquatch is not Nephilim. Yeah, I know, but they had sex with a lot of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
So they were really bad, so they got disembodied.
Yeah.
So now they want to get in people if they can't. Pigs, if they can't, they'll get in the couch. They have to. That's not very glorious. But anyway, they are real, and the reptilians, they're not Anunnaki, are they? Anunnaki are more like what Hitler thought, like the blue eyes and all of that when he described Anunnaki. The reptilians are just another effort, like from a lab or something.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't know about all that. Maybe Josh knows, or Deb.
I forgot the question.
Oh, like, are reptilians like created in a lab, or are they like an already created being?
No, I don't think they were created in a lab. I think they
Because
were already
it seemed like
around.
the Anunnaki, like, or the Greys. I heard that the little Greys are kind of like biological computers, and then the large Greys, they are. I don't know if the fallen angels look like people, or if they would be reptilians, or I don't know. My parents had one calf with the tongue cut out and all of that. They had one of those, and they figured it was some satanic cult. I don't know, but they were doing something with those parts. I just say if it's not human, it's going to be a deceiver. If they're not the ones that are created in God's image, they resent us. So they'll come with a flattering tongue and all that.
Yeah.
And
I
to
have
make fun of
seen one also. Oh, go ahead.
you
Holly.
have.
Go ahead. What's going on?
I just wondered about them.
Oh, well,
I guess they have a lot to do with Area 51.
there's a lot of us that have survived MK Ultra and Montauk, which would be like mind control programming. And when we've been in those types of projects and many others, we have seen those types of beings because they are involved with the Illuminati and the high ups that make up the elites and all that. They are all involved, and they have all, yeah. So many of us,
Esoteric knowledge.
yeah. Holly, did you sigh?
What was that?
Did you sigh?
Yeah, I sighed.
Somebody's-
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Now I had a moment where, like, over my body, I felt like peace come over my body and the pain subside, but it's going back and forth in waves.
Oh.
But I think I'm starting to feel better. I was able to hold my water down, which is great. Because, like, this morning when I went to brush my teeth, forget it. I started vomiting all over again.
Oh no.
Two different vomiting.
I went to the video and those two links for the clothes.
Yeah.
The EMT, is that right? Or W? I don't know. Anyway, I didn't know that they had that clothes that'll help with that. Did that help you? You changed into those clothes?
I didn't change into them like a dingbat. You know what? I should go put the pants on right now.
Yeah.
You know what? Hang on. I'll be right back. I'm going to go put it on and tell you guys if I feel differently. But before, like this morning, when I first got up, I can't begin to tell you how miserable I felt.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Holly.
My altars are spinning too, that I just lost it, you know? And I don't mean to be like an angry type person, but like when I run my videos and stuff, I don't mean to bring all that personal stuff out in my videos. But another reason why I'm planning videos is so I stop losing time. So I can turn around and say, okay, I remember doing this. I remember running the video, sitting with my friends, we're praying to Jesus. I'm not losing time. And it puts, Abba has a chance to put my altars back together and calm me down. But yeah, that was another reason for me to run videos, was just so I could keep track of myself. I can't tell you how many times this past week when I got onto Facebook, there were posts and things done that I don't remember doing whatsoever. So
I have lost time like that before. Like this couple of weeks ago. I lost three whole days.
yeah, I think I just lost a week, to be honest with you, Dad. Like, I don't know, but it's gonna be okay. So I'm just glad that I have the apartment right now that I do, so I can have the time and space to figure all this out.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Maybe Abba gave you that apartment so that you would be away and so that he could heal your parts, your altars.
I
You
think so.
know,
I think so
It-
too.
it's like a safe haven. Although I totally understand being alone and lonely. I get it. It's a horrible feeling.
Mhm.
But maybe the Father put you there because he wants to heal you. And the only way that can happen is if your parts, if you feel free enough for your parts to come up. And
My
although
You're right about that. My parts definitely feel free to come up. Now that I'm in my own place.
yeah,
They're happy.
yeah, because when I was in other places, there's no way I felt safe enough. Oh, I've been through the mill, but I'm in my own place now. However, I'm not way out in the country, and my parts come up all the time. I don't think people notice, but I don't really. Yeah, but I wanted to tell you that anyway.
I wish I had a dishwasher whose name was not Holly. Hey, I'm gonna
I wish
wrap. All right. Hey, Calvin, I love you. Give my best to your wife. God bless you, brother man. Okay. Bye, Calvin. We're not going to, so he's leaving us. I'm teasing. I used to. Well, there was one time I was hoping that I could meet my brother in Christ, Calvin, but I'm no longer in that area.
What'd
So
you say?
I wanted to meet my brother Calvin face to face, but I never got the opportunity when I was down in this area.
Well, I don't know if you lost time, but did you put the pants on? Because I can't even remember if you went to go get your pants put on.
You're right, I never did go to put the pants on.
Good. I'm glad that humor came through because I thought, Denise, don't say that because you don't know and you're losing time. You don't make a joke about her losing time. But it's like, I know you put on the pants. Okay, good. We really are good friends because you didn't get offended. Yay. I did
Okay, I'm gonna go put the pants on.
Pants on or pants off. There's some reverb somewhere.
Huh?
What?
Someone is having the YouTube feed.
Can you hear the echoing?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes,
I got my phone on, but I don't have the app up. But I need to charge it anyway. I was playing solitaire like a crazy maniac. I'll turn that off. Maybe that's the problem. I've been hearing myself out though. I don't want to be annoying.
I'll just check and see if it isn't me. Could be me. No, it's not me.
Cool. Because you were sounding kind of crunchy there.
No, it's
not you, just
good.
Jasper. I'm sorry.
No, it's good.
No, it's all good.
It's good.
I like your picture there, Jasper.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jasper, where are you from?
I'm from Denmark.
Denmark.
Yeah. And it's 11 minutes past midnight here.
Midnight.
Well, we're 6 hours in Texas different from London.
Uh-huh.
Hey, how's it going with the 27 countries that are left in the European Union after Brexit finally came to pass?
Well, to be honest, I'm not following the local news.
Well, I heard the 27.
Sorry?
I heard the 27 countries were getting pretty rowdy after Brexit. They're like, hey, we don't like the way y'all do this, and that. And George Soros is lamenting that if Britain leaves the European Union, it would go the way of the Soviet Union, and all fret,
Yeah.
which is just great. So,
And I think in general it's going good in Europe, but in Denmark is sort of, it's a very socialist democratic country, and we have been very indoctrinated into this idea of us being the best on the planet. And people here believe that we're just so good and we have it so good.
and populism is not.
They show it on TV and they tell people that, oh, you're the best, and you have it so good.
Right.
And people believe it. My mother believes it. My father believes it. Everybody believes it, except me, of course. But yeah.
Well, does the European Union are y'all part of it? You're part of it, right?
We are
Yes.
part of it, yeah.
Do they control your borders?
Yeah, before the coronavirus, they did, because we had open borders within the EU.
Were Muslims
Meaning
coming
that
there?
As long as you're in the EU, you can travel from any country to another. And
I
you
heard
are.
that Sweden. I heard Sweden. One of you guys, Nordic countries, said they were going to send illegal immigrants to an island. They did, a particular island, but I don't remember what country it was. But I don't. Do you get a lot of immigration there that's causing problems?
I think we used to get it
Before the coronavirus?
we used to have these caravans like you're experiencing now in the US that just came through Europe, going for Sweden, basically, and they went through Denmark, literally walking the highways.
There's a scripture that someone has said may apply to that, where it started and it went across the world. I have something else. There's a video of Joe Rogan and Gavin McInnes, and it's called "Gavin McInnes Blows Joe Rogan's Mind," and he said that there is the place where the Quran, is and everything. And, Muhammad, he had, one of his wives was 12 years old. There's a bunch of, pedophilia, but there's also incest, and that they have, incest, and it affects their mind, and it makes them highly emotional. And then that's part of the crazy terrorism, like they are just related to each other, and it's not really good after generations, and that explains a lot. Their emotions are wacky. Yes, but in the video's 8 minutes. It's like Joe Rogan, Gavin McInnes blows Joe Rogan's mind, and I think it's very, very important information. I'm not saying I hate them. I'm not saying, because we wrestle not against flesh and blood. I'm just saying that explains a lot, how they get not just mad, but angry, raging, violent, and Satan manipulates them, and, so do their leadership, 70 virgins and all that. It's like, well, why haven't you, blown somebody up in a suicide bomb? Well, we're just lying to you guys. And we know you're young and, want sex all the time, so we just tell you to do it. It's just hideous, but a lot of it is that they're incestual and they're not right in the head.
They're not bright. They're
right.
These people are sick, as you said. and a sort of a personal viewpoint or a way of understanding life and being here on Earth and in this three-dimensional world is that we, as in you and I and people in this chat room, God's children, for us coming to Earth and being incarnated here is like the closest we will ever get to hell.
Oh yeah.
But for them, they're coming from the other side. They're sort of coming. We're coming from above, coming down to Earth, coming down to hell. But for them, being alive on Earth is the closest they'll get to heaven.
I know. I think of that so much.
It's like Earth and three dimensions is separating. It's the veil that's separating them from us, and when we go here, it's hell. But when they go here, it's heaven for them.
I know. Evangelism is one of my big deals too, and we don't know who is us. They're just not born again yet. But yeah, this will be the best that they ever have, and then they'll have the knowledge that they were so loved by the God they ignored or something. It's just serious business. It's just so serious. I have the heart of evangelist. I do.
Do you want to know an interesting parallel to what we were talking about?
Okay.
Okay, so I 100% agree with you that a lot of this has been generated by what you call multi-generational abuse.
Yeah.
Abuse, yes, bloodline. And the funny thing is, when it's going on, there's all this secrecy. They tell us not to tell. They set up systems not to tell. But I Googled and to see if Jesus said anything about this, and there's something that's like, it's similar, but it's the opposite. It says, why did Jesus tell the people he healed not to tell anyone? And that comes from Mark.
It wasn't time yet.
Because it wasn't time yet. Exactly. And that's what I felt was true in my life. Even my handlers, who themselves were monarchs who would have been twisted pedophiles, they found they rediscovered their faith and gave up what they were doing and started to try and get on like the white hat team. And they remember them telling me, it's like, we're closer to nuclear war than we ever have been, and people don't know this, and there's some things that can't come out about what's going on with the child trafficking until we've got this under control. Because it's more rampant than you can imagine. It's more tied into the fabric of everything you could imagine. And so if you guys want, I'll send you the link to this article. It's got a lot of good stuff in it, but I think that's really important, is that it's going to be an exact time for this to all be, the House of Cards will get taken down, and it has to be done surgically so that we don't, end up at the actual apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's so
agree.
connected globally.
Mm-hmm.
There was a video where they used a computer generated girl, and they did lines of the people they had online talking to her. They took a graph and a little blue line for each location in what country, and that was one computer generated child on the internet. And it was kind of dark, but she looked real. That was one. So with the websites, that was just really bad. So I could see how that happened. And
What did they say? Who was the country? Who was the country that was consuming that the most? Because me and the survivor have said we've got some weird feelings about India. Like a lot of our things that were happening to us were getting copied physically onto VHS or whatever and sent to this rich guy in India. But the thing with this is, like I said about the control files, you get somebody to do something to a kid, especially if you have a
right,
sensitive job. It's like, well, you you did this kit, I've got pictures of it, so now I want the blueprint for the F-35 that you guys are working on. And we're going to, we're going to send it in some covered up artwork or in some porn that nobody is in their right mind is going to actually click on unless they are a pedophile or they're the FBI. Like, it's the steganography thing that they do with that, right? And that's been true through a lot of things, including 9/11. I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was a whole circle of so-called Israeli art students who were actually Mossad going around trying to get into federal buildings under the pretense of trying to sell them artwork. I mean, it's like, what? It gets buried, and you're like, are you kidding me?
Oh, New York has that whole other city underneath it too. I was thinking about that, but that's irrelevant. And I just blurted out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, but it blurts too, and it also types. So that was a blurt. Sorry. Because I was down from a Walmart and the floor shakes, and I'm like, I remember that Walmart driver, and they interviewed him. He goes, I'm going 100 miles from here, and he was going underground. So he's like, oh, thanks, Sam Walton. Did you see Sam Walton? So yeah, the floor moves here. Okay, that's in Texas. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done.
I went to the other day. I was talking to one of the employees I see a lot at Walmart, and I said, "Hey, do you know anybody who works here who's gotten sick so far?" And she was like, "No, actually, I don't. I think none of us have gotten sick so far."
I don't know anybody who's sick from corona.
Right.
I don't know.
I
My mom
know
goes,
someone who knows someone.
Right. I have a friend who's had some friends who say they had it, but as far as my town, the grocery workers, my doctors have said we were asking all of our patients if there's someone who did it.
Exactly. The grocery workers, why aren't they dying like flies? And I've been out there while everybody else been quarantined. I've been working as a home nurse or whatever the English word for it would be. And I've been out there, and so has my colleagues, and we've been exposed, and we are not sick, we are not dying. We are okay. We're all okay. And no one knows anyone who's sick or anyone who's dying. But now that I'm on the floor, Holly, Lyme's disease, hydrochloric oxide. No, sorry.
I saw it all spelled out phonetically. Hydroxychloroquine. No, that's been around for 60 years.
Exactly, and it's effective against the coronavirus. And
if you take it with a zinc pack or something like that.
Yeah, zinc and something else. And it's the theory is that it helps zinc get into the cells, but it also helps against Lyme's disease. So that's what made me think of you, Holly.
Yeah, I contracted Lyme's disease a second time, just back in February, March of this year. But thank heaven, I got over it. The antibiotics worked, and there was no major issues.
Good. But again, hydrochloroquine is the word.
Yeah.
I think it's really Trump playing 5D chess here, because I think this cures sort of everything. Cures AIDS, maybe cancer, Lyme's disease, as we just talked about, and the coronavirus, and it's cheap. and it's safe. So it could be this sort of, a 5D chess play that he's making. That he right now he's telling the press that he's already taking this, and it's okay. It's good. I'm good.
I know something kind of funny. Do you guys know that Italy has declared that a lady, they want to arrest Bill Gates. He's in trouble in Italy. If he hits the board, they want to arrest Bill Gates.
Did you find proof? Do you find proof that was really them? I was meaning to look into that.
Yeah, that it was the headline, and then this lady was talking. She was mad. So if she gets her way, he better not go to Italy. So,
so does that mean we can buy a plane ticket to Italy and send him purposefully? You're going, Bill, whether you like it or not.
He's creepy. He wants to depopulate. I'm like, you first. You and Melinda go. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Be an example.
Yeah.
Well, there's one thing that concerns me about some of this. Like, okay, one of those things is, like, I mean, I'm not saying this is going to be universally true. Again, like the coronavirus, it depends on the person. But they're saying that the hydroxychloroquine in an uncontrolled setting could possibly cause heart effects, but they're more amplified if you are taking the Z-Pack. It's not zinc. It's called zithromycin, which, interestingly enough,
Oh, okay.
yeah, my doctors refused to prescribe that to me starting around 2002. They wouldn't give it out anymore, which I think is very weird. But the zithromycin works in conjunction with remdesivir. Remdesivir is only given to the sickest patients. Like Texas got its stock about 2 weeks ago, and they sent us enough remdesivir to treat 120 people statewide. So I think there's a game going on because there's people coming out saying, well, Fauci is the one who's evil. He's trying to make money off of this, and it's barely even being used.
Oh, Dr. Fuck up.
He's evil. He might be evil, but it's not really being used. He's not making a killing off of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the hydroxychloroquine and what it does and doesn't to some people, and it's become this polarity argument of arguing over those drugs and those people that are behind them, when in fact there's probably a third or fourth drug. I mean, I saw a study that said trypsin, which is just a hormone, helped in SARS-1 pneumonia. And for another thing, what about things like, competing infections that are actually less virulent? I mean, what if this coronavirus could actually get killed off by the actual common cold? Is anybody testing that? No, it's just all about these two particular drugs and the fight between them and the rhetoric and the narrative you can build around that to try to brainwash people into believing, whatever it is you're trying to get them to believe, which to me it sounds like they're trying to get half the population to be completely fear-based and the other half of the population completely ready to fight because they're like, why are you so stupid? Why are you over there wearing that mask? You're going to kick your butt if you keep wearing that mask. I mean, it's like we're trying to get put into the war,
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, because they think of themselves more highly than they ought. There's a lot of that going around.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just know that we're not babies. Our president is right. And don't be a cutie pie and all of that stuff. Because Americans, I mean, as far as Americans, we just, we just don't want to fall for that. And then the ones that are fearful, I realize that that's where I had a friend, I prayed with them in our early 20s and he knows, and now he can't remember. And I guess it was a false conversion, and he believes all this fearful stuff, but God has shown me, well, he walked away from me, so they're more apt to believe deception. And then I got a sister-in-law, and she just wants to hate no matter what, and that's her pride, and that's her choice, so you just can't comfort them, and then they're fearful. Like my mom was reading the paper, 4 more cases. I'm like, why are you telling me that? Jesus in control. How many flus?
Right. I'm glad this is over. This is the worst, the most. I mean, I've been upset by a lot of things. I mean, 9/11, just because of what I knew about it, just watching it every day was hell for me. But I thought I was tired then. This has elevated it beyond, especially being middle aged. You know what I mean?
I'm with you.
I just want to go into like La La Land and like make up a new world or something, but I can't. And this is happening.
I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
Can't stand it. Can't wait till it's over. And you know what? It probably won't be over. We probably won't be able to. We probably won't go back to the way it was.
No, I don't think so. The damage is
No.
already done.
Yeah, the damage is done, and you know, people that are not wearing a mask, they're looked at like, oh my God, she's not wearing a mask.
You have to wear masks just to get in the stores here. They have signs everywhere. You have to put one on.
Yeah, well, I don't go out much, but so the ones that do, they tell me. And when I was at the store, I said the one store we didn't have to put a mask on, but maybe now they do. I don't know for sure, because I don't go out much.
Yeah, I don't.
Which is really off. Which is really hard, by the way, because I have some friends. I don't have many. Most people that live in my apartment building hate me for absolutely no reason whatsoever. They just find it fun to hate me. But there are some that care about me that I have in my life. And so I just focus on that. And then I have a couple of neighbors that are really good to me. So, but however, because of my disability, I don't go out very often. And puts me in a real lonely spot, especially in the evenings. It gets really bad. And then flashbacks and anyways.
Yeah,
I digress. Sorry, guys.
you're fine. You're not digressing. We're following you.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, it's very loneliness is a bad thing. I mean, if you ever want to, just message people or call people, I find that helps a lot if they're up for it. Just even communicating how you can really helps.
Yeah.
You're right, Joe.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like the government is saying, okay, now go to your room. Go to your room. You've been bad. Right?
We're
And
not
now,
babies. We're not babies.
right? We're not kids, man. So
I mean,
now they're starting to open up a little bit here in my area. And I'm waiting for that shoe to drop. Oh, you've been bad. Go to your rooms. There's more cases. Go to your rooms. I'm like, okay, this is.
but it's all for the purposes of exposing corruption. We see who wants power.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but yeah.
Well, it's supposed, Donald Trump said he was going to return power to the people. They're supposed to represent us, and they're all corrupt because of Satanists and stuff.
Well,
So
I don't believe there's any way to stop that. I really don't.
no, but we have a constitutional duty to remove a corrupt government and then refill the positions. So we needed a leader to do that. And if he was bad, and he's just delightful because we didn't know he was going to be a master troll. We just didn't know that. But yeah, he's really, really good. I just, it's been really entertaining. You promise that. But, yeah. But CNN, they're ready to plunge so often they should go out of business. But their purpose is for propaganda, so it doesn't matter how much money they lose. They're still going to keep going on account of cause, they serve Satan. But it's just like, whatever. So we're in a good era. The biblical quail farm. Oh, Levi Kahn is back, right? He was.
Are we all getting tired?
Maybe we are. But Deb, hey,
Hey,
you're beautiful. Hey, hey, you're beautiful. And you have a beautiful voice.
well, thank
Uh,
you.
We lost it.
Voice for radio. You
Thank
really,
you.
you're here. Don't knock yourself.
Well, I hate the sound of my voice, but
We all do. We all do. It's
That's
strange
true.
hearing yourself speak.
it is.
It
Yes.
sounds different. It sounds in your own head.
Oh, thank you.
But you sound good outside your head. Don't worry.
Thank you. Thank you,
Does this
Jason.
chat allow sharing links?
It should. Denise, I can give you a wrench. That way you can share links if you like.
Well, there's this channel. He's called People Cleaner for some reason. And in the December 2018, he did a video. Now he follows Q, which peripherally, I do, but he used there's a song by Genesis, but it was written by Phil Collins when he was divorced. He was all mad, but in the background, this guy superimposed the bad guys who have not been arrested yet, and but it does lead to Laura Silsby and some memes after that. But we can, and Brennan and Eric Holder, and then everybody's favorite liar, Schiff. But it's really, really rewarding. But I don't know if you guys would, because in Haiti, oh my gosh, Laura Silsby's trying to, but she got caught. But anyway, these people are not yet behind bars, but it's really satisfying. And so that just caused me to do the link question. It's really satisfying. Yes. And then Barry at the end, it said the most successful agent of all time. Barry Soetoro, Obama, he was groomed from childhood, but I don't know if they say he's a Saudi agent. I don't know. But he said
I think that I have memories of Barry. I know he was in Chicago, but I don't know if he was young in Chicago. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I remember being programmed and he was there, but he was being programmed too. So, but I don't know if that's a real memory or if my mind just makes it up. Because
he's connected it to the Bushes and bloodline.
Oh, well.
Okay. This is significant. Okay. I get these things and they mean a lot. And you can still find it. It's when Harry Smith was on CBS. And I think to search, I put 12-year-old girl, then she turned 13. But over the summer, she was tracing back the family line of the presidents on also the maternal side, because all that had been done was the paternal side, and she traced them on both, and they were related. And she said they all were except for one or two, maybe the vice presidents, but there was somebody in England and they were all related to him. So they say that Hillary and Trump are 16th cousins. And I know his mom was from Scotland, but I mean, free will Trump's bloodline had Trump's. There's no other word for it. But Barry's related to Bushes, they say. So that's really very stingy if you're just wanting to, be all the presidents to one bloodline. Probably not, probably satanic bloodline. Control freaks they are. That's what they are. Control freaks. But yeah, that's very interesting, isn't it? And they went forth and multiplied. So
I did genealogy on my family. My father's side, but also his mother's side. And it went back to the Netherlands and the Germanic. And everybody else in my family is from Germany. And then they're from the Netherlands. And it's like, oh my God. And on my mom's side, on her father's mother's was Rockefellers. Yeah.
ooh,
And I'm like, show me the money, baby. Come on. Show me the money. I need some of that. If I'm gonna
oh
have,
yeah.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, I don't mean to joke about it too much, but it's it was like, never mind. I lost my thought. I think I'm getting tired.
Well,
Well, who knows who Bob Larson is?
I've
Oh,
heard that guy.
I hate that guy.
Yeah,
What'd you say?
Bob Larson.
Yes, I hate that
Bob
guy.
Larson. I listened to him since the 80s. But
Yes.
when you said that, it reminded me that he knows usually knows things going on in different spiritually in different places. But if y'all don't like Bob Larson, you know. But there was some Icelandic, or northern area, and Loki is popular there. And the person he was casting demons out of raised a hand up real high, and it went, "Oh, Thor," because I think the myths are based on fallen angels, and so Hercules was half god, little G, and half human. Oh, that's a Nephilim, isn't it? But before I was reminded of it because of the Scottish Rite Freemasons. And there's this lovely British woman. They were over there, and his daughters were working with her, but I could have hung out with her. But anyway, she had a Freemason spirit came up, and it was really, really mad. So, but yeah. So, yeah, I just thought I would say that. I mean, I think calling out demons is like scriptural and all.
Doesn't mean it's all good though.
Does it mean it's all good? I don't know. But I will also, though, some spirits went generationally, and incest was involved with it, and then some ancestors had made deals for mammon and murdered for money, and then that was something passed down, but it didn't make them all do that. It just kind of tormented them with anger and stuff, I guess. I don't know. But they felt better after,
Mm-hmm.
I had a spirit of rejection on me, and because I was a latchkey kid, and my mom, she said, call if you need anything, and then I'd call her, and she'd rush me off the phone, and it's not like she was a waitress at Mel's Diner. It was the agency Mom and Dad owned, so, It's like, you're not going to lose your job if you talk to me, Mom. But, to her credit, I told her that at age 35, and that means she was 65. And on the phone, she started taking time with me and talking slower. I mean, that was great, right?
Yeah.
But now I live with her, so we don't have that problem. But yeah. Sometimes I'm 12. She sent me to my room when I was 52.
Did you listen to that?
Where I wanted to be anyway. Okay, I'll go in my room, get on the internet, talk to Holly Bagley.
Cool, right?
Yeah. I wanted to get born again. because she worries like proactively, like it's like she feels like it's a maternal duty. It's like you don't add one day, Mom. It's kind of sin, you know. But she does it like it's virtuous. She got quite an imagination. She's not funny
Sounds like
like
my
me.
mom.
Huh? Is your mom born again?
Nope. Absolutely
I
not.
know. Whoa, why are they dragging their feet? Can't they see how wonderful we are? And how
Nope.
perfect?
They think they
But I
are
mean-
wonderful and perfect. And we're not.
Oh,
Yes,
and she's
that's
been
the
mean to
thing.
me, and I didn't return evil for evil, you know? So, I mean, that's a superpower. You know that?
Yeah,
When.
it is. It is.
Oh, yeah. It
Holly,
really is.
Holly,
Yeah.
did your pants help you at all?
Not really. I feel like there's a little bit of pressure off my body, but
Yeah.
I don't feel like a noticeable change in my legs. And I have the socks, the pants, and the t-shirt on.
Oh, okay.
So like, yeah, I look like a Q-tip right now.
Wow.
Look at that.
I
I want where'd you
flash you on HTV.
look at that? Okay. I didn't see anything there. Just kidding.
Joe.
Neither do I, but and I'm happy about it. But anyway,
I hope this is not.
I was just wondering if it helped. It's been a while on.
Yeah.
I really want to get some of that clothing.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Deb.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Do you still have a cat, Holly?
Yes, I do.
Is it the one? I was thinking we were on lockdown. Nobody can get a haircut, but you have a cat that would cut your hair.
Hey, I don't mean to be rude. Can you give me a couple of minutes? I have to take this phone call. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
She muted herself.
She did.
Okay.
How dare that? Or
Yeah.
them.
I mean, it's just because I saw the option. Look, I can mute myself. But I have no reason. No one is in here with me except for cats. I have cats.
I have cats too.
I don't
I
have
have-
any.
She had one that chewed her hair off. That's what I was joking about.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So she
I had one. Well, actually, the one young one I have, she will get behind me and chew my hair, but not very often. Thank God.
Is it because you're not giving attention?
No, she just gets up on the back of the couch and just finds hair there and decides to chew it. You know.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah,
now and then.
like my daughter said.
But she doesn't do
So
it that often. Thank God. And then I have another cat, and he's big, and I love him to pieces.
Does he have
most-
big, strong legs?
Yeah. What?
We have one with big, strong legs, and he uses the toilet. He uses
Yes.
the toilet.
Yes, some do.
That's impressive.
Yes. Well, no, this one is Maine Coon. Partially.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, he is.
I'm
And
mute.
the other one is too.
I
but
am
She's like
off
a year
the
old.
hook.
She's like a year old, and her paws are so
Sorry.
big. And I'm joking with her, and I'm saying,
Deb, if you're
when are
talking,
you going?
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
Oh, wait. Duh. It might be a good idea. if
You're
I
muted.
turn the volume. Yeah,
You can't hear me. Well,
I can hear you now. I didn't have the volume on. I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. I was like, well, I'm all offended. She can't hear me. No, I was saying, I forgot what my young
cat,
cat.
big claws, Maine Coon.
Yeah, no, yeah, she has big claws, and I'm like, when are you going to grow into those paws? And I think she's going to be a decent size, like Maine Coon. And then my other cat is partial Maine Coon. Excuse me. Both of them are partial Maine Coon. They're not full. I wish I had the money for a full Maine Coon. But I got these from the shelters.
She has a cat who bites her hair, like you had one, Holly.
Well,
yeah.
now, she doesn't do it very often, Holly.
Well,
Thank
Holly
God,
was getting
because-
free haircuts.
Oh man, my cat did it twice to me. Twice.
And were you sleeping?
Going back.
You were in bed. Were you asleep and then you woke up and your hair was gone?
Yeah. And then a couple weeks later, my cat coughs up a hairball, and of course, it's my hair.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, don't ever.
Evident.
Yeah,
I quit it.
like my cat fell in love with that Aussie shampoo, so I know not to use that for my hair because then she eats it.
Oh, that's why she ate your hair.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
shampoo.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So.
So my white cat used to eat like anything. He would eat plastic bags, actually take a bite out of it,
Yeah.
chew it, and
We had
swallow
one
it, and then throw it back up. Thank God he threw it back up. But anyways, I don't have him
Well, the Egyptians
anymore.
worshipped them, so at least we don't worship our cats. Hey, we're more
Oh, well,
advanced in
speaks for yourself. Just kidding. What?
I got another theory about the Egyptians and all that mummification and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think the fallen angels convinced them they were coming back, but they plan to inhabit those when everything gets freaky and men's hearts fail for what appears on the earth. I think they just jacked them around.
Yeah.
'Cause I know demons have taken over my autocorrect. Okay, there's something wrong with it. I know that.
Yeah. Same with
I
mine.
capitalize it like it's a person because there's no way. It changes words, makes me look stupid.
Whoops. Uh-oh. Oh, there's.
So it's 5:45 here, 5:54 here. So Jasper, what time is it there in Norway?
Denmark.
Denmark.
But
It's on-
yeah, let's see. It's
Almost one.
6 minutes to 1.
Oh wow.
That's
in
a-
Denmark.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have I have a helper that used to come to me, but
7 hours.
she went to be with her mom in her country in the Czech Republic. And when she got there, then this whole plandemic help came through, and now she's stuck in her country. And she can't get back here yet.
Hmm.
Hopefully she will get back here soon because they can't find a helper that will actually show up.
Oh wow.
I'm really so mad about that because I only have someone coming. Well, I can't stand up long enough to cook or do, stuff like that I used to could do.
Yeah.
And that was a perfectly good sentence, by the way. Used to could do. But
Is it Texas?
so anyways, I only have a caregiver or a helper twice a week, 2 days a week, and the other days everything piles up, trash, cups, all this stuff until the following Thursday. Oh man, sorry. There, got it off my shoulder. Just kidding. Sorry, I didn't mean to rant there. Just a little rant.
You're fine.
Well, I don't know how this is going to come across, but let's remember Denise is funny, and I have an open personality, And then that's enhanced because I'm born again. But Jesus said you have not because you ask not. So we can agree with you in prayer that this works out and you get a helper. I type a
Yay.
lot prayers. Let's do that. This is a
Yeah.
problem, right?
Yes,
Okay,
it
well,
is.
let's just
Oh, God,
in
this
faith.
is
Let's
such a
do this.
problem.
Oh, Holly knows I do that. I type them. Yeah. Lord, we come to you wherever two or more gather in your name, and we love you. We love you, Lord. And this is a problem. She needs a helper, and then her helper is stuck in her country.
Oh.
And we ask. You can say no. It doesn't, we don't ask and have any hang-ups about what happens. We just come to you with a sincere heart. You love us. We're asking that she gets her helper gets free, and you work this out, God, in a way where you get the glory. In Jesus' name, amen. In Yeshua's name, Selah. Hey, Greta. Mm-hmm.
Selah. Hi, Greta.
Yay. I feel like crap.
Oh, well, I wasn't going to say anything, but you haven't been looking too good. Sorry.
I have just sweat pouring off of me.
That happens to me a lot. But I'm a little older than you. And this brings up menopause. So hot flashes will do that to me all the time. Why do you have sweat pouring off of you?
I'm in a lot of pain.
Oh, pain will do that too. I know about it.
I was going to take Kratom, but I felt so bad that I was worried if I took Kratom, it would make me feel worse. But now that I'm starting to feel better, I was thinking about maybe taking a Kratom pill, just one though, and see if that won't help kill and knock down my pain levels.
Hey, the Kratom that you take.
Neighbor, wake up.
I got a question.
What?
The Kratom that you take, is it the super green or the what's it called? I think it's super green.
I like the Mangda.
The Mangda.
Red, isn't it?
And I like the red Bali for the red strand. And then after that, I don't take any other kinds of strains. But the cool thing is that now that I have my own place and stuff, I've noticed that my needing to use Kratom has been cut. It's been cut way, way, way down. I was taking 2 teaspoons twice a day of Kratom, and now I'll take 1 or 2 pills of Kratom, and that's what, a half a teaspoon, not even. So I've noticed that I haven't had to use it as much, and I'm grateful for that.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm on medication, okay? And I have a friend in Amarillo who has been on Kratom, and she gets it by mail from someplace that's not far from me. And I was looking on the website to order, if I ever get this status, what's it called? Stratus in the mail? Stimulus, that's the one. Get the money. Show me the money. Anyways, I think I'll get some Kratom.
Yeah.
To take myself off of some of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get off of everything I'm on, but Holly, I can't do it. I can't. I mean, yeah, I could do cold turkey and be sick up in here all by myself. And I'm on at least 8 or 9 regular meds, and then 2 pain meds, and they're already taking me off of the anxiety med. They're taking me off of that, which I'm glad. I'm really glad.
Congratulations.
But I am so far stuck in the system that I don't think I can ever get out. I am serious. Even if I get off the medication, I am still stuck on Medicaid unless I make $1 million a year. Or, okay, $500,000 a year. Then I can afford my insurance, any medication that I might have to have. Oh, yeah. For instance, the medication I take now, Medicaid pays for. Kratom and the supplements come right out of my pocket. Medicaid, no insurance covers that. So that's a big problem because my bank account says I have no money.
Wow.
So there's another rant. Boy, when I get started, I
Whoa,
can't
we
stop.
need to pray again. Let's pray again. Let's do that.
Well, girl, I've been praying. You can go ahead, but I've been praying. Let me tell you a thing or two. But I welcome any prayer you got.
What?
Throw it
Favorite
at me
you are
now.
hard gathered. We're gathered. We're gathered. Let's do it.
All right, we're gathered.
Okay.
I think.
You want me to do it?
Gathered.
Well, I don't know
Lord,
if I am. I said.
again. We are coming again with our fun friend Debbie.
Ooh.
Funny friend Deb. And she has
Debbie.
another problem, God, and
Debbie.
you're bigger than that.
I
Your
got so
name.
many.
And so it is so cool to have problems and have a God that cares. And you're not a theory, and you are there. So we lift up this problem. It's kind of a malaise thing with her because there's a lot of data, and I know it involved math, and that's when I zoned out. But God, she has this financial thing to worry about. She has these medications. It's overwhelming, and when we're weak, you are made strong. Jeez, how could I mess that up? Anyway, Lord, we just lift up our sister right now, and when her anxious thoughts multiply within her, she is going to find consolation in you. And then she won't feel like she did a rant. She did a prayer request. So we ask you to clarify this and to work it out to where you get the glory. In Jesus' name, the name above all names. Amen.
Yeshua's name.
Yeshua's
Selah.
name. Selah. I like that so much.
Hmm.
I'm more of a Torah follower. Well, I'm a Torah believer. I'm not a Messianic type person. I follow those types of. Anyways, I already said it.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
anyway, thank you for the prayer.
Testament. Yeah. Testament means covenant.
Kenzie,
Well,
hi.
Jesus is all through the Old Testament too. Yep. Okay.
Could we
Kenzie?
all pray for Holly?
Yes, let's pray. Oh, Holly has a living prayer request.
Why didn't I think of it?
I
Yeah,
have a prayer
why didn't you
request.
think
There's
of it?
somebody that I want returned to me so I can apologize to them for my bad behavior. And please pray against my pain level. And then I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Wow, she's good.
Yeah,
Hey,
I know what I want.
It's cool, Lord.
Okay.
You know the drill. Okay, Jesper, you got the faith for it. So will you lead it, Jesper?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. See?
I'm not used to it, but yeah, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Lord, please gather strength from all of us and put that on Holly as she needs it right now. We're all here together. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Selah. Thank you.
Selah.
Amen. Selah. I like how you started saying Selah. I'm
Yeah.
like, that's good. Wow, Holly, that's good.
Abba led me to that. I think it's because, like, when I woke up from the MK Ultra and having been exposed to Egyptian ideology and stuff like that, however you say it, but being exposed to all those fallen Egyptian entities, I didn't want to say amen because I heard that amen means everything that I just prayed for is null and nullified and void. But also, if you say it, saying amen is similar to Amun Ra,
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, and because of
Oh,
my
sorry.
background, I wanted to stay as far away from all of that Egyptian stuff as I possibly could.
Yes.
And that's
I
when
See,
hear
I
you.
was doing that for season 2,
Yep. Yeah. So,
but
and
now
then
I'm
just say law that way. It's not a trigger, and you're still
Right.
in accordance with me because he
Right.
says it in
I
the
heard it
Bible.
means positive.
Excuse me.
Just that, Jesper, you are trained in music?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Well, I heard Selah means pause, like it's a musical term. That's what I heard, but it doesn't make it right. I mean, I'm right. But
Selah
yeah, I
is
was
in the
kind of,
Bible.
I was,
In the Psalms, let me see.
yeah, they were psalms. They were psalms.
Psalms, yeah.
Amen. Yeah, I was kind of flipping out, but I say it's Texan for so be it. That's what I heard it means. So since I'm just thinking that in a way it means that if I say it, because I'm the head and not the tail, and Satan's a jerk, and I know he's a jerk. So that's all. But yeah, I went through a season of that, and I think it's smart, but I forgot, and I still think God answers.
Where did the other survivor
Josh?
Josh go?
I don't know.
Oh,
Oh no.
It was good to have him on the panel, though.
it was.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was like, I didn't see his you don't see the regular names, or at
Uh-huh.
least I didn't see his last name, so I didn't recognize his voice. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, cool, okay.
I've never seen one of these before.
One of these
I didn't
what?
know. One of her streams.
Really?
I mean, well, I have seen streams on my phone. I didn't know the website, I guess, for it. Maybe I just checked in and checked out. StreamYard. Yeah, I've never been to StreamYard.
Oh, StreamYard, yeah.
I was on YouTube, and I'm old, and it's like I couldn't. And people sent me to other websites, but I didn't stay because I don't know, new passwords.
Passwords for everything. I think my
Google's easy.
brain needs a password.
Oh, Google probably knows it.
I'm serious, right? Google thinks it knows everything.
That Google Images had unlocked, and it was displaying things they had been suppressing, and it started in images. And it was after our president said that they made a website, which really a company under Google was setting up a website for, I don't know, testing something coronavirus related, and it all just opened up. Like you could put Petibor in there. There's Hillary. And so I thought YouTube, I just thought that they had just buckled or something. But YouTube with Susan, I can't say her last name, but they're still doing the thing.
Zuckerberg.
I mean, the
right.
head of
Not
YouTube.
YouTube. That's
happened.
Facebook. Oh,
I mean,
sorry.
Susan Wojcicki or whatever of YouTube, controlling. But she recently made a statement about people not liking how they push the mainstream media to the top of the search engine, the searches in YouTube. So I didn't know they cared what we think and what we like at all. That's news to me that she'd even mention it. What'd she say it for? She knows it's all up to the Rothschildren. Y'all, that's my plural for the Rothschild dynasty. In my mind, it's taunting them for some reason. Instead of, Rothschilds. They're Rothschildren, which means red children anyway, red child, right? And the matriarch said, if there will be a war when my sons want there to be a war. That's not a brag, is it?
Wow. That's a fact.
Yeah, and I heard Marie Antoinette didn't say nothing like that. They just overthrew her. They bought bonds on both sides of the war, and they told that when they won, but they did not. And then they did all that. That's sneaky bad. Sneaky bad. They could get hired at CNN or MSNBC. Okay, I'm going to walk away because if y'all haven't noticed, many words are coming out of my mouth, and y'all need to hear some, not me.
No, I think it's fine listening to some of you. That's why I ran this.
Okay, well, I'm going to go regroup. I'm going to go entertain my mom.
It's good. It's good. You keep going.
I'll be back, though.
Is that a threat?
Yeah, don't threaten us with a good time. You know what? Speaking of which, hang on a second. I'll be right back.
Somebody's echoing.
Echo.
Is that me?
Is it you? Is it you?
It's not me. It's not me. Me.
I think it's you, Deb.
Jasper.
Oh no, it's me.
Well, it stopped. I have a feeling it was Holly.
I think it was.
Or maybe it was me, after all.
No, you're good. You're good.
Why are you up so late, Jasper?
Because you're up, Deb.
Oh, cool. Well, who says I'm up? You can't see my picture.
I can't see that you're up, but you're assuming that I'm up.
You're right. Oh, got me on that one.
Yeah.
Got me that one.
And here we are. And that's Holly.
Yes.
Oh, she's back.
I'm back.
Back, Leo's back.
Welcome back, Holly.
Back, Leo's back. Yeah, I hear my neighbors outside. I think they're going to throw their party at any time. I kept telling them, I'm going to come over, and I never make it over. But maybe tonight for an hour or so, I can walk across the yard to say hi and have some face-to-face contact with human beings. But
Well, yeah, I hear you. Face-to-face contact.
yeah.
I understand that need.
But I'm not going anywhere just yet. I will soon. My friend's going to come over to walk my dog and help me out.
You feeling better?
I'm feeling better, yeah, but I don't feel good enough to walk or drive my car. So
yeah.
I'm feeling better, but
Yeah. It's on a slow rise.
Yeah, on a slow rise. Very slow rise.
Yeah. Well, you looked like you were feeling better, so I thought I'd ask.
Yeah, I am. The pain's starting to go down a little bit.
The kratom helps, probably.
Yeah, I stopped vomiting, so that was good.
Oh,
Well, sort of.
awesome.
I'm still gagging a little, but
Right.
I think the vomiting is from the pain levels. And
Oh, yeah. Gosh. Well, I get migraines, and I get them. You used to get them so bad that I would vomit.
Yeah, me too.
I would. It was just awful.
Me
But
too.
I'm on meds for them now. Go figure. Got a pain? Here's a pill.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't have minded a pain pill earlier today.
Yeah.
When I first woke up, oh my gosh.
Oh, do I ever hear you? Do I ever understand that sentiment?
And I couldn't believe that the muscle in my chest hurt worse today than it did when I first ripped it and stretched it. Like, I felt so bad. Keeper, stop that. I felt so bad that when my friend came over to walk my dog this morning, he like stopped, and I don't like being touched or anything like that, but he stopped and he gave me a hug, and he's like, "You're having a panic attack right now, Holly." And he tried to calm me down and settle me down a little bit, but shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I have panic attacks. Not real bad ones like I used to, but they're taking me off the meds, so you never know what's going to happen now.
Right. No, I get really bad panic attacks. So I'm just grateful that they're willing to come walk my dog for me.
Yeah, that's very nice.
It is.
Yeah.
And I'm off the hook. I don't have to go to Wildwood, which is good because I don't have the energy for it.
Yeah.
And I'd rather do it at another time.
Yeah.
And so I'm off the hook with that. And my friend is not mad at me, thank God.
Oh, good.
I think God set it up that the plans were going to fall through for Wildwood anyway, because before the phone call I took was my friend calling to say that there's an issue with the truck, and he's got to have someone come over and fix it, but he can't drive it. So I think God had this happen with his truck, so that way it wasn't really me canceling, but it was more like due to unseen due to circumstances, the truck doesn't work, so there's no way to get to the shore, and I'm not taking my car, and I'm not driving.
Uh-huh.
So, but
Yeah, God set that up.
yeah, and thank you, Heavenly Abba.
Yeah. He heard you
Yeah,
before you said a word, actually,
yeah.
this
Yeah.
morning.
So I'm glad.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, it was rainy and chilly here.
It's
So
beautiful outside today. It's
is
gorgeous.
it?
Yeah, like
Oh,
what I should have done. Well, not should have. I wanted to be here with you guys, to hang out with you guys, because I've been going through a really rough time.
yeah.
If you guys are on Facebook and you've seen my post over the past week, you can certainly tell I'm going through a rough time. But I forgot what I was going to say. I mean, I wanted to hang out with you guys, and but what I could have done is just gone outside with my lawn chair and my dog and just laid out in the sun all day. Since I
Oh,
can't
yeah.
walk, sunbathing is the next best thing. But yeah, when I went down the stairs before to answer the door and because my friend brought food over, I almost fell down the stairs. Like my legs almost gave out from under me when I was walking down them. So I miss living on the first floor. I
I
really for this
understand.
purpose.
When I first moved into this building, I lived on the 3rd floor. And that was before my spine disease, whatever happened, and all that stuff. And I lived on the 3rd floor. Can you imagine carrying a couch up to the 3rd floor?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it was fun. No, but they found me an apartment on the 1st floor right after my spine surgery. So right when I needed it, God provided.
That's
Right
great.
yeah. So maybe soon there'll be a 1st floor open for you.
That would be nice.
Is there one of it? Are there 1st floors in your building?
Yeah, there is. There's 2 families that live.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so there's this is a 4-family house,
Right,
so to speak, and it's all, yeah,
right.
it's basically a small apartment building, but it's an old house that can fit like 4 apartments in it.
Yeah. So I had an apartment a long time ago in a house.
Sorry, I'm playing with Keeper. I have like the red laser thing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
She's going nuts for it. Great exercise her. Get
It
moving.
is, right?
She's funny.
With my cats, it's shoestrings. Oh my gosh.
You gotta
Cats
see this.
love shoestrings.
Let's see.
Okay.
Hang on. This is funny. Hey! It's not working.
Get it, Keeper. Get it.
Yeah. You can do it. You can do it. Catch it. Catch it. Yeah.
Good boy. Meow. Meow.
What, you don't want to play with it anymore?
He says I'm tired. Get him going. The funny thing is, put it on his paw, like you did that.
I'm shaking.
Oh, put it on his tail. Oh my gosh. I know he can't see it though. My cats do that with shoestrings. It's
Yeah.
awesome. It's just as fun for us as it is for them.
Oh, I guess she's not interested in it anymore. Oh.
Bummer. Yeah. Thank you, Holly. That was fun.
You're welcome. Keeper's like, thanks for laughing at my expense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, man. I need a
Yeah.
back rub. I need a back rub.
If I was there, I'd give you one.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'd accept.
Yeah.
That's what I was suffering from today. I couldn't figure out the word shin splints. You ever get them? Shin splints?
Shin splints?
Yeah.
Is that
your
like a
shins
muscle
hurt?
where your shoes are?
Yeah, like, okay.
Oh.
So, like, here's my knee, my
Right.
shin right in here.
Yes.
The muscles were
Okay.
were spasming so hard
Yes.
that now, like, they're tender. Like, it hurts to even
Yes.
touch them.
Yes. Oh,
So that's what I was having was shin splints.
ouch.
Yeah.
I used to wake up in the middle of the night and it felt like my entire leg, the bone was spasming. It was like a bone pain, the entire leg. And I told the pain doctors, and they're like, with this type of thing that I have, the nerve disease, sometimes the blood vessels that are close to the nerves in the spine start spasming and it feels like bone. And I'm like, well, make it stop. They said, okay. Actually, they can't. They can make it feel a little better.
Wow.
Well,
Like right now, my back's in spasms again. Ah, it hurts right in there.
Oh, yeah. That's the biggest muscle in the body is that trapezius is right there.
Mm-hmm.
If you have that muscle right there that you're spasming, if it gets sprained, it's one of the worst pains in the body.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'm in desperate need of my back to be paid attention to.
There's a you need to, with the muscle spasms and stuff, they say that potassium will help the body to ease up on the muscle spasms.
Yes, I definitely had a
Bananas.
lot of potassium and magnesium today.
You
Um,
did? Okay.
Yeah, I did. But like this powdered drink, it has that stuff in it.
Oh,
Plus,
yeah.
my protein shake has a bunch of vitamins in it too. So I think I
Oh,
was able to hold one out of the 2 protein shakes down, and I was definitely able to hold 2 glasses of my Patriot powder stuff, and I held that down. So.
oh, good.
Hmm.
That's great. And the point or the place at your back that you were just pointing to is exactly where I've had troubles all my life.
Oh man,
Literally.
it gets painful. What do you want, Keepies, huh? You know what? I'm gonna give her a treat. Yeah, that'll shut you up. That'll shut you up for 2 seconds. Ow.
Treat, treat. My cat just came over here and gave me a massage
Oh,
with, well, they do what's called kneading when they, with their claws. I don't know what kneading. I don't know what to call it. Some people call it making biscuits. I'm like, I don't know what that means. God, Anyways, but he jumped down now.
Huh.
My big Maine Coon cat. Now we are all off of video.
yeah.
There
It's
is nobody
raining.
on video. Where is Kinsey around? Kinsey, wake up.
Yes.
Oh, I shouldn't do that. I gotta be nice.
She's still here. She could have dozed off though.
Yeah, I won't. I should not try to wake her up. Oh, her mic is muted anyway.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's all right.
Oh,
I know. I was just saying hi.
Yeah. Hi, Kenzie. Sweet dreams, sweetheart.
Sweet dreams.
Lullaby and good night. No, 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 dear Kenzie.
She'll come out tomorrow. You know what? I dreamed that everybody was singing lullabies to me last night. Kenzie, we were singing
yeah.
lullabies.
We all joined in. It was
That's
a conspiracy.
right. Yeah, it was.
That's happened to me a couple of times where I fell asleep on like panels, and they just let me keep sitting there drooling on myself. I think one time I was even on the icon, like I wasn't even hiding behind it, so everybody could see that I was like knocked out.
Oh, no. Well, if we had been there in person, we'd be throwing chips on you or ice cubes and, all over, or, some fun stuff.
We used to have a good time when I would go out. If somebody fell asleep, if we went to an after party, like if we went to a club and then went to an after party afterwards, and someone fell asleep, we'd get markers and write on them. I'd get out my makeup, put makeup on them and stuff like that. And they'd wake up all written all over.
Right.
And have to go to work like that on Monday. We used to play some pranks on each other.
Oh.
If you were the first one to fall asleep. I never fell asleep.
Wise, very wise.
Yeah.
Oh, my kitty. Did you hear that?
Yes,
Mhm.
I did. Wow, so we've had a really nice broadcast.
6 hours and 24 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
I cannot believe it. This reminds me of the Christmas Day broadcast. Well, sort of. Remember that? It
Hmm.
was like you were on for 12 hours. I tried to go live the other day, but I can't go live on my cell phone because I don't have 1,000 subs. I don't even have close to 1,000. I have 20. Okay, but that's okay. Then I went to my computer with the stupid Wi-Fi on it, and my live stream I was the only one there, and it kept telling me that I had no connection or whatever. So I just dropped out of sight. I said, I can't do it.
Wow.
When I get different Wi-Fi or internet, I'll do a live on my computer.
Cool.
Yeah.
Wow, I really made a mess out of my Facebook. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Well, don't anybody that did it? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
No wonder why I feel so crappy
I
right
lost
now.
my earpiece.
I went through one hell of a bad week this week.
You did. You did.
I made a mess out of my Facebook. I don't know what happened.
Oh, your parts were out, but
All of my parts were definitely out. Yeah, like I blocked people I never meant to block.
oh,
So yeah, I pretty much did it.
yeah.
How do we all get out? Like, I want to keep rolling this because I know when I get done here, there's not going to be anything for me to do.
I know.
Oh, and I want to keep hanging out with you guys for a little bit longer, maybe until my friend shows up to walk keeper. We can like keep running this live stream if you guys don't mind.
Sure.
I'm here.
Cool.
I'm here.
Cool.
Well, part of me is here.
I'm here. I'm definitely here.
All of us are here.
This is the only place I got to go.
Right?
Yeah.
I was gonna, I saw a funny thing on Facebook. Put up a glass of wine in every room of the house, and then go on a room hopping instead of bar hopping. Go room hopping.
Right? I used to do that back in the good old days when like there was like Google Plus and then YouTube and they were all separate. That's what I would do is I would go room hopping. I'd jump on different people's live streams, hang out for a little bit, drop off, go to a different one.
Yeah.
Come back and they'd be like, that's not nice etiquette. You left our room for somebody else's room. That's rude, Holly. It's like, oh, come on, you guys are like running live streams at the same time, okay? I couldn't help it. But
right.
the good old days when everybody was running live streams and just it was a lot like, well, now it's fun. Like I like what we're doing now.
Yeah.
Look, I made it through a thing of orange juice. This is a very good sign. A very good sign.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. I held it down.
Yes. I think the shirts and the pants helped a little, and then the pill kratom helped a lot more.
And I just took one, so that's probably like a quarter of a teaspoon. That's not that much at all.
Yeah.
So you want to go now? Oh, can't you wait just about 30 more minutes? Please. Keith. enough. If you can wait about 30 more minutes, that would be fantastic. It really would. That way I don't have to go and take you out and hurt myself walking around.
Their bladders are not on our timelines,
Ow. I know, right?
right?
Keeper, no more. What do you want? Water? You need some more too, my baby girl? Uh-oh. I have to go to the store and buy my animals water. I wonder if when my friend comes over, if he wouldn't mind driving me to the Wawa quickly to pick up water for my cat and dog.
You're going to go to the Wawa and get some Wawa?
Yeah, not right this second though, but maybe go to Wawa to get some Wawa. Yep.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Maybe I'll put off taking a shower until tomorrow. Till I know I'll certainly feel better.
Stand up, yeah. I get afraid of taking a shower, to be honest.
Me
Because
too.
when my leg spasms, I fall. And I'm scared to death of the shower. Unless somebody's here with me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
That's exactly how I feel right now. I don't want to take a shower because I'm scared I'm going to fall out of the shower and then I'm going to be in a worse predicament than I started out in.
well, yeah, you never know.
Right?
You know, girls, that's sort of my day job, is going to ladies' homes and
Showering. Are you a caretaker?
and then getting there, and they're very shocked that, oh, you're a man.
Yes, yes. Is that
And then all of a sudden they don't really need any help. They're
Yeah.
just very scared of falling while they're taking a shower. So the need for help changes from helping them to take the shower to just being there while they take the shower.
Yes.
So I'm there in case they fall.
Yes. Which is what I need. I don't need anyone
And
to
I would
shower
love
me.
to come and be there for you, but you're so far away.
I know that. Yes. Flight ticket and everything. It's a very expensive shower.
Yeah,
You know,
it would
for you
be
to come
very
here. I mean,
expensive.
I would have
Yeah.
to pay for your flight and
Yeah,
oh gosh, I have $5. You think that'll cover it?
I don't
$5?
think so.
I don't think so either.
Probably wouldn't.
Ah, bummer.
Yeah,
Nice thought though.
it is.
But so you're a caretaker or caregiver or helper.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I don't know what the English word for it is. But you're
Oh
saying
gosh.
now.
Holly is flipping around. I don't know what she's doing.
Sorry. It just goes in waves. Forgive me.
Yes.
I feel
No,
good. And I'm like, okay. And then all of a sudden I crash for a little while and then I bounce
No.
back. But this is good.
No, I'm
I'm
sorry.
coming out of it. It's a good sign. I'm coming out of it.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was just a moment there where I saw you go from one side of the screen to the other really fast.
It hurts.
Okay. Sorry, Jasper. I
Sorry,
interrupted you.
Jasper.
No. I don't remember. Where were we?
We were talking about the term that I don't know the term that they use in your town
No.
for that.
No. Yeah, it's like it's like the lowest in nursing. It's
Yes.
I can't really do anything. I can hand out medicine, but I can't give an injection or
Oh, gotcha.
yeah. So it's sort of just very basic
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
caregiving, but nothing important, nothing like
Well, I
giving
would
medicine.
consider it important for those of us
It
that
is
need care.
Ah, it is. It is. And it is funny how it happened to me. Like, I've been unemployed for 2 years. And that was okay because we have like this unemployment benefit where if we are unemployed, we get sort of paid salary anyway here in Denmark. And that was running out. And I was aware that it was running out. And I wouldn't even say that I prayed to God to help me. I just expressed that I was confident that everything was going to be okay. And then a couple of days after that, I got an email from the job center here in my town that they wanted me to contact this private company that
Yes.
offered home care. So it sort of fell from heaven. Just when I needed a job, I couldn't stay unemployed. I needed to do something, and this just fell on my lap, and it's perfect. It's good.
That's
It's
amazing.
very good. It's a good job.
That's awesome.
I'm not making a lot of money, but I'm making a lot of love because, I'm caring for people, and I have been given this opportunity to care for people. Really,
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty amazing.
it is. It is.
God worked that out right in time.
Yeah, he put me right where I needed to be.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I took the education. I was educated to be this, but I hadn't worked in this position at all. So I knew that I had to do something, take on a job, but I didn't think of this. But then when I had to do it, it just happened.
That's pretty cool. I think the problem
It is.
here that we're finding out is caregivers or helpers, they don't want to come to a new person's house because of COVID and the scare of getting the coronavirus. And it leaves people like me that can't do much unable to do much. So my apartment looks like crap because they're scared of getting COVID from someone that never goes out. Oh, and by the way, a couple of weeks ago, I was taken to the hospital and I had double pneumonia, and they put me on the COVID unit to rule me out, because if you have double pneumonia, it's one of the signs of having the coronavirus. So I had to be on that unit for 24 hours before they ruled me out. And even though I had double pneumonia, I was negative for COVID, praise God. But there were other people in that unit that were positive. Just want to say. I didn't meet any of them personally because they keep them blocked off from everybody. But anyway, that's my little story. Don't know why I said it.
Libby! I love
Yay! Living! Oh my God. I was never so glad to get out of that hospital. And back home.
Wow.
God. My phone was dead almost the whole time I was there. Because I cannot, this has the newest connection of any phone. And you can't tell me that there was a nurse or somebody that had a charger they could have loaned me. I mean, really? You're going to let me sit here in this hospital bed with a dead phone? Well, have some nerve, please. I'm just kidding. Sorry. Finally, on the day before I was leaving the hospital, I got a charger and had connection to the outside world. Oops. Anybody want to join? Because I will bow out.
No, don't bow out. I still have an open spot.
Oh, yeah, you have one spot.
We're just falling asleep here together.
Is that
We're both dozen all together. People be like,
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyone else falling asleep?
right?
Yeah, Holly read a live stream and we all fell asleep.
Right? And all over panelists knocked out. What kind of broadcast is this?
And it lasted like 19 hours because
Right? 19 hours later, we're still going strong.
Until somebody with a big voice comes in. Hey, what's up, kids?
Wake up!
And we're all like, yo, oh, yeah, we're awake now.
Uh-huh.
Okay, anyway. Sorry about that, guys. Is that too loud? I never did smoke. My entire life, I never did smoke.
Well, that was a good move. I wish I never started.
Yeah. When people get our age, they usually say that. But when we were in high school, that wasn't what we were saying. But my sister smoked. My mom was a chain smoker. We actually had a cloud in our house sometimes. If my mom wanted to smoke enough to put a cloud in the house, she would do it. And you can't blow it out away from you because, oh my God, the wrath of Hades spilled out of her mouth. But, wow, that was very descriptive.
Wow.
Anyways, my mom was not very kind-hearted, to say the least.
I'm sorry.
But thanks.
Yeah, mine and I, we don't have a relationship. I reached out to her a couple of months ago, and I made myself known before there was a death in my immediate family.
Right.
Abba showed me that something was coming and that I would reach out to my family, and I did. So I reached out to them about a month and a half before the death. I don't want to say of who in my family, but yeah, my mother and I still don't seem to have a resolved relationship. But nonetheless, regardless of anything, I very much do love my biological mother with all of my heart. And I do very much care for her.
Yeah.
We can't have a relationship, but it's not going to be possible anyway. I have a hard time having relationships and bonds with people because, like, for instance, this past week, if I'm having issues with an altar, everything that I go to touch is going to fall to pieces. Anything I go to do, it's not going to come out right. I'm done babbling.
Oh, I'm sorry, Holly. I feel the same way. But back in, like about nothing I do will be right. I feel that way often. Nothing I do is right,
Mm-hmm.
But that's the way it was in my family. Everything that went wrong was my fault. And, that's just how it was with my mom. But in 1999, I made the decision no more contact with my mom ever again. And then in 2017, I was told that she was on hospice, and she had about 6 months at the time. And so I decided to talk to her for her, because in 1999, I made peace with the fact that she would never be a mom to me, that she would never be what I needed. And I just kind of put that wall up. Oops, sorry guys. Uh-oh, did you hear that?
Yeah, we're with you, Deb.
Oh, okay.
We're with you.
No, did you hear the music?
Mm-mm.
Oh, somebody's calling in. So I'll call her right back.
Wow, that's pretty profound what you said, Debbie, about your mom not being
Yeah,
what you would need.
yeah. I decided, because I tried everything, because as we do, we try to tell her how angry she has made me, because you treated me like this, Mom. You've really upset me. Well, now that didn't work, because she got madder. And then you go and you get sad and depressed, and that didn't work because she was happier. Or whatever it was that I tried to make her be a mom to me, just never did work. Oh, what's wrong? Are you laughing?
Spasms? No, my muscle.
Oh,
No, it's
okay,
pain.
sorry.
I'm sorry, Debbie. Continue.
No.
Just.
I know. I thought, oh gosh, I got paranoid that you were laughing.
No, I
So-
wasn't laughing. On the verge of tears and pain, definitely.
Oh,
Not laughing.
oh,
Laugh at you,
I'm
Debbie,
so
anyway.
sorry.
I would laugh with you, but I would never laugh at you or mock you.
No, I don't think so. I'm sorry. I get paranoid.
No, don't even worry about it. So do I. So do I.
So, like, I decided then finally, she's just never going to be what I want her to be or need her to be. She's going to be who she wants to be no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
So I put a wall up and I left her behind and went my way and found my own, whatever it was. And God met me every single place that I ended up, at every hospital that I ended up, or wherever it was. God had somebody there to get me through. So, anyways, then in 2017, I heard my mom was on hospice, so I called her. I did it for her because when you're on your last breaths, you're not really responsive, but your mind is always thinking. And I wanted her to be able to think. I've talked to both my daughters, so that is the reason I called her. It was not for me at all because I already made peace with it, the way things were, and always have been. But that was the only time I talked to her. And she passed away about a year and a half ago, 2 years,
I'm
something.
so sorry, Debbie.
Thank you, but I didn't know her. I mean, I grew up with her, so I knew her, but from 1999 to 2017, I had no contact. And so I contacted her through the mail, and she was still trying to trigger me. She sent me this stuff that my dad gave her from his mother or some cult person. And I crushed it and threw it away. You know, it was just, anyways. She was still trying to trigger me. And when I did call her, one of the first things she asked me was, "Do you remember?" I'm like, "Well, no, Mom, what do you remember?" "Oh, I try not to think about the negative and all this. That's what they always say when they don't want you to know that they know what happened.
Hmm.
Anyways, so I'm rambling, but
No, you're not. No, you're not.
thank you.
I'm listening.
I know, but
It's kind of like, yeah, everything that you say definitely resonates with me.
yeah. I guess that's why we start talking about Mom. Oh,
Mm.
well, take to heart you're not the only one that. I'm sorry about your mom, Holly.
It's okay. I'm sorry about
And
you too.
thanks. Thank you.
But, you know, God puts beautiful people in my life like you, Debbie, and many other people. So Abba definitely put a mother figure in my life for me. So I would have a mother figure to talk to. So that way I don't feel like I'm completely alone and by myself because I don't have family. That, you know, Heavenly Abba put people in my life to be my family now. So I do have a mother figure and I do have a father figure. And I should definitely call them more often, especially when I'm losing time and I'm triggered. Oh no, it's happening. I knew it. I knew it. I don't know what I touched, but my eye is puffing up. You see it? Within seconds. I don't know what I touched, but what happened to Deb? Anyway.
She went away.
It
That
seems
happened.
so. But yeah, my eye's puffing up. I knew it felt weird. Look at that.
Oh,
Let me wash my hands really quickly. All right. I am definitely rehydrated, so that's a good sign. Very good sign.
Oops.
Welcome back, Deb.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I went to answer a text and I left the chat. Didn't mean to do that. That rhymed. Contacts?
No, my eye's puffing up. For some reason, my eye felt funny. Sure enough,
Oh,
swelling up. You see it?
swelling up. Yeah.
You see it now? My face is uneven. It's really puffy on the inside.
Oh,
Yeah, like I should probably find Benadryl and take it.
what do you, oh, because it helps with the anxiety?
What?
Or is it allergies?
Allergy.
Allergies. Wow, you're being hit with all of it today.
You got that right, man.
Dude. I've had days like that, and oh my God.
I'm having a life like that.
Right? Lot lately,
Right.
right?
Oh, wow. Let me grab something to drink.
All right. I'll entertain the masses. Where are the masses? That's a hard
We're
word for
here.
me to say. I don't know what that is.
Entertain.
What? Jasper, what?
No, I'm sorry. I don't.
Oh, what did you say? It's me.
No, it's me.
What, Keeper?
Are you dozing off, Jasper? Burke,
Sorry?
are you dozing off?
Yeah, maybe a bit. Yeah.
Well, it's really late where you're at. I imagine you're dozing.
It's 2 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is pretty late.
So, in
But-
your picture, are you dressed up as a clown? Your picture? Is
Yeah,
that-
no. It's I think it's a badger.
a what? A badger?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
I don't know my animals, apparently.
It's not easy to see, and it's yeah.
It's a very
But-
tiny little circle.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, I'm in pain a little bit. Just hit me. I've been sitting up like all day, and that's kind of hard for me because sitting on the back of my leg, you know, where the hamstring is, right? The back of your thigh. Well, sitting on that is really painful to me. So I'm leaning to get off of my. I lean to the right to get off my left buttocks. Hey, I like that hat.
Thank
I
you.
bet you got that hat from Coach.
Yep, Coach Dave. You know what other hat I like? Here, let me show you another hat that I really like.
Yeah, do that.
Let's see, hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Because I can't let you see
One.
my hair. I haven't showered and I'm like a complete wreck.
Oh,
But
gosh.
here, this one is the one I like.
Now, let me see.
Oh,
Okay. Let me see here.
Can you see-
Yahweh loves. Wait, to your left.
HCV.
To your left. Oh, the other left.
HTV.
Oh, HTV. I love it. That's awesome. Who made that? Did you make it?
Eagles Wings Ministry made it for me.
Oh, I love it.
Me too. It's a white hat, so I only wear it like on special occasions because I don't want to get it dirty. I want to
Get
keep
it dirty. Right.
So
That's awesome.
yeah.
You
I
can make a T-shirt that says that too. You know what? Did you ever think of that?
But
Make a T-shirt that says that?
yeah, actually, I wanted to do that. Maybe in the future I can make a T-shirt that says HTV.
Yeah. I might have. Yeah, that's cool. The only hat I have says Indiana on it. I like bucket hats a lot, but I don't have any because everything I owned when I moved, I had to leave behind in New York.
Oh,
Everything.
that sucks.
Gosh, you have no idea. And the thing I missed the most was that bed. I had the most awesome brand new bed that I bought on a credit card, so it really wasn't mine. But, you know, I got in trouble with a lot of cards. But anyways, that bed, and I had to leave everything behind except 2 duffel bags of clothes
Oh, that sucks.
and 2 cats I brought with me and a computer. And that's it. That is it.
That sucks.
It's awful. I'm telling you, I've had to do it twice now where I moved to a different state and had to start over with everything over. But the good thing is that everything in my apartment now, I own it. It's not I didn't buy it with plastic cards. I can't because nobody will give me one anymore. I was bad. I was really bad. If I have money, I have to spend it. Plastic or cash, man.
Yep.
You got that right. But everything in here, my mentors here in this state helped me get. And a lot of it, or this desk I have, was free on Craigslist. The couch I have was just $80 on Craigslist.
Wow.
Oh, Lily, I hear you, man. I feel it. Because I want that bed so many issues. Oh, wait. Yes, financial issues. And I have got to file bankruptcy because that ain't going to go away anytime soon. And they're just waiting for me because they can't touch me with Social Security. So anytime that I make any kind of money, well, they'll have me. That's the other thing that keeps me strapped in the system. It's financial. So, yeah. And I feel your pain, Lily, because leaving everything behind is just. But when I was a kid, oh, childhood pictures for real. Because I was going to go to I moved out of Indiana and I had to leave behind a bunch of stuff. And I had a picture of 5 generations in one picture. And I was like, oh my gosh, I got rid of that. Although my family isn't the greatest, so it's not like very sentimental, but 5 generations in one picture. Don't file bankruptcy. Any credit issues usually get removed after 10 years. Ha! Well, credit cards never go away, do they? Oh, look at that. I'll have to check my credit report now, won't I? Oh, I did not know that, Lily Duke. Thank you. I'll look into it because it's been. Oh no, it hasn't been 10 years. It's been 10 years on a couple, but it's only been 7 years, maybe only once. But anyway, I'm rambling out loud once again.
You're fine, Debbie. You're
I
fine.
worry too much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Boy, my eye, look at how puffy that is. It's getting worse.
Oh, now don't get paranoid, okay?
Oh, I'm not paranoid. It is getting worse.
keep-
Look at that.
You keep touching it. I can't tell what's puffy because your picture is just one tiny little square. Oh, wait. The eye? You mean the eye?
Yeah, in the corner of the eye.
Okay. No, it's really hard for me to tell.
Oh, now it's starting in the other eye. What the hell?
Did you take a Benadryl?
Yeah, I took 2 of them. I must have touched something to my eyes because now both my eyes are swelling up. This is not good.
What are you allergic to?
I don't know. Maybe something was on my hands and I touched into my eyes, and now all of a sudden my eyes are swelling up. Both of them. I hope they don't get swollen closed, man. This is going to suck.
He's got that right. Wow. I'll be praying for. You know, Lily Duke, let me tell you, I started getting my Social Security disability, not SSI. My disability is now being garnished by student loans. Can you believe that they have the nerve to take my my money, my little bitty money that they give me on disability, and they're taking it away, $35, $45 a month out of it for my student loans. Of course, I'm the one that got the loan. Okay, but now I'm gonna hush.
No, don't
hush. Oh, I'm not gonna hush. I'm not gonna hush, but I know that Greta is asking you a question, so I'm gonna ask you, Holly.
Yes.
She says, Holly, is your mod leaking anywhere?
Yes.
It is leaking?
Yeah. That's maybe what I could have touched to my eyes, because both my eyes are swelling up now. And I took 2 Benadryl, but there goes my night.
Crap.
There goes
I'm
my
sorry.
night, making it over to the neighbors. The Benadryl is going to knock me out.
Well, yeah, you took 2 of them.
Yeah.
You'll be asleep in a few minutes. And then we'll all be throwing chips at the screen on you. Just kidding.
Right? Right?
Okay. Lily Duke is asking for prayer because her fur babies and roommate are driving her nuts. Oh, wait. Who is that?
Greta.
Oh.
Holly, go rinse your eyes out really good.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Sorry, Deb. Deb, you there? Where'd Deb go?
Cool. What happened to everybody?
I don't know.
There you
I
guys
don't
are.
know. Here I am.
There you are.
Went to switch screens and it booted me out. Must have been my phone.
Oh, that's weird.
Who did what?
Oh, Greta got booted out when she flipped screens.
I know. I guess what happened to me is I went to do something and yeah, Lily, I am in touch with the people that are garnishing, and because of COVID, they're not allowed to garnish right now. And I'm in touch with these people to get out of default, and then I'll still owe. So then you have a place called Nailnet, and Nailnet, I guess, can forgive or get rid of any loan or something. So, oh, thank you. So, yeah, so anyways, I'm in touch with the company that has my deferment, or I don't know what kind of thing it is. Thank you so much, Lily. You're very kind. Am I still in the chat room?
Yep, you're in here.
Oh, okay, cool. Who said that?
Greta.
Hi, Greta.
Hi, Dad.
Sorry, when you jumped in, I didn't mean to jump out. I was flipping screens and jumped myself out.
That's
And
what I
don't
did
jump,
too.
and I don't jump very well, so that was a trick. I'm telling you guys. I barely walk. Actually, I'm doing better with it, but not so much lately.
Wow.
I just had to take a pain pill.
I wish I had a pain pill.
I'm sorry.
I don't know how I made it through.
I don't want to be on them. I would like to be off of them.
Dad,
Maybe
even when you're off of them, there are days that you could really use one. Not very often, but
Yeah.
Greta said that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I have a nerve pain thing, and it's not going to go away unless Yeshua decides that it's going to go away. And I've been praying. I've got oil I pray over myself with, which is a miracle because I would never let anybody put oil on me in my life until I moved here and got some help. That didn't sound right.
I didn't think of it that way until you said it.
Got some help. But I've got to go to the ladies' room, so please excuse me. I'll be right back.
Absolutely.
Wait.
So Jesper and Kenzie both fell asleep, didn't they?
I think so.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping.
We got a warrior, Jesper's awake.
Yeah.
Kenzie must be sleeping very well.
She probably needs it.
Yeah.
Kenzie has been here for quite a while without really being here.
She's here, but not here.
I'm not here.
I have a brother in Christ I got to speak to on a video call a few days ago, and his name is Ben, and he, I think him and Kenzie are really great people, but I guess him and Kenzie have been friends for a long time, but he speaks volumes about Kenzie. You know, he says a lot of nice things. I love you, Lily. Got it. Got it.
Just remember, Holly, don't touch your eyes after picking up your mod if it's leaking.
Thank you.
Yeah, when you said your eyes were red, I'm thinking, what? And you go, what did I touch? Your mod's the only thing you've been touching.
That is very, very true. It is the only thing I've touched. So maybe if I take another kratom pill, I can get my dog walked, and then I can tell my friend, don't even bother coming over. I got her walked. I'll see you like another day.
I'm glad you're starting to feel better.
Oh, boy, yeah. Boy, I think, too, losing time and the altar switching back and forth, that caused some pain. And I think what my problem is sciatica right now.
And that's one of the worst pains.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. That's my dog.
Yeah,
What
it
a
is.
dog.
Yes, Lily. It does it to my eyes, too. This has been a really great stream today. Like, I've really enjoyed, like, sharing my day with you guys.
It's been really cool being here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's very nice.
Maybe again
Very
tomorrow.
Again. That would be cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'd like to figure out how to work OBS with StreamYard, but that way I could.
Couldn't you just have OBS in a tab on your browser, and then have that as a scene in OBS?
Mm-hmm. I have to figure out how to work StreamYard and OBS together.
Yeah. Well, me too, but I think that would be it. Just put this put this window in OBS, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. So like
Who are we talking?
tomorrow, tomorrow I'd like to run another live stream again and hang out.
Holly's starting to get tired, aren't you?
You are?
No, I said, are you starting to get tired?
Am I starting to? No, not yet. Not yet. I want to take my dog out for a walk, but I'll wait till it gets a little darker out. That way nobody can see my puffy eyes. I'm all embarrassed now and weird feeling because my eyes are all puffy.
Oh, you got a hat on.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Hi, Deb. Welcome
I
back.
just heard some of the kids upstairs saying, "Who you talking to?" Because I'm using my I don't know, earplugs, right? So they hear me talking, but they don't hear y'all talking. Yes, I'm talking to voices
Yes.
in my ear.
I take it you don't talk to yourself, do you, Deb?
Yes, I do, and which surprised me as to why they would say that, because I always talk to myself. I just never laugh. What? Yeah, I guess what? Huh?
Do you guys mind if I take my dog out for a walk and I'll be back in like 10 minutes?
Yes, I mind. No, I don't. I'm just kidding.
Don't.
I'm kidding.
Hang out because I'm coming back. And then I can tell my friend, don't bother coming over. Everything's good. And I'm going to bed.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, we'll be here.
Okay, I will be quick.
Okay.
I will be right back. Because I can't take her too far anyway. So
Okay.
it'll be a quick journey.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Holly.
Thank you, Deb.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Who are we
Yeah.
gonna wake up?
I don't know.
I'm just kidding. If I don't know if Denise is asleep, but we could try to wake her up. You think if I shake my phone, it'll wake everybody
Try
up
it,
and
try
have
it.
them?
Try it.
Try it?
Yeah.
There. How was that? Did you get it?
No, not yet.
I'm awake.
I guess it's going a long way.
Okay.
Running with scissors. Don't do that, Dory. No.
Who's running with scissors?
I was reading the chat. I can't answer chat because I don't have but Dory says she's running with scissors. So apparently
You should never do
shook-
that.
I
Never,
shook
never.
everybody up.
Dory do. Yeah, I see that.
Dory do, yes.
Yeah, you should never run with scissors. I did that once, and yeah, nothing happened really. But
I didn't run with scissors, but my sister did, and she ended up stabbing me in my hand when I was a kid.
oh dear.
It wasn't bad. It was not a bad thing, a bad wound, except my mom, doesn't handle things, or didn't, Yeah.
So you got scared.
So there you go, Dory. Never run
Yeah,
with scissors.
never. Dory,
Just
Dory.
kidding.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Dory.
Don't, Dory. Don't do
Dory,
it.
Dory. No.
It should be Dory don't. Dory do.
Oh, Dory do.
Dory don't. Lily, where are you? Dory, it's good to see you. I haven't been around very much because, I don't know. Oh my God, my cat is licking my toe. Stop that. Why do cats like toes?
I don't know. I used to have a dog, and she licked my toes.
She does?
Yeah, she did. She's dead now. Not
I'm
because
sorry.
of the toes, but
I was going to ask that.
yeah.
My dogs do that too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do they do
My
that?
cat is sitting here.
I think they like the salt.
My best
Yeah, the salt. Yes.
theory at the time was that it was like we are in the same gang right now, and we don't want to be eaten by predators during the night, and
Exactly.
and Daddy has very smelly feet, so
That's what
it's
that is. One
very
reason.
likely that he will attract predators through the night. So I have to lick Daddy's smelly feet to protect myself. That was my theory about why Connie, as she was called, licked my feet every night.
Yes. Oh, my kitty, she's here. Maybe I'll show you a picture if she'll stay. Oh, where'd I go? I do the wrong. Okay. Oh, don't go anywhere. Stay right here.
Yeah, but Lily, it tickles.
Okay, here's my video. And there's my toe licking cat looking at the other direction.
It's beautiful.
Well, too bad you can't see her face. Hey, look this way. She goes, no, there's a camera over there.
No.
Did you see her?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's really
Okay.
pretty.
Thank you. Yeah, she's part Maine Coon, but she's 1 year old, and my other guy is like 3 or 4 years old, and he is a bigger Maine Coon, but not. Oh, I hear Keeper. I changed the subject very fastly, quickly. No, now my face is on mine.
Oh, hey guys, Holly's back. So
Hey
Hey,
guys.
yeah.
Hey, everybody. Holly's back.
Hey,
Holly's back.
stop.
Holly, did you run? You're out of breath. It was just
coming up
hard.
the stairs, walking up the
Oh,
stairs.
yeah, stairs will
Yeah.
do
And
it.
then it's also my dog in the background panting too. No treats.
Oh. Well,
She'll keep pestering me for treats until like I literally have to turn around and yell at her no and loudly
yes.
because she just goes off and she gets like all worked up and you can't calm her down and
Yep.
I
My
feel bad
cat.
for yelling, but if it gets her to
cats are
shut
that
up.
My cats are that way too sometimes, but not about treats, but like they want to play with each other, but then they get grumpy with each other, and then they're like, and I'm like, shut up.
Right. Right.
Yes, doesn't work as well with cats as it does with dogs. Just saying. Get out of that. Get your
Dad, how big will they get?
What?
How big will your cats get?
My cat? What she did?
How big will it they get?
Oh, the Maine Coons?
Yeah.
These are partial Maine Coon, and the one I'll take you to go look see. He's laying on my bed, and that's a wreck. Uh-oh. Sorry, guys. Oh.
That's the worst, Lily.
What?
I told Lily that was the worst.
Where's the light? There it is. Okay. You guys see him?
Aww.
My cat? Hi, buddy. Hi.
Ready.
See how big he is at all?
Aww.
Yeah, he's big.
Oh, and you saw the yawn. That's my pillow, and that's him. I don't know if you guys can see.
Mm-hmm.
Well enough. Now they're both together.
Sorry.
Ooh, I just stepped on a hairball. Always turn on the light before you walk. Just saying, when you got cats. Hairballs are inevitable. Okay. I'm so ugly. If I wear my glasses, I look worse. But I can't see if I don't wear my glasses. I'm rambling. Just about nothing, really. Glasses and hairballs and...
Right, Lily? Except anywhere but in their own yard. I've heard of people being gang stalked like that. I personally don't go out. I really don't go out. So I don't really think I put myself in a position to be gang stalked because I don't go out. You know, and if I do go somewhere, I directly go from like my home to my friend's house and back. It's not like I'm all over the place, but I just don't leave as it is. You know, I think I see my friend 3 or 4 times a year. That's how often I don't go out or how much I don't go anywhere.
That's really bad when you don't even have respect set up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get gang stalked, I think, in my apartment building. Anyways,
That stinks.
well, I don't, not by people pooping in my apartment.
Right. No, I get that.
Did you get that? Okay, good. I
We
just want to make sure y'all understood.
Yeah, we got that.
Although my sister told me a funny story about my mom, in a nursing home, when my mom got mad at the nurses, she just pulled up her dress or muumuu, whatever, and took a poop on the floor in front of the nurses station. My
Oh
mom,
my goodness.
my mother. Yeah. And then she had a stroller wheeler thing, and she tried to run people over, nurses and stuff. So they took
Wow.
it away from her. She had to stay in bed for a few days
Wow.
to get it back. Yeah, she was a mess, telling you. But I hadn't seen her in so long that some of the stories Lori, my sister was telling me, made plenty sense, let me tell you, but I'm glad I wasn't there.
Huh.
I told Lori, I said, yeah, we should all go and visit Mom. And because they at the nurses station, right? And I told Lori, just out of fun, I said, yeah, if you think if I poop on the floor, they'll know who I am. Oh, you must be her daughter, So it was funnier in my mind than it was out loud. But me and my sister had a good laugh about it, though.
You're fine. You're fine.
Sorry, but poop happens.
You're okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
my stomach.
Lily, you got that right. We are used to all being on lockdown. You, Debbie, myself, all of us involved. I'm not trying to exclude anyone, but considering that we're targeted individuals and we're SRA and DID,
Yeah,
we're
that's true.
already used to being locked down.
Yeah, we are actually. Yeah.
This for us is like any other day,
Yeah.
for us, because it feels like we're still in prison, except now we're locked in prison inside of our own houses, or locked in prison stuck inside of our own minds as targeted individuals and as survivors. That this lockdown is no different for us than any other day. We're already used to it. Not to say it like that, but we are.
We
Even
are
Greta
used to
can't
it.
get out that much. I don't know if Greta went through the same things that we have, but she's still going through it too.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I'm a survivor. I have about 9 years that I don't remember a whole lot of anything, but
Wow.
9?
Wow.
yeah,
That's a lot of years.
when I was a baby, I was like a year or two old. I have 5 siblings too. My dad left. My mom had at home, and she had a nervous breakdown, so we were put in foster homes, and we were all separated. So
Oh.
I don't know if it was from the trauma. I remember like maybe 3 or 4 things out of all those years.
That'll do it. That'll do
Yeah.
it. People go through such extreme trauma like that, Greta, that they end up becoming DID. And there's no like formal MK Ultra programming, but because of the things that happen in our lives, they're so traumatic that any regular person can be DID and not realize it.
Yeah.
Or not. Yeah, they don't. They know that they've been traumatized, but you can still become DID, even if you can become DID if you were in a really bad car accident and say the jaws of life had to be used to get you out, or if you go through a really bad divorce, or if you just have the loss of a loved one. That'll do it.
Yeah.
I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Sure will. Yeah, we're used to being in lockdown because nobody wants to be around a multiple, especially if they know you're a multiple.
Mm-hmm.
So then you don't really have very many friends in the first place. And if you get a friend, I am more likely to put a shebang on the whole thing and then not have a friend anymore.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
And that happened to me recently. I totally screwed up a situation and flipped out on the person. I was triggered. They had done something to me and it triggered me and it put me back in a mindset of when I was with the ex who collapsed my lung. And I got triggered back to that point. And from there on out, like I was already trying to hang on for dear life. But when that happened, then I definitely started missing time again. And I don't remember like the past 3 days. I couldn't really tell you what happened yesterday or the day before that. Or the day before that. I don't know. I don't remember.
Dang. I know. I've had that happen where I was in my apartment one day and then 2 days later I like wake up and I'm on a psych unit. How does that happen? 2 days later? I missed 2 days. Scared the crap out of me. It was one of the first times that had happened in a long time. And that was years ago. And then just recently it happened to me and I lost like 3 or 4 days and really messed me up. So, here lately, guys, many of us have been going through this kind of thing. And I think it's the times that we're in. Not only are we DID and it's our life, it's the way life is for some of us, but the days that we're in are like end times. I mean, come on, we are looked down upon if we're not wearing a mask in public. And when would we have thought about that? So the days that we're in are more spiritual. I can't say it right, but more spiritual attacks are bound to happen. And if anybody is going to get them, it will be survivors. Because we're more like sensitive to them or already because of what we've been through. So we can, but the thing is I was blindsided. I did not know, what was happening until it already happened. And I woke up and it was just, I can't really go into it a lot because I'm already crazy beans. No, I'm just kidding. Looney Tunes, crazy beans.
Right.
No,
I get what you're
labels.
saying. I get what
But
you're saying.
so in these times and with things that are happening over in Israel, we can I just saw that, Lily. I love it.
Take this mask and shove it.
That's a good one.
Yes, it is. I wear a bandana sometimes if I go anywhere, and then sunglasses, and then that's what I want to do, is go to the bank with a bandana on, which you can do now. They don't think you're going to rob
Just
it.
ask for all the money.
Yes.
And be patient because they'll have time locks and stuff. But I'll wait. I'll keep my mask on and wait.
Right. And I'm still 6 feet away from the other person.
Yes.
So give me all the money. And hey, remember back in the day when we used to say, I'll never touch that person with a 10-foot pole? Well, now we need that pole, don't we?
That's a 6-foot pole.
Never thought of that until actually needed to be happen. But yeah, anyway. Oh, well, thank you, Lily Duke. Oh, she says, right. No, I'm not crazy. And at this very moment, no, I'm crazy. Anyways. Yeah,
Wow, this
you
is
never
good.
know which one of me you might be talking to.
It's
There's
okay. I'll talk to
many
all
of
of you.
we don't have time for all that.
Huh.
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 Hmm.
I don't know why I did that. I think that saying is stuck up there. And when I wear this mask that says, take this mask and shove it. That message is stuck there. I
Yeah.
like it. Oh, there we go. How do you do that?
In
Oh, you do
StreamYard,
it.
it lets me go through the chat in StreamYard itself, and I just click the comment and it'll put it up on the screen.
Oh, dude.
There's a
Cool.
couple other things I figured out how to do, but like create a banner. I don't know, say like trigger warning. Just scroll across the bottom, I guess.
Oh, yeah? Where? Where's it? Let's see
Uh,
it. Oh, it's not there.
hang on, I'm trying to figure out add
You
banner.
know, Lily, you got that right. What they did to us was crazy. We're the normal ones now. People think, oh my God, you got so many parts. You're crazy. No, let me tell you what crazy is. You want to see his picture?
There we go. See? I can put up,
Where?
there's the banner now, Deb.
Oh, there it is.
And then how do I
Dude.
get back here?
Oh,
Pretty neat.
yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. No, I don't want to do that.
Is that StreamYard or OBS?
StreamYard.
StreamYard.
I have, oh, see, and then I can put,
We rock my panel chat. We rock my panel and chat.
yes. What other banners do I have? It says I have 4 of them. Oh,
Excuse me. Oh, 2 at once. Wow.
right now I
You
feel like
rock.
right now I feel all sophisticated, like.
I'm rocking 2 panels at once.
Right. I should keep them on though, because we do rock. But I don't know that thing constantly going on the bottom of the page. That's enough to trigger me and put me right back into missing time.
That's a trigger, right? Thank you.
Holly did great for 7 hours and 45 minutes until she put the trigger warning clicker on. Because when that went on, she went off. She's
right. Along with the rest of us, right? All in one chat.
Right now we have 6 people running around that are all triggered. All thanks to Holly's live stream.
Right.
That's it, Holly. You're banned from YouTube. You're triggering everybody.
That's right.
Everybody's missing time now. Knock it off.
Well, I remember up until 7:45, 43. Well, on the time clock was you've been live. But anyways, it's not that time here. It's 6:51.
It's 8:51 here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See there.
Is everybody on the East Coast?
Everybody
in Florida.
Oh.
Oh, except for Jasper.
Yeah.
He's
And Kenzie.
Oh, and Kenzie.
A crazy reaction to a crazy experience is egocentric and therefore not crazy. If
Oh,
he came out sane from a crazy experience, that would be psychotic.
whoa.
I therefore declare all of us sane. I do too, Lily.
Me too.
Thank you for saying that.
We're into that.
Thank you, Lily.
Mm.
Now she's.
You know,
Oh, oh, you're
guys,
West. Oh, Lily is West.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Keeper, stop licking that. I should put a Band-Aid on Keeper's arm so she stops licking that sweat, that hot spot
Oh.
she has.
That reminds me of a funny Holly. I saw on Facebook this dog next to a human, and the human is wearing the collar of shame, and the dog says, "Well, this will keep you from touching your face."
That is a really cool icon you have, River.
Yes, River, I like
Yes,
it.
it is.
That's not the Denver horse, is it?
No, it looks
That
like
that Denver horse is ooh,
Rocking horse, I
scary.
think.
Yeah, it was a rocking horse. That's right.
Oh, it is a rocking horse? Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
duh.
yeah.
Yeah, now I see it. Okay.
I see it now. Yeah, it's a rocking horse. But the blue caught me off guard because the Denver horse is blue with those shiny red ruby eyes, scary as hell.
Yeah.
Just saying. Not even including the air inside the airport. Don't
hmm
even get me started on that. Ugh.
But that is
I
a
make gluten-free. Go ahead. But yeah, that's nice.
Are they good, Lily?
Are your pancakes good? I'll answer for Lily. Yes,
Coconut.
Greta, they are damn good.
Wait, what?
I said I would answer for Lily. Yes, and they're
Yes.
damn good pancakes.
Yeah.
She's like, of course my pancakes are good.
Noticed almost
Gluten-free.
all the flour and bread that I eat, it bothers my stomach, and I was thinking about trying gluten-free flour.
Yep.
Oh,
She
wow.
added the word coconut in there.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're talking. Muffins.
So Lily's going to make us muffins. So the next time we have an HTV panelist broadcast, we can eat her muffins.
Right. And toss the crumbs at the ones that are sleeping. Oh, Kinsey. Oh, she's still asleep.
Yeah, I thought for a second she was off mute. That's why
I did too.
a double take. Just right when you were saying that too, I did a double take. I thought, wow, she's awake.
I know.
She'll wake up in the morning and look at her phone and be like, "What?"
Yeah, she's good. Mm-hmm.
See, that's what I want is a Pepsi.
I hate Pepsi, but I wasn't gonna say no to a free soda. It's like, sure, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody. Well, when you walked your dog, you mean? Somebody gave you?
Oh no, my friend had come over this morning. I was supposed to do a side job where I could earn between $100 and $400 for the day, but I was feeling so crappy that fell through, and it would have been helpful because I have to supplement my income. But that kind of fell through. But when he saw the condition I was in last night and this morning, he had left food here for me and brought me some things over, and even to keep her out for me a couple of times. So I was really grateful for the help. I needed it.
Awesome.
Yeah. My
Well,
friend
I'm a
has
neighbor like that.
Alzheimer's too. So he's an older gentleman, but he has Alzheimer's. And I was really humbled that he was able to come by and help me given his situation,
Right.
And you're
love each
probably a
other.
real blessing to him.
I hope so.
You are.
I hope so. They're talking about gluten-free cooking. I am eating wheat-coated butterfly shrimp. Lily, me
Oh,
too. I'm glad my friend stopped by too. I was like in a bad way. And it was weird too. Right out of the blue, there he is on my doorstep. And I was like, what are you doing here? Like, nobody just drops by. And it's like, it's fine that you drop by, but I didn't expect you to do that. So
oh,
taking help
was
is
nice.
harder than giving it. Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yes, it is very much so, Lily. You're right. And I'm grateful. I'm definitely grateful. But colloidal silver, you're right, Greta. I think I still have some colloidal silver left.
Folks, it's late. I'm taking off.
Okay, Jessica. I'm so glad I got to hang out with you. And you.
I'm glad to see you.
Me
I
It
too.
was very
It's good to
nice.
hang out with you, Jesper.
Thank you, and it
We'll
was
see
good
you
to hang
again
with you
soon.
guys.
I love you,
Yeah.
Jesper. You got to come back
I
anytime
love
you want.
you. Anytime.
Take care, Jess.
Sweet
That's-
dreams, Jesper.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Jesper.
Thank you.
Are
Yeah.
you sure you don't want to leave yourself on mute and just listen? Because then we can start singing you lullabies like we did for Kenzie.
Yeah. I'll be here for some time. I'll just be on the mute.
Under mute, okay.
Yeah. Please do so. I love you.
I love you too,
It's so
Jesper.
great.
Love you guys. I mean, love you, Jesper, not you.
I
I'm
love
not
you,
leaving.
Jesper.
He's
I love
Bye-bye.
I'm back. I love y'all too.
I love you, Greta. I love you, Denise. I love you,
Love
Lily.
you, Holly.
Oh my God. John Boy. Good night, John Boy.
Right? Good job.
I used to love that show, but then it started making me cry, and then I hated it because
See,
having a family would have been awesome.
when I was telling Renee about appropriate emotions, I meant we get manipulated. Our emotions get manipulated by things all the time, by drama.
Where's Holly?
She might have lost the thing. Y'all were saying bye, right? I just
No, we're
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, to Jesper.
to Jesper. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Holly. Welcome back.
Lily.
Hi. Thank you very much. Good night, Mary Ellen. I got
Yes,
kicked out of
Lily,
I
it
got
was.
booted out. Sorry.
Yes, Lily. That's why I had to stop watching it. And the same thing with Little House on the Prairie. It was all right until they adopted that boy down there.
Yeah. Well,
That was Deb, Lily.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was me. What'd I do?
You said emotionally manipulative.
Well, I was reading the text, but she was.
she was like our emotions get manipulated by fictional stories and stuff, but our emotions get manipulated so much so that this generation, like the anger thing, you've all seen it, in other words, Jerry Springer type behavior from people, which came first. But I realized that I hadn't had drama in my life for like big, huge chunks of time just by following Jesus. And my niece, my brother's first wife, thinks of things and applied it to me, and she told her siblings, and she just wigged out on me. And I saw how they even my kids, like, they just get all mad and angry, and it's just manipulative. So with Jesus, it's not so much the emotions. But yeah, I had to get away from stuff too that it would just make us sad, right? So I don't know. I like not having my emotions manipulated by Satan, pretty much.
Mhm.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't pop off at anybody and all that other stuff. So I'm not in a compilation on YouTube of people losing it in public. And I can get the wrong, or I can receive the wrong order and not, want to murder someone type thing. They just really act out in fast food joints, don't they? Do they not?
Mhm.
They jump on the counter and all that. Okay, so that's not cool.
Yeah.
What? I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I gotta reach out to Anna. I missed her call the other day. I've been missing her. She must be so frustrated with me. But it's just I told her I was having trouble with my altars, but I was just thinking about, I wonder where she is.
I missed prayer last night.
I missed Now You See TV last night.
I guess Now You See TV, the Midnight Ride was going to be about John bringing up a subject about I didn't quite catch it, but I guess he said there's been some disagreements. I don't know what they were or anything because I'm not in that group of people very often to know. But I therefore ramble again.
No, you're fine. Weren't they talking about the Hebrew roots movement and why they left?
Oh, that's right. He was going to discuss why he left the Hebrew roots movement. But I guess he's being attacked like on massive level, and through emails and I don't know, a bunch of stuff. But I didn't get to hear that, and I'm sure it went well though. I like him.
Sweet dreams, River. Sleep well. I'm putting everybody to sleep. I got all you guys awake in the morning, and now I get to see you guys all fall asleep in the evening. This is fantastic. I like it.
You know how to run a stream, Holly, gotta tell you. Fantastic stream. That doesn't sound too good, but oops.
Yeah,
See,
everybody. Sorry.
The word of God is so good. I was telling my mom, look, God doesn't get offended. If you have insomnia, read the Bible. Your flesh will get sleepy. Your flesh will start yawning. And God's not insulted. It does. And see, Jesus even heals you there.
Yeah.
I read the Bible. As a matter of fact, while I sleep, I put audio Bible on my phone.
That's very wise. Your spirit always hears it and responds to it.
That's what I've been told.
God's word doesn't return void.
Amen.
Mm-hmm.
Deb, weren't you the one that I remember talking about the audio Bible with different voices? Different people reading it.
No.
No.
I have a Bible app where I have different versions, but the same voice.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, on the phone, which is where I do it, I can set different voices to read, but it's an automated voice. It's not like different person's voice each time. It's different.
There's dramatized versions where sounds like you're standing there in the street, crowd noises and
Just go in, silly cat.
I just don't prefer those.
Go in. Go in. What?
better than Aunt.
What happened? Hey, where am I?
You're still here.
Okay. Wow, that's good to know because I was wondering where I was.
I was there with you though, see, so you had us both lost because I could hear you talking. Like, oh yipes, I'm in the same place.
That was funny. I cracked myself up.
I did too. I can tell sometimes people who entertain themselves in the mirror like I did when I was, growing up. It's hilarious.
I hate mirrors to pieces. I will never own a mirror in my life.
Because of the whole
Programming thing?
the whole occult deal? Or
yeah, that. Well, not
having any
not
problem.
only occult but programming. They program with mirrors.
Oh,
And
they do?
Yeah.
That's lousy.
Yeah.
I will never. And if I could get rid of the bathroom mirror, I would really do it. I've thought about putting foil over it.
Get that lipstick out and write those scriptures on there.
No, I don't. I don't have lipsticks. Got to tell
I don't
you,
either.
I'm not a girly girl.
I know, but you could buy it for that.
Well, that's true, but not gonna happen.
Well, you can get rid of it though, or you can't.
I could rip it off the wall. Yes, I could. I just put something over it.
Yeah, we're not babies. That's what the president says.
Yet they tell us to go to our room. Go to your room.
You know what? I think everybody liked it like for the first week because it was kind of a break. And I know high school students went, yeah, I think I can do that, But, it went long.
Yes, it was. I'm sorry, but I'm still hanging out in my room.
Yeah, I didn't notice anything.
You didn't notice that smell? That green stench coming out through my, airwaves?
No, I didn't have any lifestyle change. I witness, I leave comments, I find out, who's embarrassed by their own arrogance and who's got Trump drinking syndrome, and then I just impart knowledge,
Oh, Lily, I hear you. I don't. Oh, contact paper. Oh, you know what? This is an apartment. They would probably really look down on contact paper on the mirror. You know what I'm saying? Although it could be removed, the contact paper, on some substances that surfaces. That was a hard word to get out. Surfaces.
Deb, they make some that it's not glued, that you could put it on and remove it.
Yeah.
So,
well, yeah. But anyway, foil is cheaper and more readily available. However, and then I could draw on it. Whichever one of me is out wants to do it, wants to see the picture, we'll just draw it on there. See, that's what I look like. Okay, I'm shutting up. Sorry.
Well, I love hanging out with you ladies. Thank you so much. This is so great. I'm really enjoying myself.
Me too. I mean,
me too.
You're enjoying that. I'm enjoying. You're enjoying you.
And I'm enjoying you, enjoying me, enjoying you, enjoying me, enjoying you. And I enjoy Greta enjoying you, enjoying me, enjoying her, enjoying all of us back.
There you go. And,
And I like
then-
how laughing in all the right places. I love it.
That's funny.
Ah, boy, Lord. Yeah, I'm surprised that the Benadryl didn't knock me out.
Give it time. Oh, you did have a part of a Pepsi. That's
Yeah.
like that's like taking anxiety medicine after a cup of coffee. But you took it before the Pepsi.
Under blankets, Lily.
I'm gonna
What?
close the windows. I'll be right back. Sorry.
The windows?
Oh,
Lily said bed sheets make great DIY no-sew curtains. I said blankets do too.
Oh God, I almost read that wrong. Really, Duke. Because I've got diarrhea
You're fine,
fingers.
Lily.
I love you, Lily.
Lily, why don't you come on?
Yeah, Lily. Won't you come on? Tell us that.
If you scroll up the stream, the link's up there somewhere. If you scroll up.
You know, this is my first time to do this, and I did not
I
check
can't believe
myself.
it's your first time.
It is. I've done 2 call-ins to another show, but I should have taken myself out so there'd be more room for people to come in. So I'm sorry about that. It was my first time.
No. What?
Walked off, you know. But you know, I
I've
will
been
do
on.
better.
Yeah, we all will.
Yeah.
I'll do better one day.
Okay.
One day.
Totally understand, Lily.
Now I'm starting to sing. That's a bad sign. It's a very bad sign.
We'll sing with you if you want us to.
Yeah.
You don't know the song,
Oh.
I can't sing either. So
huh?
I can't sing. I like to sing, but I can't sing.
I do not know how to sing. Although, when it rains outside, you know what song comes to mind? I wonder if anybody here will know it. Okay, ready? Listen, hold on. Listen to the rhythm of the falling rain, telling me what a fool I've been. I don't know the rest of words to this crazy song. There you go. How about that?
Is it old?
Got a
Anybody?
good voice.
My mom's an octogenarian, so I can maybe access old songs, just saying.
That's an old song. It's in the 60s. And it was before my time, but my mom used to play it all the time.
And what's
It's
the
called-
opening? Oh, you know
It's-
the one?
The name of the song is oh, holy cow. It's sung by the Cascades.
Oh, I think I saw them recently when I.
No, you have not seen them recently.
Well, it was an
Okay.
old video. Old video.
Oh, yeah. You can see it on YouTube. The
Yeah.
Cascades and listen to the rhythm or the rhythm of the falling rain. I'm not sure which the name of it is.
The rhythm of the falling rain.
I will. Thank you, Lily. I will make me some.
I can find it.
Thank you. What? Oh, the song?
Yeah, I can find it.
Yeah, it's a cool song. I mean, and then the other song that comes to mind when it rains is raindrops keep falling on my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like the guy whose feet are too big for his bed. Nothing seems to fit. And I can almost tell you who sang it.
Yeah.
He was handsome.
I don't know who sang that one. That's an old one too. Not
He
as
was a
old as the
handsome
other
guy.
one. What?
He was a handsome guy.
Yeah, they all are.
Humphrey, wasn't it?
But he's kind of a one-hit wonder, sort of.
Listen to the rhythm of the falling rain. There you go. Lily found it. Or found the. Is that the title? I guess that's the title. Listen to the rhythm of the falling rain. Telling me what a fool I've been. You know, I'm having a hard time breathing. You know how, like, I can't finish a sentence because I run out of breath? So I'll have to take my inhaler before I go to bed or do something. How's it going?
Good.
Oops. I bet I got quiet for a second.
I know,
I guess
right?
You
I-
sing.
What is it?
Sorry.
What is it, Holly?
Oh, I
Take-
forgot. I was just filling up the vape pen.
Oh,
Sorry
gotcha.
about that.
no.
Speaking
Don't
of
be
which, I'm
sorry.
gonna go wash my hands so
There you go.
I don't do this a second time with my eyes.
You remember the lyrics? Lily, there is like, yeah, well, it's in the air here in my area, I think. Also,
Hey, they got
the
a
rain.
song called Rhythm of the Rain.
No. Well, is it by the Cascades?
Yep.
Well, that might be it then. That's probably it. Rhythm of the Rain.
I turned it on like, yeah, there's a couple of them, so I guess it's a big hit. Let's see. Oh, great ad. Oh,
Lily,
man.
me too. I can remember songs, but only partially, and jingles and commercials too. Like there's this commercial that I remember, and I don't even know what his commercial is. That's pretty.
Hey, let's see if you can hear it, okay?
Yeah.
Man, it's a short song.
Oh, that's the one.
That's what I'm doing, Deb.
It is not even 3 minutes long.
Ah! Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Sorry.
Are you
guys.
all right, Debbie?
Okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. That was a freaking spider. And
I
I'm
hate
not,
spiders.
oh my God. And I don't care how little you say they are, they're huge.
Oh,
Yep.
Oh my God, I just had a freaking heart attack.
I
it's because
saw
you got
that.
so many legs.
What?
Spiders have so many legs. That's why they
Yeah,
can.
and they move so damn fast with those little legs.
They can go any direction with those little
And
legs.
they jump too.
Yeah.
Don't go on and on and on and on.
Wow, there's 60,000 views of that song. 60,000. No. 60,000 thumbs up and 15 million views of that song.
That's because it's an old song.
15 million? Come on. It's 15 million. It's not even 1.5 million. Gee.
Oh God, Lily, I feel your pain. Oh, here they don't seem to have roaches. Well, I guess they do here somewhere in the area. But, huh? Who said
We
you
got
did? Well, I had them in Indiana, which is one of the causes of asthma, by the way. Spiders, however, will keep me up all freaking night. If they disappear, I'm like, I am not going to sleep in this apartment tonight. I'm gonna go crawl up somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm serious. It's like That was so triggering. It was like crazy, awful.
We don't have them in
No,
the house unless it rains. Yeah,
if
they're
I,
creepy.
they're awful.
The
They're just
creepy thing
yuck.
about them is when you crush them, so much junk comes out of
Oh,
them.
stop. Stop. Are you
That's the
trying
reason.
to trigger me? Are you
That's the reason.
trying? Ugh. Okay.
That's the reason. But if you smash them with
Stop.
soil,
I'm
it's not a problem.
not
I
gonna
conquered it.
listen. Not gonna listen. Not gonna.
But once you realize it, then you can go the other way and get them, and it's better. See? Once I identified it, I went, oh, just crush them this way. Yeah.
There she is.
Here. Okay, now I can hear.
Cool.
Oh, I had my earphone out because I need to chill out. Now I need an anxiety pill. Anxiety pill. Or I am not going to sleep. Wow, I feel lightheaded. I jumped so fast. Sorry,
Aw.
guys. I'm sorry. That was really triggering.
As long as you're okay.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I think. I'm still looking to see if I'm okay. Oh,
Here,
God.
well, come back in. Here's the link to the panel if you want to come back on.
Am I on?
Greta fell off, I think. Ooh, haste. All right, so here's the link. For anybody that wants to come on the panel, just click that link and it'll bring you in here. Well, first it'll ask for your email, then send a code. And once you plug that code in, it'll bring you straight onto my panel.
See my little puppy here?
Oh my goodness, how cute. Aww.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Okay. We got Greta
Kid.
and Jamie. Welcome, Jamie. Welcome back, Greta.
Jamie. Who's
Hey guys,
Hi. Hello.
let's see. Did I do the camera? Let's see.
Oops.
There you are. How you doing, Jamie?
I'm doing much better.
I'm glad to hear
I
that.
swear
Thank
to
you.
you guys that help.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hey Deb, it's good to
Hi.
see your face.
Who's
I'm trying to get mine on there.
This is
I'm new to
Jamie.
all this.
It's
Jamie.
My
Jamie.
name is James Robinson. Or
Oh,
Jamie.
James Robinson.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys.
That's what everybody calls me. Yeah.
Hey, James. Hey,
Yeah.
how's it
Hey.
going?
I'm trying to get the camera on. The first time I did this last time I had to reset it with the volume, but see, can
At
y'all
the
see me?
bottom?
No,
No.
I can
At the
see your
bottom?
eyes, but that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I'm sorry. I had to turn my camera off for a few
Uh-oh.
minutes.
It's okay. No
All right,
worries.
y'all go ahead while I work this out.
Okay, sure. Take your time. Lily says hi, Jamie. Oh, we lost him. He'll be back.
Who we lost? Oh.
Yeah, apparently we took the turn too quickly and Jamie flew off. He flew out of the box.
He must be sitting. I'm sitting outside. He must be sitting outside too because it's dark.
Huh?
Jamie, he had his camera on
Oh.
and it was dark. I'm sitting outside,
Okay.
so I said maybe he's sitting outside where he's at too.
Could be. Could be. Anything is possible until we know.
Anna's doing
Oh.
good.
Is she?
Anna?
Yeah, Anna, she's doing good.
Oh, good.
She just sent a message. She's like, please forgive me. Can we do your book tomorrow? And it's like, wait a second. I'm the one that didn't call you back. I'm the one that should be apologizing to you. You know?
I figured it out. I'm sitting
Great.
in the pool house with a lantern. All right. So I'm sitting in the dark.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I'm new to this. It's like my second time on one of these. So
It's
I think I
yeah.
got it all figured out.
I'm humbled that you'd want to come on the panel and on that camera. And thanks for the other day for doing that too, Jamie. I really appreciate it. And that's like another reason why I run these panels is because I can get all of you guys together in one spot and then
Yeah.
introduce you guys to each other, because I noticed that we're always talking about the same things and seeming to go in the same direction, you know? So
So you're the instigator and bring us all together.
yes, I'm going to be the instigator. Yeah, definitely.
8
Well,
hours
she
of
did
instigating.
instigate it.
And
Yes.
instigate it. Yeah.
Because I was the one saying, I hate texting. I hate texting. And I don't even know how to video chat, you know. So she put it together, right?
But you're doing it.
I'm getting
Yeah.
used to it. Yeah, I'm used to it now.
Cool.
But I'm in the dark, see. Y'all can't, you know, if I choke, I'm just smoking my pipe. I'm out in the pool house and hanging out, and the rabbits are trying to get in, but they're tearing up the corners, y'all. Like, that's what rabbits do, I guess. And they're two boys. It is so weird. They're two boys, and rabbits are just funny like that. But I did have them fix it, calmed it down. But they will tear up a corner.
Oh, wow.
So I got to keep them out of here.
I've heard squirrels do that when they get in the roofs. They'll tear up a corner to get in a house, in the attics and stuff.
Rat
No,
or rat.
squirrels. Squirrels.
Mm.
Well, rats will too, but yeah.
Well, they won't come in. They're outside rats.
Oh,
Squirrels.
I gotcha.
No, those are God's outside rats. That's what we call them here.
God, that's my rats.
Yeah. They're my pets over here. They come pretty close, about 3 foot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. In New York and New Jersey, where you're at, I mean, they're just like, they'll come sit on your hand, right? And they're like, you better give me a nut or I'm going to drink your beer, you know, or something, right? I don't know. They're different, I think, up there, like up close. When I went to Colorado, the
I gotta
little
go,
brown
guys.
one's good. No, don't go.
She'll be back.
How many's on? Fill me in. 1, 2. Oh, we're all on.
There's 5 of us on here and 8 watching. But that 8 is probably us 5 plus 3 others.
Okay.
Okay, so now I lost Debbie. Come back, Deb.
Wonder if she's okay. All I heard was I gotta go.
Well, she had an emergency. She'll be back. Cool. Kinsey. Kinsey is a woman, right?
Yes,
Kinsey, you there?
she's sleeping.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's probably
and
what, about
Greta.
4 o'clock? It's probably about 4 o'clock in the morning over there. Probably.
Yes. It's the middle of, I think so. In New Zealand, she's on New Zealand's time. So yeah, it's probably the middle of the night for her. Right. Let's see. What time is it in New Zealand right now?
Isn't that like the
1:30
top of the
p.m.
world?
Oh, it's 1:30 in the afternoon.
What?
That can't be right.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, it is, Holly, because the prayer calls we do, our time that I call, it's 8 o'clock. Their time is noon.
Okay. Okay.
I forgot all about that.
Okay. Wow. Mm.
But New Zealand's like over by Australia, right?
Yeah,
Yep. Yeah.
it's the island over
Island.
by Australia. Yeah.
Mhm. Well, that's a little odd. I've been studying all the GPS and everything for probably over 10 years, and I discovered uh, a mathematical geometry that can explain a lot of the cover-ups on the like Antarctica and stuff. But it's just my own theories and everything that I come up with, and they seem to work with my own mathematics. But I hadn't heard other people talk about it very much.
Mhm.
So, you know, it's over a 10-year study, and I found a lot of cool things that match biblical Old Testament and the right book of Enoch. That one is so informative. It put pieces together. Everything I try to do, like scientifically or anything, I fact checked it out of the Bible. And when I was younger, as a small child, like the Ark of the Covenant, my Bibles used to explain the gold, you know, not just the wooden sticks to hold it so you don't get electrocuted and all, but the nickel, the gold, and the weight and everything. You can't find them anymore. And I've tried to find them because I went through a, you know, MK Ultra crazy thing through a machine, and it's like when I came out of it, everybody was like DNA was shuffled and weird. I don't know where some of the time zones went. It's really weird. So, you know, I can't find the evidence of these things anymore, but I still Bible fact check the best I can. But it used to be detailed when I was younger. But my own grandfather, great grandfather, I say grandfather, I knew some of my great grandfathers as a child, but they were into pushing like the Gideon Bible and into every hotel and stuff like this to push multiple Bibles all over the freaking place. And somewhere in there, this has been lost, this detail. And I can't find the physical evidence, but it's like God's given it to me. I do remember. And I used to draw pictures of these things. Like Holly was drawing all the, you know, the heavenly revelations, like the end of Revelations. And I used to draw all these things, periods of times. And it's just amazing to see it coming from Holly. So in her book, you say it's coming out like the whole thing, the 25th tomorrow or whatever. And I want to read it in full, like what Anna's done. But
Yeah.
a lot of the same events, like I remember reading the raw version, and you were talking about a child in a cage being put underwater.
Yeah.
Okay. Like and you're having to do something. I can't remember. I was crying through it. It was hard, you know, because it brought up memories. But I went through something similar, like at the Backwaters, where Bill or Will Tompkins or whatever, big whistleblower and all that, his son Landy Thompson, Tompkins, blah blah blah, Hamilton, Pine Tree Road, Pine Island, Pine Village with the, you know, all the jade helm and all that. It's just where it is, where they do this stuff. It's Columbus, it's Harris County, Georgia, you know, and you tell all the stories in California, but they're on the East Coast, their homes, and it's just nuts. So I grew up around this, not knowing. I had to learn on my own. Nobody tell me. All my friends would tell me, "Oh, it's because of his family. That's how he understands this." And I'm like, "What do you know about my family?" You know, and it got deeper and deeper, and it was really wild. My whole life experience. But the cool thing is I see it as proof. I felt alone here because no one will speak of this. It's like they've sworn oaths or something. They are not allowed to help me in my process. Even my mother, all my family, my nephews, my younger ones, even my own adopted daughter and grandchildren are in these programs. And I've had to, oh, it's just devastating. And it's been over and over and over. And I'm recovering this time. I'm gonna stay strong this time because look, y'all, we're coming. I believe closer to this point. Like Holly, I heard you say, it feels like seals are being opened. Well, one of the deepest things I went through in understanding was when I got to the Book of Enoch, reading the moon cycles and the way all the tetrads and the blood moons and all the stuff going on today, even these man-made or not, Nibiru and 3 stars and everything coming in, it doesn't matter. They like to recreate. It doesn't matter. The point is all that coming in is I kind of lost my train of thought because I tell these things thousands of times to people that don't listen. Now I'm telling somebody that
Does listen.
actually listen, and I'm like, still acting the same. So I'm trying to change around y'all because I've been quite manic, right? Everyone, and Holly, you took the brunt of it. You and Jeannie. I mean, oh my gosh, I couldn't even listen to you. I had to blurt out everything, and you stuck it out with me, which never happened before in my life, and that changed me. It made me stronger. I thank you.
Well, thank you.
But we're gonna get there, and I believe we just got to buckle down. Was my point. Because I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna do what's right. Even like I want to start a business here. There ain't no Santa Claus in this house anymore when he walks in. Okay, so I want him to see me doing what's right. I think that's all that really matters. Even in the most important and the most traumatized people like us, we still have to have that normacy that he will be comfortable when he steps into our home where we are. With the 3 days of darkness or whatever and everything that's coming. I believe that that we are close. Whatever it is, no one knows, but and that's what it said, right? He's gonna choose the moment. He don't know the moment even till it shows him. So
Yeah.
anyway, I ran my mouth a little bit. I smoked
No,
about
you're
4
fine.
bowls.
You're fine, Jamie. Don't even worry about it. You're fine. This is why I'm having it. So I'm glad to hear you talking. Definitely. And I'm paying attention.
Glad you there. And sitting in the dark in here. Hey, when my family broke apart because my father was incestual, going after his brother's wives and everything, I took everything I could when all the cousins and families broke up, and one of them is a duck, and I have webbed toes on one foot, and it's got a little niche on the front. There were several ducks, they were way better woodsmen than me. But you can call a duck for this wooden thing. It's crazy. They'd run over deer and bring them home and skin them, And last time I saw my cousins, I was in a van with shag carpet, and they had the Cheech and Chong album, and I was like 8, 10 years old. and they take the rolling paper off and roll this giant thing. And I didn't know anything that was going on. And I woke up with a half burnt giant thing on the carpet going, oh, I didn't do that. Running out of there all alone. They left me in the van. First time I got high, I guess. It was hilarious. Then I never saw them. I really never saw them again unless they were drug addicts and babies dying and horrible things. And half of them are dead. It was it's terrible what divorce and cheating and all that kind of stuff will do to a family. It was really traumatizing for a 8-10-year-old to go through.
Oh, absolutely.
It was horrible. Just like any other kind of trauma. I think that was my deepest PTSD because I prayed for probably 20 years to somehow God pull them back together. And, that wasn't God's plan. And it, that long of a desperate kind of thing was, I think, my deepest trauma, divorce. And look how it is in the whole world now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also a bunch of other things, but just something as simple as that. God's not hard. God's simple. It ain't like an AA meeting with a big triangle. Think simple. 1, 2, 3. Follow me. My chair is my God. Just, boy, I ran into the devil in AA through a mental institution. Literally.
Wow.
And he gave up. I wore a shirt on the last day because there was angels sitting on the outside from I assumed they were from like a hospital or whatever to come observe, but they weren't. They were angels. They had shaved heads and all kind of stuff, and that they would come in and sit on the chairs on the outside. It's the whole thing, the whole Gaia thing with the secret space program and all that is spawned out of here, Columbus, Georgia. The whole thing. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah. So, and it spawns out of these mental institutions and AAs, and how just right out of the crazy,
Mm-hmm.
And I walked out of there like the marathon bomber kid. I can't even pronounce his name. It starts with a T. They say he's Russian Muslim parents.
I know what
Bullshit.
you're talking about, but I'm bad with names.
But his real name is Andrew Sheffel. At least that's what they wrote on the black marker on his brown bag of clothes. Because when they call his name, they go Andrew Sheffield or Andrew, and they'd use a C name. And, hiding. But he had groups of lawyers coming in, and 2 of the lawyers that they show on TV, the white ones, the white people, there's a male and female, those are his real parents, not the Muslims, they say. It's crazy. So his real name's Andrew. All right. Look, here's what he told me happened. He was really out of his mind. He when he come into group or whatever to talk, he would talk about running from what he had done into the tavern. There's a big bright white light, and he'd stand up in a stare and walk away. I know he's going through legal problems, trying to play crazy, but he really was out of his mind. But what they had done to him, I'd gone through at that young age too. So what he had done, what he had told me and drew on paper and everything, was at the bottom of his apartment, he was had made 2 Tesla pulsars that were shooting signals into the ground, and they're low elf frequencies. We all deal with this. I use it on myself right now, but I understand this. but he's made these two pulsars shooting into the basement, and he didn't, and he had it running, and he drew the diagrams and all for me, and he had all the mathematical equations. He's in college, and he's studying all the greats and all to get these answers, and I'm trying to help him about redundancy and whatnot, and he gets aggravated. I have to hold him down. He turns and goes, it's like he's gonna attack me, so I have to like manhandle him, and everybody run in and all. But he's just a kid, and so what happened was his landlord came into the basement, is what he said, and grabs him, and he didn't know how to stop the machine. His paranoia was like, I built it, now I'm caught, I need to stop it. So he went to grab it to discharge it because he had not made any mechanism to stop it. All right. So the landlord grabs him, and it discharges through him to the landlord, knocks him to the ground. And he thought he had killed his landlord. So he ran. This is what he told me. And he ran to the tavern, and he won't divulge any more information, but except for there's a great white light, and he gets up in a daze and walks the other direction out of the groups and stuff. Now, here's what's ironic and kind of weird. Myself, I've been brought into this same place. And this is in Columbus, Georgia. They brought him out of Florida or something. He kept trying to tell me about the boat. He has the bullet hole in his side. Okay. Literally. It's healed up by now. And all right. But anyway, it's just so crazy. I myself have been killed, shot with like spread pellets with a shotgun, and murdered in the day room, and woke up on a table with, just like the others talk about on like Project Camelot, 42 of us. It is 42 because I can count the square, and we're all bodies, and we're all nude, and we're in this little compartment. It's like a block thing around us. And I jump out of there scared to death, and little druid guys walk around and come around and jump into a machine over on the right side of this diluvial underground dump. And I do it twice, and I keep appearing with a white flash. Okay? A white flash happens when I jump in the capsule, thinking laundry chute out of here, because I'm naked and scared. And I do this twice, and now that I'm back, I'm living through life. It's not like I see life coming. I can't stop the rain from raining the way it rains. You know what I'm saying? But I run into situations, and I'm able to change them slightly. And I'm running into them a third time. When I first came out, it was like a rubber band. Like I come home and I couldn't remember everything at first until it started flooding in. But every movie I watched was like there was alternate endings or totally changed. And I was sitting here going, am I watching this again? Why is it different? And everything. It was like I was in another world living through it again. And it didn't stop with just two. It was like three things, and I started managing the third. And it inspired me so much that I had to do the right thing for God through all this, because there was a vision that started it all before I woke up on the table, and God showed me above the earth. And I was praying to him. And, so he started all this. So I ended up at here, the Watchman. I am held down with this. I have implants. I have all kind of things that I was all alone. And now I have you guys. So I'm going to be stronger in this, but I was falling apart. I'm 45 years old now. I was falling apart for 30 years. No one seemingly cared just like you screw me up. I want to cuss like you. I've practiced for probably 5 years now to say another word. My grandmother was the best at it, and she's like the most honored Mason of this town. It's crazy, but she was the most perfect woman I ever met or ever heard of. Just so positive. It
Wow.
ran in the family. Some of us were super positive who walked into these things. Must have got Christum or whatever, these Mason halls. And others of us have been experimenting on, and we go through great depression, and it's worked into the family. And they just won't even tell their own family member. It's like a curse. But I've been told, y'all, by many of them, and they slip, and a couple of them have been tortured because of it. And I have a retired colonel. I mean, his wife grew up with my mother, with my great grandfather, He's like the devil's concubine. I'm not lying. He's a Gibson. And I'm not lying to you. And he really is. He still runs around in different bodies all around me. Even the Park Hill Cemetery, just go in there. They have holograms in underground places and stuff. It's nuts. So, this is real. I don't know how the heck one thing I try to bring a sense of humor. My father is always like a joker, and my uncles and all. I can't ever get the joke, but
Oh, I got different
it's
ones.
ironic.
Hi, Denise.
Hey.
Welcome back, Deb. So how's your evening going, Denise?
Okay. Hey, did you say something to me, Holly?
Yeah, how's your day going?
Oh, it's okay. Okay, Mom, I'll get them for you. Yeah, I was kind of fascinated to hear that from Jamie.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all talk to me.
Huh?
I've been blabbing my mouth all my life. Yeah, y'all talk to me.
You can
I
keep
need
talking.
to hear from y'all.
Go ahead, Denise.
See, I was talking a whole lot before. So, oh yes, I was talking about all the topics. I can't, I'm not a survivor or anything. I'm just, kind of data dumpy, and I'm funny. Is Jamie still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still in Georgia?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes. Yep.
I'm in Texas. So we're in the South.
I went to Texas to hear the Watchmen. I loved it. It's just flat.
I was supposed to go to that. I'm so upset it didn't happen.
Well,
yeah,
it's fine.
But I got to tell them.
Ooh, colloidal silver. I used to get colloidal silver.
I make it at home now. I got to show y'all how to do it. It's so easy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw videos or something of that. It's just really good for a bunch of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's God's antibiotic. Mm-hmm. It's biblical. That's how they wash their hands, with colloidal silver to cleanse their hands before they go to the Holy of Holies. It was colloidal silver. I learned all this studying, all the deep Bible study and everything. And I learned, when all them in the 1800s made all the paper money, that was to take all the gold and silver. The Great Depression, my great granddaddy helped engineer it. And that was the test run. Now no one has gold. Gold is for pain. You just shave it. Silver is an antibiotic. So when all the money's gone in depression, you have help. Now no one has it at home. No one even knows how to use it. and that's a real thing. It's been taken away. Our medicine, gold and silver, our soft metal. It's supposed to be ingested. It
Yep.
really is.
Oh.
You know,
Oh,
it
I
was a tactic.
see. Can y'all hear me?
Hey, Deb.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I lost my headphones.
Sorry, I don't know what happened.
It's okay. That's the internet for you.
There it is.
Yeah, Prince of the Air.
Right.
For real.
You got it again.
Hit it again.
Can't help himself. Yep. Satan is a loser no matter what dimension he's in.
Say la.
Yes.
Hey, you know how to fix technology? It's still like going to the moon. You hold the button down for 20 seconds, restart, and you're good to go again. On all technology. It's just like flying to the moon. What they do? They're like, restart the computers. If you're having computer problems, just restart it. I've built computers since the 90s and played with them in the 80s and tried to build mine on the wall, and they told me I couldn't. With multiple power supplies and stuff. I didn't ever steal or ever hack or do anything, but in the 80s, I had systems on my wall in my bottom basement, like, and was like
Wow.
bank accounts were all open to me. I'm like, what? And I could do anything, and I was like, no,
Oh
it's
my
not good.
goodness.
It was never a desire of mine to ever manipulate any of it. I totally
No.
shut it all down, told someone at my high school and said, this is not a safe system. This is what's going on. And, was totally honest about it. But it was wide open in the 80s. You could just view bank accounts and adjust them from your basement, And I really was honest. I've never dishonestly stole nothing ever like that. I stole some pins that somebody made when I was like 8 years old, hid them under my bed, and got caught. And I stole big Hubba Bubba bubble gum and got caught.
I remember
And
Big
they
Hubba
taught
Bubba.
me a lesson.
Am I there? Am I here?
Yep.
But, I did steal big by the grocery store guy. He let me go. I almost cried. But yeah, you wouldn't believe how easy hackers or computer people or anybody can do anything. Open sources. It's they know what they're doing, and most of them are warranted by their own government to actually do that. They have immunity, and it's so easy, and it's not hard. Even my friends and the teachers. Like my mother was a teacher of some of the brightest people on the planet. But what did some of them do? They went and took LSD and stuff and engineered and signatured them and did all kind of manipulation down in the nano stuff with tattoos and all kind of stuff. They did stuff that is unimaginable. And, this stuff is really happening. And it's really going on, but most of the public, and I can't blame them. We're all sheeple. What'd you say?
Yeah.
Hollywood. I mean, we ought to call us sheeple.
I'll be right back. I'm still here. I'll be right back. So
Okay.
I'm here now. I can still hear you.
I don't know how to convince anyone. Like I said, I've been alone until I found y'all guys. And I've been so desperately kind of geekishly trying to yell at everybody about this and everybody acting and ignoring me and doctors manipulating me and everything like that. and I've done blown them out of the water and confronted them and everything, and they can't deny I don't know, but they still won't tell truth. It's
Well, it's a new season now.
horrible.
It's a new season.
Yeah, right,
I
right. And
remember.
I think it is a new season. We're going to come out of that and just not. I'm not going to worry about that anymore.
Right.
And I'm going to grow with you guys and do what's right. My life has. I thought it was almost. I didn't think I could reach a new low just recently, and my life has flip flopped so fast. And I'm getting out of my situation here shortly in a couple of weeks, and able to still do what God wanted me to do and come take care of my mother. My mother's afflicted too. She's been brainwashed too. She can't help a lot of this. And he wants me to be there for her. He loves her too. So it's where he told me to go. And I've been here too long. And I thought, well, go to Appalachian Trail or whatever and getting kicked out all the time or whatever, just fights. And then now I'm able to manage a place next to here, and I'll be able to come here. Because a lot of this places, I mean, this house has been here over 26 years. All the electrical company, my whole neighborhood's hooked up to an AI system. I mean, the whole thing, everything's engineered to send what's called hysteresis, magnetic round bubbles that come and whop me in the head and everything. And I have to run out of here. It's all triangulated around the house. But God told me to be here for her. So I've been sitting here suffering. And now things are changing. I'm able to have a spot to get in and out and manage. And it seems to be okay. And not give up on what he asked me to come here to do. And I got little animals in the garden here. So I thought I was going to lose it all. I thought it was one or the other. Oh, God's good, right, guys?
Mm-hmm.
All the time.
He's fixing it all so fast. And I'm going to be not so stressed here in a couple of weeks when I can go to my own place. And I mean, I'm very sensitive. I'm sure y'all can understand that. Like just being on the other end of the yard from my mother, when my mother is thinking, I hate this guy, I'm affected. I mean, it's hitting me in the heart, you know. It's like out here there's a wasp, and I can chop that sucker's head off, and I can stick it about an inch away from the body, and the body and head will still try to crawl itself together. And it's like that, man. It's nuts with me and my mother. She's sitting there going, that son of mine. And I'm sitting there going, and I can feel and psychically hear it all. And I need my distance, you know. I got to. This is going to be healthy for me to have my distance. I mean, I'll take care of my mother till she dies. We took care of my grandmother till she dies. But, you know, 45-year-old man, and I'm at home with mother, you know, still. I'll do what the Lord says, but, well, you know,
I live
this
with
is
my
going to
mom.
be a good move.
Yeah, I
Say
live with
what?
my mom.
No,
You weren't
this
here,
is
but
going to be a good
I live with my mom, and she sent me to my room when I was 52 years old.
Right, she's
Because
still doing that to me.
we had a house fire, so we live here, which really is good.
Holly, are you okay?
Yeah.
Holly.
I'm sorry.
Holly. Oh,
Are
I'm
you
here.
okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You back on, Holly?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry about that. I had to take a phone call.
Oh.
Ready to sleep. Love you all. Have a blessed and peaceful night. Yeah, you know what, Lily? I'm probably in about 15 minutes or so going to shut this down because I'm starting to get very, very, very tired. I don't feel good. And my friends actually.
Holy crap, does that say 9 hours live?
Yeah.
Night,
Yeah.
Nelly. Love you.
Oh my gosh, girls, y'all get some rest. Thanks for having me on. I got a little more comfortable in talking to other folks, and I'm getting a little better to listening more. I've just been so pent up, like I said, all by myself. So bear with me. I'm getting a little better.
Okay.
I think it's great.
You did
Yeah.
you did fine. You did fine.
I love y'all. Y'all are awesome.
I love you guys. I had a great
Well,
time.
we are awesome. Thank you. I mean, you're awesome
Love you,
too.
son.
I'm
Okay,
glad
well,
you're here, Jamie.
it
Well,
was
hey,
nice meeting you guys. And
on a final note,
okay.
I got a little thing in the mail today. It's with my Mevo camera. I bought this fancy thing for the grandkids, but they're not around. And it's this battery pack and it's weatherproof. And I'm gonna try to do some projects of like making meals and colloidal silver and watching like the squash blossoms open up in the morning. But it's like point of interest. It's its own editing cameraman, you know. So it's like AI, but not camera. But I want to try it out. I spent all this money with the grandkids and not around, and this other part come in. So I'm gonna try to make some little projects that I'll try colloidal silver for y'all, so that y'all can see how easy it is to do. All right.
Sounds good. Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate it.
Cool.
God bless y'all. I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay, guys, I'm going to head off to sleep too. I want to tell everybody in my
Me
chat
too.
room and all my panelists, I love you guys and sweet dreams. And thanks for hanging out with me on a very terrible health day. And thanks for being my friend. Thanks for being in my life. And I'll see you guys tomorrow because I'm probably going to end up going to sleep. Like my friend said that they'd bring me McDonald's, walk my dog. But I'm probably going to head off to bed. But tomorrow, if you guys are around and you feel like doing this video, let's do another live stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Cool.
Night.
Cool.
Love you
Hey,
guys.
your book
I love you
tomorrow, the final one on your webpage, right?
Yeah, actually, that's right. I got to figure out a time to meet with my editor. We're going to run through it one last time. Then I'm going to mail it out to update my copyrights, and then I'm going to upload it to my website. So now you guys will be able to actually click a button and download my book to your computer.
Cool.
So I'll get that started
cool.
tomorrow. So yeah.
I've only read the raw version, so I'm waiting for the whole version to read it, and I'm gonna sit down and do it because I'm empathetic, so I'm gonna be in tears or whatever. It's gonna be my day. So let me know.
I'll be honest with you. It's the same exact story. The only difference is that we edited it. So I didn't. So if you read the first one, my book is the same exact way. It's just properly edited now. But I mean, if I drop the F-bomb as an ex-super soldier, well, then I left the F-bomb still written in the autobiography. So it's not censored, that's for sure. But it's just edited. So nothing was
Well,
changed.
I've forgotten half of it because my brain blocked half of it out.
Okay.
Because, it is that emotional for me to read what you went through with that, because some of it is so similar, especially when I see the drawings. So so it's going to be a recall like the second half. So I'm just waiting for I'm always like beginning in. I never read the whole book, but I always got a B++. So I'm just waiting.
Right.
Let me know.
Okay. Well,
Good night, girls.
Jamie, I love you. Thanks for joining in.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. And dear Kenzie, I am going to send you off. Everybody, thanks for joining all of us today for our live stream video. I hope you guys had fun. Thanks for hanging out with me and praying for me. Look at my eyes. Oh my goodness. The redness is going down though. The Benadryl's working. So I had a great time with you guys. Happy Memorial Day weekend. And at some point tomorrow, let's do another broadcast together. I love you. Take it easy.